This video continues with Chapter 40 Pikachu. Who's the baby now? Answer me. Double comparison. Ash Ketchum, the Sea King, is under general anesthesia. Chapter 40 Pikachu. Who's the baby now? Answer me. Denji for real. Professor Oak, don't bother looking, it's definitely fake. Don't I know LT? Surge, half of what he says is a lie, and the other half needs to be deeply questioned. Professor Oak had been scammed by LT. Surge once and never trusted him again. LT, Surge, hey, Professor Oak, that was a lapse in judgment last time. It won't happen again, I know myself very well. Just look at those poor souls lying in hospital beds to know how strong the me in the parallel world is. In a battle against Black Ash, I'd say there's at least a 70% chance of defeating him, if not 100. LT, Surge, bragging again, always bragging. Gary, the last person who said that with a 200 win streak is already doubting their life. Are you going to be the next one? Alistair, I think it's unlikely. Black Ash's first defeat won't happen at the Vermilion Gym. First of all, Black Ash has systematically studied Pokémon theory. He's more proficient than the average trainer and definitely knows the difference between Pikachu and Raichu. He won't make such a low-level mistake. Secondly, Black Ash hates evil. He won't show any kindness to trainers who harm Pokémon and will even take action to teach them a lesson. LT. Surge's rough battle style will only provoke Black Ash, making his combat power even stronger. Combining these 2 points, I believe Black Ash will still win at the Vermilion Gym, and it won't be a narrow victory. Alistair, sitting on a magnificent stage, had already cancelled her subsequent performances and was watching Black Ash with great interest. Watching the legendary trainer's journey throughout, she was quite expectant. She wondered if Black Ash would come to the Unova region later, and if she would appear on screen then, perhaps even having a Pokémon battle with him. Also, Black Ash is very handsome. If he could perform on stage with her, it would be even more popular. Alistair chose option C. Having watched the black light screen for so long, she had a deep understanding of Black Ash. He was always steady, so a narrow victory was really unlikely. Besides, LT, Surge isn't an elite or anything, so he should be manageable. From the previous scene where Charmander was abandoned, Black Ash showed no mercy toward Dayu. Even Poliwag got a beating from Ralts. Clearly, Dayu's actions had enraged Black Ash. Bruno chose option D without a word. After hearing Alistair's words, he realized that option D was the correct one. Just as Black Ash is so steady, he is absolutely as cautious as can be in Pokémon battles. LT, Surge, damn, nothing left to choose. LT, Surge forgot which answer to pick while chatting with LT, Surge and Denji. Forget it, LT, Surge, I'll trust you this once. LT, Surge followed LT, Surge's advice and chose option B. LT, Surge, settled. Old man, you've got good eyes, you don't need to retire just yet. Denji didn't know what to choose, so he picked the remaining option A. Not settled at all, Ash didn't speak, focusing intently on Black Ash's challenge at the Vermilion Gym. He wouldn't lose. Black Ash was much stronger than he was at that time. If he could defeat LT. Surge, Black Ash naturally could as well. Pikachu thought the same. He would absolutely not lose, especially not to Raichu. After waiting for a while, Pikachu and the others finally recovered their strength. The Pokémon Center was so crowded it was nearly full. When Nurse Joy learned that Ash was going to challenge LT. Surge, she immediately advised him to challenge a different gym, saying there was no need to be stubborn about the Vermilion Gym. She also spoke in detail about the surrounding trainers who had come to challenge. Every one of them had been brutally crushed by LT, Surge's Pokémon. She just wanted Ash to give up on the idea. There really weren't enough beds in the Pokémon Center. The surrounding trainers looked a bit embarrassed, and they also didn't want Ash to go. It wasn't that they were truly worried about him. They were mainly afraid that if he failed his challenge and returned, he would compete with them for the scarce beds. It's quite a hassle. They even asked which Pokémon Ash would send out to fight, Pikachu or Ralts. Ash replied that it would be Pikachu. The Pokémon Center instantly went silent for several seconds. Are you kidding, Pikachu? Most people thought Ash was joking. LT, Surge's Pokémon was a Raichu, the evolved form of Pikachu. For a Pikachu to go up against a Raichu, isn't that just a suicide mission? The result doesn't even need to be guessed. They already know. Pikachu's crushing defeat. Looking at the backs of Ash's group as they left, Nurse Joy sighed helplessly. She could only lower her head and speed up her work, trying to free up a few more beds. The trainers saw Ash leave and felt as if they were seeing their own former confident selves. However, before long, they couldn't even withstand 2 moves from Raichu. Losing was actually fine. What was most unbearable was that LT. Surge and his staff would laugh mockingly from the side. That contemptuous tone still made people feel suffocated just thinking about it. Denji, except for those 2 girls, no one thinks Ash will win. LT, Surge, Pikachu versus Raichu, most people would choose Raichu to win. In terms of electric-type moves alone, Pikachu is completely inferior to Raichu. Its only advantage is the speed from agility. It depends on how LT, Surge responds. LT, Surge, it's in the bag. Ash's group arrived at the Vermilion Gym. The doors were wide open, and a burst of wild, mocking laughter rang out. The laughter echoed in the empty battlefield, carrying a sense of condescending arrogance. A youngster in shorts, head hanging and looking dejected, ran out from inside, tightly clutching a Rattata that was charred all over with its fur standing on end. "Don't cry, baby. Hurry up and take your baby back to the Pokémon Center." "Oh, look, here comes another baby." A frivolous voice sounded. A staff member in a uniform next to LT. Surge squinted at Ash as he stepped into the gym. They referred to all rookie trainers who came to challenge as babies. "I'm Ash from Pallet Town, here to challenge the Vermilion Gym," Ash said calmly. LT, Surge glanced at Ash, who stood at the front, and then his gaze drifted to Sabrina and Misty behind him. The 2 girls were delicate and graceful. LT, Surge's eyes instantly lit up, and with an ill-intentioned smile on his face, he approached them. Ash frowned, and the electric sacs on Pikachu's cheeks instantly lit up with piercing electric arcs. This served as a warning to LT, Surge. Ash shielded the 2 girls behind him and gave them a reassuring look. He was very close friends with Sabrina and Misty. Although they hadn't established a relationship yet, both sides were clear about their feelings for each other. They just needed an opportunity. Sabrina and Misty felt the sense of security coming from in front of them and nodded gently, following closely behind Ash. With him there, they didn't feel the slightest panic, even when facing the Team Rockets. A baby from Pallet Town and a baby Pikachu. As expected, a baby's Pokémon is also a baby. This baby Pikachu has quite a temper. LT, Surge stepped back a few paces and released Raichu. With his hands on his hips, he shouted loudly, "Let me see this baby's strength." "Baby," Ash chuckled. Pikachu jumped onto the battlefield to face Raichu. "No way, he's really sending out Pikachu." "Ha ha ha, a baby Pokémon is a perfect fit for a baby trainer." Seeing Ash's somewhat youthful appearance, they believed in their hearts that he was the kind of rookie trainer who would just catch Pokémon at random and never care about their strength. In the culture of the Vermilion Gym, unevolved Pokémon like Pikachu aren't considered strong at all. To become a powerful trainer, one should evolve Pikachu into Raichu. Only evolution brings strength. An unevolved Pikachu looks fragile no matter how you see it. In fact, after several actual combat comparisons, Pikachu is indeed inferior to Raichu in all aspects. It can learn fewer electric-type moves than Raichu, and their power is also a step down. It was for this reason that LT, Surge's group, looked down on Ash when they saw Pikachu. He'll have to go back crying later. Raichu, which was a size or 2 larger than Pikachu, initiated a provocation. "Come on, baby." It must be said that a Pokémon's personality really follows its owner. Raichu's arrogance was exactly the same as LT, Surge's. Pikachu was also unhappy. "So what if you evolved? You think you're stronger just because you evolved? I can still beat you without evolving." Ralts felt the emotions of Ash and Pikachu and looked at LT, Surge's group unhappily. "Calling them babies? Soon Pikachu will beat your Raichu into a baby." LT, Surge, Raichu's personality is just like LT. Surge's equally arrogant. Denji, mainly because LT. Surge has the confidence to be arrogant. That Raichu's strength is indeed formidable. Most previous challengers fell to this Raichu. Jessie, what's the use? Won't it still be defeated by the Twerp's Pikachu? It won't be arrogant for long. Soon we'll see Raichu defeated by Pikachu. Jessie couldn't help but complain. Twerp, give it your all and just crush that Raichu for me. If even the Ash of this world could defeat Raichu, the Ash of the parallel world goes without saying. A mere LT, Surge is just a pebble on the road. The Team Rocket trio acknowledged Pikachu. The referee raised the flags in his hands and announced the gym battle rules. Both sides may only use the single Pokémon on the field. The battle officially begins until one side loses the ability to fight. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Ash's eyes suddenly became sharp, and a deep blue luster quickly flickered in the depths of his eyes. Pikachu. A blue luster also flashed in Pikachu's eyes for a moment, which instantly turned into a golden yellow light. Densely packed blue electric arcs immediately wrapped around its body. Sizzle! The current surged wildly, and a faint smell of ozone filled the air. Ha, as expected of a baby, actually daring to compete in electric-type moves with my Raichu. LT, Surge laughed, and he laughed loudly. Usually, challengers would all avoid Raichu's electric-type moves. He didn't expect this Ash to be so stubborn as to let Pikachu compete with Raichu in electric-type moves. Isn't that like an egg hitting a rock? LT, Surge crossed his arms. Raichu, will use Thunderbolt too. Let the baby Pikachu see what a real Thunderbolt looks like. Raichu roared, and thick golden yellow electricity quickly gathered on its stout body. On the other side, the electric arcs around Pikachu became even more dense. Layers of current intertwined, actually forming an electric cage around its body, crackling loudly. Rumble! A sound of thunder came. Raichu was the first to use Thunderbolt, directly firing a thick bolt of electricity. Pikachu leaped into the air, and 3 equally thick golden currents sprayed out from its body simultaneously. The 3 currents rapidly intertwined in midair, instantly condensing into a bolt of electricity as thick as a water bucket. LT, Surge's pupils shrank, his expression changed drastically, and he stared intently at the thick bolt of electricity, his heart suddenly tightening. Why does this move look a bit familiar? The scene of Pikachu facing that flock of Spearow appeared in Sabrina and Misty's minds. Pikachu is being this fierce from the start. Is he planning to end it quickly? The 2 currents clashed. With an overwhelming momentum, Pikachu's current directly crushed Raichu's Thunderbolt. From top to bottom, the bucket-thick current accurately hit Raichu. Bang! A violent explosion suddenly rang out, and thick smoke billowed up, enveloping the area where Raichu was. Pikachu landed steadily, arms crossed, watching the smoke in front of it slowly dissipate. At the edge of the field, LT, Surge and the staff members beside him all widened their eyes. Their mouths were open wide enough to fit an egg, their faces filled with extreme surprise and shock. They stood frozen in place, unable to recover for a long time. How is this possible? Even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't believe that this tiny Pikachu actually used Thunderbolt to crush Raichu's Thunderbolt head-on. Raichu actually couldn't withstand Pikachu's Thunderbolt. Ash also crossed his arms, a confident and sharp curve rising at the corner of his mouth. He looked directly at the stunned LT. Surge and asked in a clear voice full of confidence, word by word, Gym Leader LT. Surge, tell me now, who is the baby? Pikachu looked at the charred Raichu, which had lost its ability to fight, and said it again, who is the baby now? The bullet chat has already exploded. LT, Surge, holy crap. Is that a freaking Thunderbolt? Is that a freaking Pikachu? LT, Surge, Raichu was one-shotted by Pikachu, and with Thunderbolt, is this for real? As a fellow electric-type gym leader, LT, Surge couldn't believe his eyes either. An electric-type Pokémon like Raichu was actually defeated by a Pikachu's electric-type move. He was more surprised than when he saw Ho-Oh appear. Bruno, my goodness, why does that Thunderbolt look a bit familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere. Chapter 41, Does Thunderbolt have the power of thunder? Champion-level Electric-type Pokémon training tips. Misty. If we're talking about familiarity with Pikachu's Thunderbolt, Team Rocket Trio is second to none. Ash, maybe. Those guys understand Pikachu better than its trainer, do. You brats, you're both disparaging us, aren't you? Don't let me find an opportunity. Team Rocket Trio gritted their teeth. Put like that, it made them sound like little gluttons, always rushing up to eat Pikachu's Thunderbolt. How embarrassing. Denji and that flock of Spearow. The flock of Spearow in the forest of Pallet Town knew Pikachu's Thunderbolt all too well. Although they only experienced it once, it left a deep impression on them. To be precise, that didn't count as Thunderbolt at all, it was clearly thunder. The Thunderbolt used by Black Ash's, Pikachu really did have the power of thunder. Everyone saw it clearly. What Raichu used was a standard Thunderbolt. Black Ash called out Thunderbolt, but whether Pikachu actually used Thunderbolt, no one could say for sure. The electric arc flung out by Pikachu was several times larger than Raichu's. Gary, when fighting those Spearow, Black Ash's Pikachu also used such a powerful electric-type move, but that was thunder. The Pikachu in our world only has such power when it explodes with potential in a crisis, but over in the parallel world. Black Ash's Pikachu doesn't seem to have reached the point of exploding with potential yet, right? James, is it possible that the brat in the parallel world is cunning? He shouts Thunderbolt, but behind the scenes, he's already colluded with Pikachu to use thunder directly, just to catch his opponent off guard. Meowth, yeah, that brat is too devious. Ash, you're the ones who are devious. I wouldn't do something like that. Brock, speaking of devious, who is more devious than you guys? Steven, it's not a question of being devious or not. It's that Black Ash's Pikachu has become much stronger. At the beginning, when facing those Spearow, Pikachu really did use thunder. Now, challenging the Vermilion City gym, Black Ash calls out Thunderbolt. On the surface, the power is about the same as before. In reality, the power of both is also about the same. Black Ash's Pokémon train while traveling and have experienced many battles. Besides, there are those three from Team Rockets who are invisibly serving as sparring partners for Pikachu. I guess that Pikachu's Thunderbolt can become so strong, those three guys have a part in it. Steven analyzed it logically. The biggest credit belongs to them. Team Rocket Trio straightened their backs. They were still quite proud. Pikachu could be considered trained by them. Let's see who dares to question Pikachu in the future. Even if a champion comes, it won't work. LT, Surge, this is too heaven-defying, I surrender. He had to surrender. He had been talking big earlier and was full of confidence in his parallel world self, but in the end, he couldn't withstand a single move. He could be called a clown. The parallel world was the same. The more mocking he was at the start, the more embarrassing it was now. Alistair didn't expect Black Ash's Pikachu to be so brutal, defeating Raichu with the move that LT. Surge's Raichu was best at, and then mocking him hard afterward. Ding, the correct answer to this prize quiz is option C. Congratulations to Alistair for getting it right, rewarded with champion-level Pokémon training tips. As soon as the voice fell, a stack of documents appeared next to Alistair. It was densely packed. The text on it was exceptionally bright. Champion-level Pokémon training tips. As a gym leader, and an electric-type one at that, having served for so many years, the tips I summarized myself aren't worse than those of the elites, and there isn't much difference from a champion's training tips, right? Gym leaders have their own pride. I'll just take a look. Alistair still couldn't resist the temptation. After opening this stack of documents, she was instantly attracted by the vast sea of professional terminology and training knowledge within, deeply immersed in it. This was like a novice warrior who had just walked out of the newbie village, knowing nothing about the future, suddenly receiving a foolproof guide from a big shot in the strategy group. Although Alistair wasn't a novice, she was still shocked. From the diet and habits of electric-type Pokémon to the training of moves, everything was detailed, even more detailed than an academic thesis. Every electric-type Pokémon had a record. The most important thing was a sentence written on it. This document does not need to refer to any literature. Taking a look was Alistair's initial thought, but now it was thrown to the back of her mind. Are these tips really summarized by a champion? Alistair couldn't believe it. She felt that the tips summarized by the current champion weren't this detailed. They might be aimed at a few Pokémon, but this set of tips was aimed at all electric-type Pokémon. Seeing the reward Alistair got, many people felt it wasn't very useful. Now there are elites on the internet sharing their tips for training Pokémon. Surely there isn't much difference. But when Alistair stated the content of that tip, everyone was shocked again. Such detailed tips, covering cultivation, battle, observation, and other aspects, even a champion couldn't do so much. At this moment, Alistair finally understood. Pride, what is a gym leader's pride? Anyway, her pride had already been crushed by this document. I still have to thank Ash. Come to Nimbasa City in the Unova region another day, I will repay you properly. Alistair's favorability for Ash increased greatly. At this time, Ash was still immersed in the scene of the parallel world. He himself was also shocked by that Thunderbolt move of Pikachu's. Pikachu was the same. Its round eyes were full of surprise. In a normal state, it could still burst out such powerful electricity. Now you know who the baby is, right? Ash got the Thunder Badge and mocked LT, Surge back. Surge couldn't refute it at all, veins bulging, but he was no match for Ash, so he could only endure the mockery, his face changing colors. Those subordinates were angry and wanted to step forward to teach Ash a lesson. But they were controlled by Ralts, and then Pikachu used Thunderbolt again, letting them experience the taste of Raichu. Back at the Pokémon Center, Nurse Joy hurried forward, and Blissey pushed the hospital bed over. What about Pikachu? Put it on carefully. Nurse Joy hugged Pikachu and put it on the hospital bed, a series of movements flowing like water. Nurse Joy, take a look at Pikachu, is it okay? Ash was a little amused. Okay. Nurse Joy looked at Pikachu and really didn't find that Pikachu was injured. Then where are your injured Pokémon? Release them quickly. None, Ash replied. What none? Didn't you challenge the gym? Nurse Joy was puzzled. I have already obtained the Thunder Badge. Pikachu helped me get it. Ash showed the Thunder Badge. The whole Pokémon Center was quiet for a few seconds. Really got it. Nurse Joy was relatively close and saw at a glance that it was a real Thunder Badge. Her beautiful eyes looked at Pikachu, not quite believing it. Surge's Raichu was really defeated by Pikachu. The surrounding trainers had the same question. Until Ash nodded and confirmed it again, there was a sudden uproar. Some people immediately asked for advice on how to deal with Surge's Raichu. What they asked were tactical techniques and the like, not asking how Pikachu was trained. Little did they know, there were no tactical techniques at all. It all relied on Pikachu's strength. Pika Pika. Pikachu understood it naturally. It was shaking with anger. Can this world still be okay? Why is it full of prejudice against Pikachu? So what if it looks cute? It doesn't affect combat power. Ash understood Pikachu and was comforting it. Leon, not a simple Pikachu. I could tell from the beginning. By the way, does Professor Oak know that Pikachu is not simple and gave it to Ash on purpose? Professor Elm, I think the teacher did it on purpose. Maybe he saw that Ash has potential and decided to take a gamble, letting Ash and Pikachu get along. Professor Oak, half right, Chapter 42, Kojiro's side hustle, contributing himself to the organization. Professor Elm, is there something else wrong? Elm asked, not understanding. Professor Oak, you'll find out later. Professor Oak opened a drawer and took out a sketchbook with yellowed corners and a worn cover. Its texture suggested it was quite old, dating back several decades at least. He flipped it open to find pages densely packed with drawings of various Pokémon. The lines were childish, yet full of life. But when he reached a certain page, Professor Oak's hand suddenly froze. His fingers trembled slightly, and a complex look entered his eyes. On that page was a drawing of a young boy and a Pikachu. Friend! The black light screen dimmed, and the white light screen lit up. Having obtained the Thunder Badge, Ash and his group were set to continue their journey. Along the way, they spotted the luxury liner SS Anne and were filled with longing. Unfortunately, they were short on cash and couldn't afford the experience. But just then, a couple happened to come by. Because of certain circumstances, they couldn't go, so they gave their tickets to Ash and his group. Bruno, that luck is just unparalleled. Muto, why do those two look a bit familiar to me? Jenny, those two should be Jesse and James of the Team Rockets. Although they changed their makeup and even got a new skin tone, their expressions and features still vaguely resemble Muto and James. Chuck, how could Ash just accept them? Can't he tell? Gary, if he could tell, he wouldn't have accepted them. Maybe Ash's eyesight is poor, or perhaps it's because the Team Rockets are too cunning, using the tickets to lure Ash so they wouldn't think to pay attention to them. He was still habitually dissing Ash, but considering how many people were there, he decided to show some restraint. He had always believed that he was the only one allowed to disparage Ash. Gary finally said something sensible. For once, Ash didn't start bickering with him. We were disguised so well, yet we were still found out. The Team Rocket trio was astonished. They had originally thought their disguises were perfect, but in front of professionals, they were full of holes. Once on board, the hall had everything one could want. As a battle trainer, Ash loved battling. He immediately went to fight the surrounding trainers, showing off his extraordinary strength, which caused his Butterfree to be targeted by someone. The naive Ash was tricked by someone, and with Brock being infatuated and failing to talk him out of it, Butterfree was exchanged with a gentleman just like that. Even though the exchange was done, Ash felt empty inside. Memories of everything he had been through with Butterfree kept flashing through his mind. After talking with Misty, Ash traded back for his Butterfree. Lorelei, it's a good thing he traded it back. Butterfree was the first Pokémon Ash caught, so there's a special bond. It really isn't right to just trade it away to someone else. Bruno, there's no need to trade Pokémon with others. If your Pokémon is weak, then work with it to become stronger. As for the idea that trading Pokémon can expand your connections, it's practically useless. LT, Surge, Ash was uncertain at first, but the key was that he asked the infatuated Brock and got a definitive answer. Only then did Ash decide to make the trade. Brock, I'm sorry, I was at fault too. Back on the SS Anne, Brock hadn't given it much thought because the Team Rockets appeared shortly after the trade, leaving no time for reflection. By the time he looked back on it, Ash had already traded back for Butterfree. The Team Rockets launched a full-scale attack, and a battle broke out with the passengers on board. The SS Anne couldn't take it and sank directly. The Team Rockets all left, and the passengers were rescued by the police, but only 3 people were nowhere to be found. The scene shifted to Officer, Jenny leading a group of police officers in a moment of silence. Gary, hahaha Ash, did you guys already die once? Ash, it's because those 3 Team Rockets guys were causing trouble, otherwise we would have left long ago. Jenny, sorry about that. When we were counting the people on the ship, only you 3 were missing. We searched everywhere but still couldn't find you. On the other side, due to the issue with James's evolutionary kick, the Ash trio and the Team Rocket trio drifted to an unknown small island, and their Pokémon even got lost. They encountered all sorts of strange things on this island. After going through many hardships, they finally reunited and escaped the island together with the Team Rocket trio. So it was those 3. Giovanni's veins were bulging. He took a deep breath, his blood pressure rising. Usually, no matter how big the event, he wouldn't react much. But now, seeing what those 3 were doing on the island, he even started to suspect if Jesse and James were actually undercover agents. They even went after the Team Rocket's own properties. Dock their pay for several months. Giovanni sent out the order. At that moment, the Team Rocket trio sneezed in unison, a bad premonition filling their hearts. Later, Ash's group arrived at Blue City, where they ran into Gary and encountered the Team Rockets participating in a beauty pageant. James put on makeup and entered the competition, looking even more dazzling than Jesse. LT, Surge, know my eyes. Chuck, when James dresses up, he's even prettier than Jesse. Speaking of which, James, have you ever thought about? James, no, and I never will in this lifetime. Alessa, I wanted to ask James if he'd like to come to my place for a fashion show. With your graceful figure, you'd definitely be a hit, and become the new generation's it girl. Diantha, don't refuse just yet. Your conditions are so good, you could do it as a side hustle while still being in the Team Rockets. This damn livestream room. James's face turned beet red. It was just a beauty pageant, wasn't it? Was there a need for such ridicule? Jessie and Meowth said nothing. They turned away, their shoulders shaking. It was obvious they were stifling laughs. Clearly, when they were on the mission together, James's outfit didn't seem that funny. But after hearing what these people said, they felt like James really could take on that side hustle. That way, they wouldn't run into funding shortages in the future. One must have the resolve to sacrifice themselves for the organization. The organization and your teammates will remember you. Chapter 43 Butterfree's fate is doomed, Aura sees through the disguise. The match ended, and Team Rockets came to cause trouble again, but their old rival Ash stepped in to stop them. Traveling all the time is a bit tiring, and since Blue City is a scenic seaside travel city, Ash and his group took a break here. Later, because they couldn't catch the return ship, they unexpectedly learned that the coral reef, where the Tentacool lived, was going to be rebuilt into a luxury resort hotel. But this project severely destroyed the Tentacool's living space, so a large swarm of Tentacool took revenge on humans. Granny Silver summoned the Team Rocket trio, but they only made things worse, and a Tentacool evolved into a massive Tentacruel. Later, Misty stepped forward, and, using both emotion and reason, persuaded the Tentacruel. Just like that, the crisis was resolved. Afterward, Ash and his group took a ship to a small town. Ghostly events occurred in this small town. After a tense and exciting investigation, it was discovered that a talking Gastly was causing the trouble. The purpose was to keep the legend of the maiden alive. That Gastly could also be considered an ancient Pokémon. Everyone was puzzled. Another ancient Pokémon? This fate is truly something. With so many ancient Pokémon appearing, it's a good thing they didn't become bodyguards. Continuing towards Saffron City, Ash and his group discovered a migrating Butterfree swarm. And Ash's Butterfree fell in love with a shiny Butterfree in the swarm. With an assist from Team Rockets, it successfully won the heart of the shiny Butterfree. Unfortunately, the shiny Butterfree had to follow the swarm and leave. Butterfree was hesitant, so the kind-hearted Ash released Butterfree to let it leave with the swarm. LT Surge released it. Butterfree has this calamity in its fate, doesn't it? The first time was a trade, the second time was releasing it. LT Surge, why release it? LT Surge, he didn't want to make it difficult for Butterfree to choose. LT Surge, what's there to choose? Just catch that shiny Butterfree as well and keep it at Professor Oak's lab. There are so many Pokémon there for company, and when needed, just ask Professor Oak to transfer it over. There's no need to release it. Ash, oh right, why didn't I think of that? Seeing the bullet message sent by LT Surge, Ash didn't expect such a solution. If he had done this early on, Butterfree wouldn't have had to leave. In that case, after the Silver Conference ends, I'll go pick up Butterfree, and its girlfriend too. First, he used this bullet message to greet Butterfree. Butterfree saw the footage of itself and Ash. Its eyes filled with longing, missing its trainer dearly. Following Ash's words, it prepared to go to Goldenrod City to help. It didn't participate last time, so now that it's back, it must help its trainer. Let me help you win your first champion title. After walking for who knows how long, they finally arrived at Saffron City. On the way, they met a man who advised them not to challenge the Saffron Gym. Ash wasn't afraid and headstrongly went to challenge it. As it turned out, the Saffron Gym was very cold and eerie, and gym leader Sabrina was even weirder. The one speaking wasn't her, but the doll in her hand. During the battle with Sabrina, Abra evolved into Kadabra because Sabrina used her psychic power to boost it. Its strength increased greatly, and Pikachu was no match. Fortunately, the man stepped in to help, or Ash would have been turned into a doll by Sabrina as well. To save his companions, Ash followed the man's advice and went directly to Lavender Town to invite a Haunter. Haunter loved to play. At the critical moment, it appeared before Sabrina and showed off its facial expressions, successfully making Sabrina laugh and helping her regain her original emotions. The Saffron badge was obtained, and the companions returned. Chuck, this psychic power is too terrifying. It can even turn people into dolls. Muto, I'm afraid it's even more powerful than a Pokémon's psychic power. Lorelei, psychic users depend on talent. Sabrina's talent is extremely high. Currently, only one or two others' psychic powers can compare with hers. Cynthia, I think I know who you're talking about. Cynthia was talking about Caitlin, her good friend. Although she already possessed great power, her spirit was not yet mature. Her power could go out of control after a loss, so she was banned from battling. She has now changed from her unruly image in the battle frontier to an elegant sleeping beauty. Her look is also more mature, using psychic power to make the ribbons on both sides float to maintain her hairstyle. Cynthia had seen Caitlin's terrifying psychic power, and now having seen Sabrina's, the two were comparable. Caitlin, Nana, who are you talking about? Cynthia, guess. Caitlin's. While chatting, the black light screen lit up. After resting for a day, Ash and his group met Jesse and James as usual. However, before the two could even start their introduction, Ash had already recognized them using Aura and immediately reported them to Officer Jenny. Just like that, the Team Rocket trio was caught again. And the Team Rocket members lurking on the SS Anne were also wiped out along with them. The SS Anne was safe, and the passengers were relieved. Ash and his group enjoyed a rare moment of peace. Handsome guy, not bad. Black Ash could actually recognize the disguised Team Rockets. This way, Team Rockets is wiped out in one go, and those unexpected situations later won't happen. Denji, by the way, how did Black Ash recognize Team Rockets? Did he see through their disguise? Riley, it's Aura. Everything has Aura. For someone with Aura power, they can perceive Aura as a method of identification. Black Ash has met Team Rockets many times and is already very familiar with their Aura. It's easy to recognize them using Aura. Chapter 44 Ash Ketchum tries to please both girls but refuses to trade Pokémon. Jessie, damn, you can even do that. James, luckily, the twerp in our world doesn't have Aura power. He doesn't have such a broken ability. Ash, even without that Aura power, I can still beat you guys. Meowth, how about not letting Pikachu and the others help Meow? Misty, you want to fight Ash. Meowth, is that not allowed, Meow? Misty, can you even beat Ash? Meowth, I can't beat him. Let him fight me one-on-one, Meow. See if I don't teach him a lesson, Meow. After watching the light screen for so long, everyone knew Meowth was a genius whose talent was all put into speaking and IQ. His combat power was poor. One could say he's a total weakling. However, dealing with a human who hadn't trained much, Meowth was still more than capable. The Ash of this world didn't exercise his body like Black Ash, nor did he know combat skills like martial arts. Could a Meowth like you even compare to the constitution of a super pallet towner? Misty thought to herself, Meowth, you're still too naive. You haven't seen the side of a super pallet towner in action, have you? The main hall inside the ship was built magnificently. The wide battlefield was bustling with noise. Elegant restaurants were scattered on both sides. The commercial street was lined with shops, and all kinds of goods were a feast for the eyes. Regarding the very popular battlefield, Ash only took a glance and didn't go over to battle. Instead, he accompanied Sabrina and Misty to eat, drink, and have fun, enjoying a leisurely time. Pikachu and Ralts ate to their heart's content this time. They strolled through the commercial street in the main hall and bought some exquisite jewelry for them. It was sponsored by the Team Rocket trio. Having just foiled Team Rocket's plan, Officer Jenny gave Ash a significant reward. It was the perfect time to buy some gifts to maintain his relationship with Serena and Misty. Serena and Misty were exceptionally happy to receive the gifts. When they ate something delicious, they even hand-fed Ash, their eyes curving into crescents, their faces flushed, their beautiful eyes fixed on Ash. While shopping, Serena's face turned red, and she quietly took Ash's arm. Misty watched in a daze for a moment, her eyes flickering. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly as she bit her lip, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, her expression carrying a hint of hard-to-conceal embarrassment. She walked up and inadvertently touched Ash's arm lightly. Ash gently held Misty's small hand, and they strolled slowly together. He understood Misty's character too well. She was tsundere and shy. That tiny bit of testing just now was already an action she had mustered all her courage to take. The three of them strolled like this for a long time. The two girls were very happy and specifically took Ash to the battlefield, letting Ash go up to battle. They just loved the way Ash looked when he was focused on battling. He was so handsome it touched their hearts. Daisy, Black Ash's thoughts are quite delicate. Knowing Misty is thin-skinned, he took the initiative to hold Misty's hand, indirectly expressing his feelings. He doesn't favor one over the other. Both girls are taken care of. Gary, did you see that? Ash, Black Ash's side is textbook level. Learn more, this is more useful. Gary felt a bit ashamed of his own inferiority watching this. Erica, asking Ash to learn from Black Ash, isn't that making things difficult for him? Looking at the screen of the black light screen, Erica remembered the first time she met the Ash of this world, and her first impression was very poor. He said those impolite words in her shop, though she later changed her view of Ash because of certain events. Ash is a trainer who is very passionate about Pokémon and acts regardless of his own safety. But to girls, he is a straight steel man, a straight man who can't be bent no matter what. But the Ash of the parallel world is completely different. High EQ, high IQ, and very attentive. Ash, what's so difficult? I can do it too. Ash didn't believe it. Pokémon battles weren't difficult for him, so he didn't know what could possibly stump him. The intimate scenes on the black light screen made Misty very envious. She could be more proactive, but Ash had to give some response. Misty didn't really believe in Ash's initiative in this regard. Ash was just like Meowth. His talent points were put in the wrong place. She was already prepared to be more proactive. She didn't dare to expect Ash to take the initiative. Beedrill and Butterfree had trained for so long, and it was rare to have a chance for actual combat. They won several matches in a row. The trainers watching around were amazed. Beedrill and Butterfree were raised so well that their combat skills could be said to be far ahead. It was that gentleman again, wanting to exchange Beedrill and Butterfree with Ash. It was the same set of rhetoric, saying that exchanging Pokémon could expand one's social circle. Ash had a serious face and refused flatly. I'm sorry, I refuse to exchange. They have accompanied me on my journey and experienced many dangerous things together. We already regard each other as the most important family in our lives. We will not abandon each other. Pikachu and the others weren't worried about being exchanged at all. They had full confidence in Ash. Chapter 45 Ralts evolves. Ash is surrounded by 5 girls. After playing for several days, the feelings between Ash and the 2 girls warmed up. Pikachu and the others were battling in the hall's battle arena, already on a winning streak of over 60 matches. Their reputation grew, and many trainers came to challenge them. This time, Beedrill had a great time fighting. Bulbasaur and the others also grew stronger through the battles, especially Charmander, who was the most hardworking. During the battles, it was gradually realizing its talent. When facing opponents of the same type, its mastery of flames was unmatched by any of its kind, always gaining the upper hand. Sabrina, is Charmander really this strong? Its talent has been top tier since it was little. If that person knew Charmander was this powerful, they'd probably be green with regret. Jaiki, I'm watching from the Charizard Valley. One of them is watching very seriously, the one that evolved from Ash's Charmander. Ash, Miss Jaiki, how is Charizard? Is it doing well? Jaiki, Charizard is doing great. It battles every day and is very eager to get stronger. It really surprised me. Its talent is truly high. In such a short time, it has already become a standout in Charizard Valley. I believe that in time, Charizard might be able to dominate Charizard Valley. Ash, that day will come. My Charizard is the strongest. Ash never doubted Charizard's determination to grow stronger. Hearing Jaiki talk about Charizard's recent situation, he missed the days spent with it. Although there was a period when it was disobedient, he also knew it was because he was too weak back then. Charizard felt it was strong enough and didn't need to follow orders. Now Charizard is doing better, training further in Charizard Valley. The next time they meet, Charizard might be at the peak of Charizard Valley. Chuck, that Charizard is truly strong. It was so severely injured early on that its origin was also injured, yet it could still grow to this level. Even my old partner is no match for it. Chuck's old partner is Magmar. He also researched Pokémon, but couldn't understand that Charizard's talent. Its size is much smaller than a typical Charizard, so he thought the previous injury had damaged its origin. But now, learning that it's fighting hard in Charizard Valley and becoming a standout, the result is truly unexpected. Leon, such a strong Charizard gets my blood pumping. My Charizard also wants to be the strongest Charizard in the world. Whenever it sees another Charizard, it wants to battle. Ash, Mr. Leon, I'm looking forward to it too, but my Charizard won't lose. Even facing a champion, Ash still said those words, believing in himself and in Charizard. Rayhan snorted. He's actually challenging Leon. Challenging Leon is one thing, but he's even challenging his Charizard. Charizard Valley. Old Charizard looked at the screen, a slight curl appearing at the corner of its mouth. The strongest Charizard, I'm definitely going to be it. Ralts took the field several times and even evolved into Kirlia because of it. It was getting used to its powerful psychic powers, teleporting all over the place as if it had no cooldown. Aside from battling, it stayed close to Ash, even more intimate with him than Sabrina and the others. Kirlia's appearance was like that of a pure young girl, with a fair body and slender blue legs. Its shoulder-length azure bangs draped smoothly on both sides of its face, not completely hiding those still bright eyes, but instead adding a touch of gentle elegance. Ash looked at Kirlia and praised softly, "You're so beautiful, Kirlia." Kino Tilda. Kirlia looked at Ash tenderly, a shy smile gradually appearing on its face. Her expression was touching. It was indeed very beautiful. The aesthetics of the entire Ralts evolution line go without saying. It's universally acknowledged. No one refuted it. They only envied Ash for having a Kirlia. In the morning, the ship passed through Blue City. Blue City is a seaside tourist city. Misty longed for the beach, and Sabrina hadn't played much by the sea either, so Ash decided to stay here for a few extra days. Upon checking into the hotel, they happened to run into some acquaintances. This time it wasn't the Team Rocket trio, but Misty's 3 older sisters. The 3 Sakura sisters were here on vacation and happened to run into them. "Misty, have you won him over yet?" I am leaned in close to Misty and whispered. "Second sister, what are you saying?" Misty was so embarrassed she wanted to stomp her feet. "Not won over yet, huh?" Lily leaned in, looking a bit disappointed. She patted Misty on the shoulder. "Don't worry, we'll help you." Sabrina and Misty went to change into swimsuits first. Ash only had a pair of swimming trunks, while Sabrina took a bit longer. Seeing Sabrina come out, Ash's eyes suddenly lit up. Sabrina was wearing a pink one-piece swimsuit, the cut fitting her body perfectly, outlining the unique slender waist and soft curves of a young girl. Under the sunlight, the fabric of the swimsuit shimmered faintly, making her skin appear even whiter and more translucent. The 4 Sakura sisters had all changed into various swimsuits, each with a hot figure, except for Misty. The stretch of sea in front of them had been booked by them, not wanting anyone to intrude while they were swimming. Kirlia followed quietly by Ash's side, holding an ice cream and eating it in small bites, occasionally feeding some to Ash. Pikachu and the others teamed up to play together. Pikachu and Squirtle learned to surf, while Charmander trained with Beedrill. The rest, like Bulbasaur, played on their own or basked in the sun. At the seaside, Ash was besieged by the 5 girls. Cool seawater was splashed onto him one after another. He looked quite pathetic. "Bruno, Ash can't beat 5 people by himself and keeps getting splashed. How pitiful." Chuck, indeed. Hearing this, everyone gave Bruno and Chuck speechless looks. These two's focus was way off. No one cared about pitiful. Instead, they all envied Ash. It's one thing to be popular with Pokémon, but to be this popular with women too. Ash saw the charming Kirlia standing aside, its pink eyes full of hidden laughter, and even the corners of its mouth were slightly raised. "Kirlia, use light screen to help me block it." Kirlia's figure flashed, instantly appearing in front of Ash. A translucent, pale pink light screen immediately unfolded, blocking the splashed seawater. But before it could stand firm, it was attacked by Ash. "Kirlia, you were laughing at me just now, weren't you?" Ash hugged Kirlia from behind. Being hugged like this by Ash, Kirlia's body trembled. The light screen it had just used instantly dissipated. Misty and the others' seawater splashed again, but Kirlia reacted extremely quickly, immediately using teleport to flash to another spot. Chapter 46, Kirlia's favorite, Kojiro's crossdressing. Light and shadow flickered slightly as the person and Pokémon instantly teleported to the sky above the nearby sea. Kirlia subconsciously extended her slender arms, tightly wrapping them around Ash's neck, her cheek gently pressing against his shoulder. However, the person and Pokémon lost their balance together and fell towards the deep blue sea below. Ash's heart tightened as he held Kirlia firmly in his arms, his broad palm pressing against her back, while he fell back first into the sea. Splash! Water splashed everywhere. A moment later, Ash surfaced while holding Kirlia, seawater continuously dripping from his hair and cheeks. "Kirlia, are you okay?" Ash immediately looked at Kirlia. Kirlia subconsciously shrank closer to Chenzui's side, almost pressing into his chest, her wet blue hair sticking to her fair cheeks and slender neck. A few strands of hair stuck to the corners of her lips, and her originally fluffy and soft skirt tightly wrapped around her slender legs, making her graceful and delicate silhouette even clearer. "I'm fine." She looked up, her pink eyes reflecting Ash's anxious face. She gently brushed away the water droplets on her cheek, then lightly kissed Ash's cheek, her eyes filled with tenderness. Ash was stunned for a moment. Through his telepathy with Kirlia, he sensed her complex emotions. Facing such a situation for the first time, Kirlia's attitude towards him was different from Pikachu and the others. The difference was quite significant. It was a shy tenderness that belonged to her, making him unsure of how to respond for a moment. He seemed to have a slightly different feeling for Kirlia, and Kirlia felt the same way about him, but even more intensely. She didn't hide it, it could be felt through telepathy. Someone know, a Pokémon has beaten everyone to it. Botan, it seems, Kirlia also likes Ash. Her love is a bit different from how other Pokémon like Ash. Sakura, could it be that kind of love? Misty, Kirlia likes Ash just like Bayleaf does. She even gets jealous when she sees other people or Pokémon getting close to Ash. Rika, Misty likes him, and several Pokémon like him too. This charm is just incredible. Rika thought about how Ash, in order to protect Pokémon, could disregard everything and just go all out. It was only natural that he captured their hearts. After all, few trainers would treat Pokémon like Ash does. Even if it wasn't his own Pokémon, he would risk his life to help. It could be called a hero, saving a beauty. Ash and Kirlia. Diantha had heard rumors about marriage between trainers and Pokémon, which had been passed down from ancient times, but she hadn't seen or heard of any in modern times. She hadn't heard of any now either. Could it be that the Ash from the parallel world has this tendency? Kirlia is very pretty, and she becomes even prettier when she evolves into Gardevoir. She also finds Gardevoir very pleasing to the eye and likes her very much. Diantha quietly looked at the Gardevoir beside her. Gardevoir felt Diantha's gaze and, knowing the thoughts in her heart, sent a telepathic message. I don't know what that Kirlia is thinking, but I know she relies on that trainer very much and treats him as her closest person. Closest person? Diantha nodded. Black Ash had saved her from the Team Rockets and established a mental link with her through aura power, creating a natural sense of familiarity. Later, he used the rainbow wing to revive her, and the first thing she saw when she woke up was Ash. Having learned the reason for everything, Kirlia could be said to have set her heart on Ash, but she didn't expect it to be this kind of feeling. It's truly special. As Diantha thought about it, a bizarre thought suddenly popped into her mind. I wonder if my Gardevoir feels the same way about me. As soon as this thought appeared, she startled herself. Since we're both female, wouldn't that make us? She subconsciously turned her head to look at the Gardevoir beside her, but as soon as Gardevoir met her gaze, she immediately looked away in a panic, her ear tips turning slightly red, her expression appearing somewhat flustered. Gardevoir had read her master's inner thoughts. She was stunned, She couldn't explain it either, but she just liked being with her master. Seeing her master happy made her happy too. On the other side, in Pallet Town, Delia was greatly shocked. The way Black Ash and Kirlia were just now seemed a bit off. That intimacy and reliance were like that of a couple. The understanding between their eyes even made them look somewhat like a good match. No way, no way. His luck with Pokémon is good to this extent, Delia murmured. She was a graduate of Celadon University and was quite familiar with modern Pokémon-related rumors, but she never thought that the things existing in rumors would happen to her own son, even if it was a parallel world version. It wasn't that she couldn't accept it, but it was very unexpected. A special image appeared in her mind. Ash bringing Kirlia or Gardevoir to the parallel world version of herself, and saying she was his girlfriend. Her expression at that time would surely be just as wonderful as her own right now. Just like Bayleaf, huh? Kirlia is quite pretty. Ash might be a bit dense and didn't think in that direction, not feeling anything was amiss. He even liked Kirlia a bit in his heart and wanted to catch one. Brock was extremely envious. He wasn't envious of the Pokémon's love for Ash, but of Ash's luck with women. It was even better in the parallel world, and the parallel world's Ash had a high EQ and wouldn't perform those brain-dead behaviors. Also, looking at the way the 4 Cerulean sisters looked at him, it was clear they were also interested in Ash. It must have started back at the Cerulean gym. Thanks to Team Rocket's assist and Ash helping them rebuild the gym, the 4 Cerulean sisters developed a good impression of Ash. Surrounded by 4 sisters, the Ash of the parallel world is just too lucky in love. Brock watched exceptionally seriously. While watching, he silently took notes in his heart. He didn't dare to get distracted at all. He memorized all of parallel world Ash's flirting techniques. Ash had truly learned the essence, even becoming more skilled than Gary, truly a case of the student surpassing the master. As Ash's best friend, Brock thought he must help Ash and help him develop in the direction of his parallel world self. In terms of Pokémon battles, he might not be able to help, but in terms of chasing girls and improving EQ, he could definitely teach Ash. Ash snapped back to his senses, his gaze falling on Kirlia. Kirlia's hair was a bit messy from being soaked in seawater, with a few strands of blue hair sticking to the sides of her face, yet it couldn't hide her elegant temperament at all. Especially those clear pink eyes, which were looking at Ash tenderly. Ash's heart skipped a beat for some reason, and he gently helped her smooth out her disheveled hair. Kirlia clearly felt the throbbing in Ash's heart. Combined with the warm sensation of him touching her hair and cheeks, her body trembled slightly. A flash of shyness quickly crossed her pink eyes, her ear tips quietly turned red, and she subconsciously shrank into his arms again, but she didn't pull away from his touch. Seeing Kirlia's shy appearance for the first time, Ash's throat involuntarily bobbed. His cheeks also flushed with a faint heat, and the joy and throbbing in his heart became increasingly clear. Before long, the 4 Cerulean sisters came looking for them. Why did they run off in the middle of the fight? Being interrupted, Kirlia felt a bit resentful. What's wrong? Sakura felt that Kirlia's gaze was off, as if she was blaming them. It's nothing, Ash shook his head. Let's have a swimming race, Misty suggested. While speaking, she would glance at Ash from time to time. She wanted to show off her strengths in front of Ash. After traveling for so long, she hadn't had many chances to show off her strengths in front of Ash, though her legs were quite long. The 4 Cerulean sisters compared their swimming speeds as usual. Unsurprisingly, Misty won. Misty had a high talent for swimming, her figure graceful like a mermaid. Her 3 older sisters were left a body length behind, unable to catch up at all. Actually, the biggest difference between the 3 sisters and Misty wasn't in swimming talent, but in those extra few pounds of flesh. Those round pounds of flesh would create resistance while swimming, affecting speed. Anyway, the 3 sisters lost to Misty, but they didn't think they lost. They even thought they won. On the surface, Misty won the race, and in reality, she did win the race, but in a certain aspect, she lost. And she lost miserably. Sabrina was also swimming, but she wasn't very familiar with it. Ash went up to teach her personally. Her Wartortle wanted to come over and help, but she told it to go play with Pikachu and not disturb her while she was learning to swim. They are spending time together. Wartortle, wouldn't you be a nuisance if you went over? Sabrina saw Wartortle leave tactfully. Her parallel world self hadn't doted on it in vain. It actually had some situational awareness at the critical moment. Since Misty was racing with her sisters, she shouldn't disturb them and should just enjoy her time alone with Ash. Kirlia watched Ash quietly. The 4 Cerulean sisters became even more enthusiastic. The next day, a beauty pageant was held here with generous prizes and very loose entry requirements. As long as you were female, you could participate. The 3 Cerulean sisters participated. They were very confident in the beauty pageant. They were originally leading, but when a pair of hot sisters came up, they instantly lost their advantage. The pair of sisters wore sexy and colorful outfits, with exquisite and mature makeup and hot, graceful figures. Their long legs were particularly eye-catching, drawing constant cheers from the audience as soon as they appeared. One of the girls with long blue hair gave a charming smile to the audience and interacted enthusiastically, her tones soft and delicate. "Thank you all for your support, Tilda." That voice made one's skin crawl. "Hi." Ash's mouth twitched, his forehead covered in black lines, extremely shocked. Misty and Botan beside him noticed Ash's abnormality, looked at each other, and asked in confusion, "Ash, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with those two?" "That's Jessie and James." "What?" Misty and Sabrina exclaimed in surprise at the same time. "Sakura and the other 2 sisters, we admit defeat." Lance talents. Team Rockets always produces these kinds of talents. It's an eyesore. Handsome guy. With this talent, what couldn't they do well? Bruno. Why do I feel like James is prettier than Jessie? LT, Surge. I think James has a unique charm, hahaha. Regarding the teasing in the bullet comments, the Team Rocket trio deeply sympathized with their parallel world selves. Why did they have to show their faces in public? Wasn't it to catch that Pikachu? Only by earning more money could they build powerful machines. They sacrificed too much for the organization. James, what do you know? I'm enduring humiliation for the sake of the organization, sacrificing myself for the greater good. To catch Pikachu, I've sacrificed too much. There were more and more bullet comments mocking him. James had to come out and clarify, otherwise his reputation would be ruined. Ash, is that so? But you look like you're having a lot of fun, even interacting with the audience. James, that was to better win the competition. Gary, Tusk, I think you just have a special hobby. Would a decent man wear women's clothing? James gnashed his teeth. Ash's expression was off. Unsurprisingly, the beauty pageant was still won by Jessie and James. But upon seeing Pikachu, the Team Rocket trio couldn't look away and immediately made their move. As soon as they finished their lines, they received Pikachu's Thunderbolt and were sent flying by the electricity once again. After playing for a few days, the 3 Cerulean sisters had to return to Cerulean City. They had now managed the Cerulean Gym very well, making it refresh. Coincidentally, Misty encountered an injured Horsa. There were no Team Rockets here, nor any signs of battle. The fact that Horsa was injured caught the attention of the 3. Through the translation of Aura Power and Kirlia, the 3 learned the reason for Horsa's injury. It turned out to be an illegal construction project that was destroying the habitat of the Tentacool. As a trainer with a strong sense of justice, Ash naturally had to step in and help. After informing Professor Oak of the situation here, there was no need to worry about the follow-up. The League would naturally send people down to investigate thoroughly. Professor Oak reacted quickly, and the League's investigation was also fast. The illegally built hotel was demolished, and all relevant personnel involved were sent to prison. Brock, it was solved that easily. The development in the parallel world is so different. Such a big disaster could actually be solved with just one phone call. Professor Oak is indeed powerful. Ash, why didn't I think of calling Professor Oak? Ash realized belatedly that the great disaster back then could have been avoided. When he first met Nastina and learned that her goal would affect the Tentacool group, and with the Team Rocket trio involved, he should have asked Professor Oak for help then. Then the city wouldn't have been destroyed, and the Tentacool wouldn't have been harmed. To have such good connections and not use them is such a waste. Everyone envied Ash for having Professor Oak's connections. He didn't have to fear anything he did. Chapter 47. Goodbye, Gary. Gastly joins the team. After dealing with that trouble, Blue City remained bustling. Suddenly, a series of screams rang out. He looked toward the sound. Ash's usually calm face suddenly stiffened, and his pupils contracted slightly. Ash had never shown such an expression before. He was usually as calm as water, but today was an exception. Because the person appearing before him was Gary. Ash never expected to run into Gary here. Moreover, Gary seemed a bit strange, though he couldn't quite put his finger on why. Some things would look strange, but if Gary did them, Ash felt they weren't strange at all. At this moment, Gary was leaning against a sports car, striking a pose he thought was cool, then tossed his spiky hair, upturned the corners of his mouth, and looked at Ash coolly. Beside him, a group of provocatively dressed cheerleaders surrounded Gary. Wow. Gary's the coolest. Gary's the strongest. The cheerleaders were singing and dancing. What is Gary trying to do now? It was like this last time too. Sabrina had seen Gary a few times, and almost every time, she saw him return with several girls to cheer for him and belittle Ash along the way. She couldn't and didn't want to care about his other behaviors, but she didn't like him belittling Ash. Misty didn't know Gary, but judging from the way the two acted, they definitely knew each other, and their relationship wasn't shallow. He seems a bit hostile toward Ash. Maybe they're rivals. Ash's mouth twitched, thinking to himself that with so many people around, Gary still dared to make such a big scene like before. He certainly had some nerve. Pikachu watched in a daze. How long had it been, and this spiky-haired Gary was back at it with this dancing spectacle. Muto, are trainers from Pallet Town really this popular? Brock, looking at the two light screens now, each one is more ridiculous than the last. It's one thing to have good luck with Pokémon, but even his luck with girls is so good. I'm dying of envy. Everyone agreed with what Brock said. It really is true. Gary and Ash are both from Pallet Town, and they always have many girls around them. Even Professor Oak's granddaughter has a deep relationship with Ash, and seems to be heading in that direction. Is there some kind of legend about Pallet Town? Ash, long time no see. Looking at you, you've gotten much stronger than before. By the way, how many badges have you got? Gary stepped forward, habitually smoothing his spiky hair. He inadvertently showed off his 6 badges. Only 3 of them were the same as Ash's. The remaining 3 were from unknown gyms. 3, Ash replied truthfully. So few? Gary raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over the familiar Sabrina nearby and then landing on the unfamiliar Misty. He suddenly realized something, and his tone became even more mocking. Oh, so your mind isn't on Pokémon battles anymore. What a pity. Only I can manage to balance both, having both strength and leisure. You should probably take it easy. Gary looked at his female companions and then compared them to Sabrina and the others. Whether in terms of looks or temperament, his companions fell short by more than just a little. Their looks were much worse, and as for temperament, Sabrina and her friends clearly looked like well-bred young ladies from extraordinary backgrounds, not just ordinary girls. Ash couldn't be bothered to argue with Gary. Gary did seem a bit more mature than before, but his narcissistic personality hadn't changed a bit, and he still talked just as much. You talk too much. Do you want to have a battle with me? Wait until you have 5 badges, or until your total number of badges catches up to mine, then we'll battle. Gary waved his hand. He wouldn't battle anyone who didn't have 5 badges yet. Ever since he found out about the gap between his and Ash's badge counts, he was happier than if he had won the lottery, because the badges he collected were superior to Ash's in both quality and quantity. Gary, aha, even in another world I can still suppress you, Ash. This is the suppression of true strength. Ash, suppress my foot. You don't even dare to accept the challenge, you just talk. I think you're just scared. Gary, me scared of you. Do you think I got all these badges for nothing? Ash, you're traveling by car, so of course you're faster than me. And who knows if you're intentionally picking those newly opened, low-difficulty gyms to farm badges. The value of your badges is far below mine. Gary, your badges don't have any value at all. More than half of them were given to you. Your strength doesn't match those badges at all." The two of them went back and forth, arguing again. Since the appearance of the live broadcast room, the two were either arguing or on their way to an argument. The onlookers had long since grown used to it. Rivals should compete and vie with each other like this. Only then can they have the motivation to move forward and become stronger. Leon and Rayhan looked at the two on the bullet chat vying for superiority, a hint of nostalgia in their eyes. This bickering appearance was exactly like them when they were younger, neither willing to give in and always competing. After spending some time with Ash, Gary, who had been playing here for a few days, didn't forget his business and had to leave first. Before leaving, Gary didn't forget to tease Ash, expressing dissatisfaction with the speed at which he collected badges. Though he showed disdain, he knew very well in his heart that before they set out, he had always been suppressed by Ash. Although he had temporarily surpassed him now with a significant gap, with Ash's strength and resilience, he would catch up sooner or later. So Gary had to collect badges even faster, not just 8. When they met at the Indigo Plateau Conference, he wanted to defeat Ash in front of the entire audience. Ash wasn't very surprised that Gary had collected so many badges. With Professor Oak's personal guidance and Gary's extraordinary talent, such a thing wasn't difficult for him at all. In the upcoming Indigo Plateau Conference, Gary would likely be his greatest rival. Our next battle should be at the Indigo Plateau Conference. Watching Gary's departing figure, Ash looked forward to their battle. Professor Oak watched the bickering pair, his eyes full of expectation. "I hope the two in the parallel world can meet in the finals of the Indigo Plateau Conference to make up for the regret that the two in this world didn't meet there." "LT, Surge, Professor Oak, you've got a good plan. That way, regardless of who wins or loses, the champion will be from Pallet Town, right?" LT, Surge saw right through the old man Professor Oak's thoughts. "Malva, Old Man Oak really knows how to dream. Whether those two can even make it to the finals is a bit uncertain. Right now, the threshold for the Indigo Plateau Conference is a bit low. Some participating trainers don't even understand how to battle properly, yet they've managed to get 8 badges. The battles aren't very entertaining to watch, nor are they competitive. Professor Oak, their rookies, give them more chances. Everyone started out like that. In fact, the Indigo Plateau Conference Ash participated in was much the same. Some of the participants' Pokémon were still unevolved babies. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call that year's event the Baby Cup. The entertainment value was indeed not very high. As a member of the audience and Ash's temporary coach, Brock nodded silently, agreeing with Malva's words. If Charizard had been obedient back then, Ash might have had a chance to win the championship and wouldn't have left with regrets. Maiden's Peak. Ash and his group attended the temple fair, bringing the 2 girls, Pikachu and Kirlia, to play until evening. After a round of eating and drinking, it just turned dark when they encountered an old woman who was inviting tourists to come and listen to stories. On the wide grassy field, many tourists sat on the ground. Ash sat on the ground with Kirlia lying in his lap and Pikachu standing on his shoulder. To his left and right were Misty and Sabrina. Not far behind, 3 pairs of eyes were staring at Ash and Pikachu. The group listened to the old woman tell a story. The old woman's expression was exaggerated as she spoke of the legend of the maiden that had been passed down for many years. Even after so many years, the legend of the maiden was still being told. Under the dim light, the sound of the ghost story echoed eerily. Serena and Misty felt their hearts tighten and a chill run through their bodies. They subconsciously leaned toward Ash, pressing close to him on both sides. Both of them simultaneously reached out and firmly hugged Ash's arms. Both arms were instantly wrapped in a soft, warm sensation, and tender skin pressed against him through his clothes. Ash's expression froze, and his whole body stiffened. Having never had such close contact before, a wave of heat quietly climbed up his cheeks. His heart pounded uncontrollably at an absurdly fast rhythm, and his thoughts became somewhat chaotic. To hide the panic in his heart, Ash quickly tried to stay calm. He fed Pikachu some food with ketchup and then fed Kirlia some berries suitable for it, trying to divert his attention. Pikachu's eyes lit up when it saw the ketchup, and it obediently lay on Ash's shoulder and began to eat. Kirlia was also exceptionally well behaved, slightly tilting its head to nibble on the berries. But at the moment Ash withdrew his finger, it inadvertently opened its mouth slightly and took Ash's finger in. Ash was slightly stunned. His heartbeat, which had just calmed down a bit, instantly lost its rhythm again. Suddenly, Ash felt a strange aura. Kirlia, in his arms, looked warily at the old woman in front of them and told Ash that there was something wrong with this old woman. She wasn't an ordinary person. She should be transformed from certain Pokémon. Pikachu also keenly recognized it. Sometimes, being in sync with Ash, it also had keen perception, which it had developed over time. Coincidentally, the Team Rocket TRIO Chinese letter dropped their disguises and showed their true faces to everyone. Many tourists knew of Team Rocket's reputation. In a panic, they quickly fled, fearing that they and their Pokémon would suffer. Less than 3 seconds after their appearance, they were quietly subdued by Kirlia using Psychic. The people around thought it was a monkey show performance. Darn it, the brat in the parallel world is too strong. We don't even have a chance to fight back. Jessie was exhausted. The brat in the parallel world had grown much stronger and was far ahead. Her parallel world self was completely being toyed with. It's one thing to be toyed with, but to be mocked by others too. When did those passersby dare to mock us? James couldn't stand it. Poor parallel world self, Meowth couldn't accept it. Feeling the extremely strong psychic power, the old woman's expression changed. The old woman thought the Team Rocket trio and Ash were here for her, so she immediately transformed into a maiden spirit, giving the tourists another astonish. Gastly, I know you mean no harm. Why did you scare away those tourists? Is there some hidden story behind this ghost story? Ash looked curiously at the floating maiden's ghost before him. Through his aura power, he knew the identity of the maiden's ghost. Kirlia stood beside Ash, its psychic power quietly released to prevent Gastly from making a move. Jai jai jai. An eerie laugh rang out. How can this sound be so terrifying? The two girls protected Ash in front of them, their faces tense. You're pretty good, kid, to actually detect through it. The maiden Gastly gradually dissipated, and a pair of eyeballs with large whites, a grin stretching to the ears, scarlet tongue coating, and a long tongue appeared in front of them. It was Gastly. Aura power is really useful. To be able to see through it like this, Ash thought to himself. If he had it before, would he have needed to be scared like that? Neither side meant any harm, and since Ash and Kirlia had seen through Gastly and Hypnosis had no effect, Gastly had no choice but to give up. After some exchange, they learned that Gastly only wanted the legend of the maiden to be passed down, which was why it came out to scare people every year. In order to let the story of the legend of the maiden be better passed down, Ash thought of a way, with the help of the Team Rocket trio. The Team Rocket trio came out wanting to kidnap the Pokémon, and it was the maiden's ghost that appeared to stop Team Rockets. Officer Jenny came and took Team Rockets away, and the news spread. The temple fair became a huge hit, with more people coming to visit, and the story of the legend of the maiden spread even further. Gastly's horizons were broadened. It hadn't expected it could be passed down this way, which was much better than coming out to scare people itself. The maiden's ghost suddenly came out to thank Gastly. After so many years, it was the only one that had stayed with her and gone to such lengths to help her pass down this story. Gastly didn't feel it was hard work. The maiden's ghost looked at Ash and asked Gastly to consider traveling with him. After so many years of lonely life, it could travel with a trainer and experience a different kind of life. Hearing the maiden's ghost's words, Gastly fell silent for a moment. A moment later, it felt this Ash was very interesting, so it slipped into Ash's shadow, saying it would travel with Ash for a while to see if there were any other novel ways to continue passing down the legend of the maiden. LT Surge, another Pokémon, and it followed Ash willingly. His charm is really great. LT Surge, hey, they are the baby Pokémon LT. Surge mentioned. LT Surge, Chapter 48, Ash teaches Butterfree how to date, Squirtle. If you evolve, I'll evolve too. After leaving Maiden's Peak, Ash's group takes a break at noon. While Pikachu and the others are doing their daily training, an unexpected situation occurs. The Team Rocket trio has broken out of prison. They recall how the last time they jumped out, they were defeated before they could even look cool for 3 seconds, and then that brat made a big deal out of it, saying some ghost had defeated them. Maiden's Peak became famous because of it, yet the 3 of them, the main protagonists, were locked up without a single cent of compensation. So, the 3 of them spent a fortune to build a new suction robot. Its suction is even more powerful, and crucially, it's electricity resistant, specifically designed to deal with Pikachu. As it happens, a group of Butterfree heading south passes by and is affected by Team Rocket's suction machine. Simply targeting Pikachu wasn't enough. There were still Butterfree, Beedrill, and the others. Butterfree used Gust to fight against the machine, and a twister formed in the middle. Beedrill and the others went over to destroy the machine. The Team Rocket trio was still defeated just as easily. Not far away, a pink Butterfree, having escaped danger and watched the battle, specifically flew down to find Butterfree. It flew around Butterfree, trying to catch its attention. After Butterfree sent the Team Rocket trio flying, it was about to continue training when it discovered a beautiful pink Butterfree snuggling up to it. It was a bit confused by the situation and asked Ash for advice. "Butterfree, this pink Butterfree likes you." Ash has experience, so he happened to teach Butterfree how to get a girlfriend. Using aura power allowed them to communicate more smoothly. "Gary, say something." "Ash, say something? It's all thanks to my teaching. Look at Black Ash, he even taught Butterfree. That way, Butterfree and the others don't have to leave. How great is that?" "Ash, I didn't consider it carefully. I didn't think of this problem. I only thought about Butterfree migrating with the swarm with its girlfriend. I forgot that they could live at Professor Oak's place too." "Nanami Oak, it's not your fault. You've always been thinking of what's best for the Pokémon. It's normal that you didn't think of this right away. It's still possible to make up for it now. Butterfree and the others must be watching the screen too. You can tell them." Nanami reminded Ash. And Ash gave a sincere shout-out. Although Butterfree didn't respond and couldn't respond on the bullet chat, Ash knew Butterfree definitely heard it and would surely respond. "My sister really understands Ash?" Gary curled his lips. Although he was happy that Ash was finally getting a clue and wanted to find his old Pokémon, he felt a bit unhappy whenever he thought about the relationship between his sister and Ash. Ash, who had always been suppressed by him, had a very high chance of becoming his brother-in-law. Misty quietly gazed at the contemplative Ash, a slight shimmer in her beautiful eyes. With the comparison between the 2 worlds on the screen, she saw Ash was gradually correcting his old reckless and impulsive habits, and his whole demeanor had become much more steady. Her gaze gradually softened, even carrying a hint of heartache. Because the direct comparison between the 2 screens was almost like a public execution of Ash. If he did something poorly, he would be flamed by those seniors, which was quite a blow to him. The most important thing was the different ways they treated Pokémon, which led to different outcomes. Once the comparison appeared, Ash felt the gap, and the disparity in his heart was huge. The pink Butterfree stayed by Butterfree's side and proactively entered Ash's Piquet Ball, choosing not to migrate with the swarm. After traveling for an unknown amount of time, they finally arrived at Saffron City. Before even entering Saffron City, Kirlia beside him suddenly paused, her naturally lively red eyes narrowing slightly. A faint psychic fluctuation lingered around her body. She instinctively stopped in her tracks and looked toward the depths of the city with vigilance. Gastly wobbled as it revealed its true form, its large eyes looking toward the depths of Saffron City. Just now, a psychic fluctuation had locked onto them. There is a very strong psychic power here. After saying that, it glanced at Kirlia. The psychic power coming from Saffron City was vast, cold, and carried an unquestionable sense of pressure. It wondered whose psychic power was stronger compared to Kirlia's. It should be gym leader Sabrina's. Ash spoke in a low voice, his gaze also directed toward the city center. He had specifically done his homework. The Saffron gym leader, Sabrina, is an extremely rare natural-born psychic, even within the entire Pokémon world and Kanto region. She used her psychic powers paired with psychic-type Pokémon to defeat many trainers. Many trainers simply bypassed the Saffron Gym. This badge was one they'd rather not take. Perhaps noticing him, Ash sensed Sabrina's psychic power through his aura power. Both sides engaged in a silent confrontation. Sabrina is a gym leader with psychic powers. I heard from other trainers before that she is particularly cold and heartless. Many trainers who went to challenge her were treated miserably, and even those who specifically came to ask her for advice on psychic powers never received a single kind look. Misty had heard many rumors about Sabrina. Now most trainers bypassed the Saffron Gym. Sabrina's strength was too terrifying. Don't worry, Ash is also a psychic user. He has aura power, which can even give Pokémon a boost during battle. Serena pulled on Ash's arm. She was full of confidence in Ash. Having watched Ash's battles with Pikachu and the others from the start, she naturally knew Ash had aura power, and Pikachu also responded to the aura power, allowing them to achieve telepathy. Is that so? How come I can't tell? Gastly remained skeptical of Ash's aura power. Aside from sensing, it hadn't seen Ash use any skills or moves. Only Kirlia had displayed that terrifying psychic power. In comparison, Ash's aura power had very little presence in its eyes. It could only be used for sensing. After sending Butterfree and its girlfriend back and leaving the Pokémon Center, they encountered Sabrina's father, who was waiting at the Pokémon Center. Usually, when trainers arrive in a new gym city, they basically go to the Pokémon Center first. Sabrina's father saw, at a glance, that Ash's group were traveling trainers here to challenge the Saffron Gym, and he immediately came over with a series of arguments. He urged Ash's group to give up on challenging the Saffron Gym. He even mentioned that Gary, who had collected 6 badges, had already been persuaded by him to leave, and that it would be best to go to Lavender Town to catch a ghost-type Pokémon. This Gary is just weak. Ash hadn't ruled out catching a ghost-type Pokémon, but he wanted even more to use his aura power to battle Sabrina's psychic power. Seeing that Ash's group was still determined, Sabrina's father spoke about Sabrina's psychic powers, hoping they would reconsider seriously. The two girls felt this middle-aged man was a bit strange, as if he knew the Saffron Gym and Sabrina very well. After some conversation, Ash's expression changed slightly, his eyes flickering. He seemed to have guessed the man's identity and had some concerns about Sabrina's situation, wondering if his aura power could help her generate emotional fluctuations. Uncle, don't worry. I can handle Sabrina's situation. Looking at the confident Ash, Sabrina's father felt a sense that he could trust him. Ash, this Gary in the parallel world is just weak, leaving just because he heard the gym is hard to beat. By the way, I remember you don't have the Saffron Gym badge, right, Gary? Gary, Tusk, half of those badges you got were given to you out of pity. You don't really think you got them by your own strength, do you? Ash, your badges are even more questionable. You actually fell in the top 32. His ranking in the Indigo Plateau Conference was higher than Gary's, and he used this every time they argued. Everyone was used to the two of them bickering. Chuck, it seems the Ash in the parallel world is going to face Sabrina head-on. He doesn't need type advantages. It's a battle between Pokémon and also a comparison of special abilities between trainers. Sabrina, aura power versus my psychic power. Can it give Pokémon a boost like psychic power does? Everyone knew very little about aura power. Riley, it can, but it's not as powerful as your boost to Abra. Of course, it might be because I haven't practiced enough and haven't mastered aura power well. As for the Ash in the parallel world, his mastery of aura power seems to be about the same as mine. This battle might be a bit of a toss-up. Riley spoke very tactfully. Currently, the development of aura power really couldn't go toe-to-toe with psychic power. Cynthia, it's not that simple. Parallel World Ash hasn't shown much of his aura power, but he's been training with his Pokémon all along. Maybe he's been secretly practicing his aura power and getting stronger in private. Furthermore, Ash already knows about Sabrina's psychic power and has taken precautions against it. Gladia, it's finally coming. Let me see the showdown between psychic power and aura power and who the winner will be. Eileen paid extra attention. wanting to see how the Ash in the parallel world utilized aura. Entering the saffron gym, a bone-chilling cold instantly enveloped their bodies, forming an extreme contrast with the luxurious and magnificent golden exterior of the hall. As soon as they entered, a person in a white lab coat was waiting. "You must be Ash. The gym leader is waiting for you." Ash nodded slightly and followed behind the person in the lab coat. The coldness in the gym was not a chill in temperature, but rather carried an unspeakable, eerie aura that made them feel inexplicably panicked, causing them to lighten their footsteps. Kirlia used her psychic power to dispel the chill. They walked to the battlefield. The area around the field was empty, with no audience or extra decorations, only a regular battle zone in the center, exuding a solemnity that warned strangers not to approach. The person in the lab coat left immediately, and the door closed out of thin air. Gym leader Sabrina. Ash looked toward the front of the field and spoke in a low voice to break the silence. Light and shadows flickered in the air above, and Sabrina's figure slowly floated down from the sky, her toes lightly touching the ground, her posture graceful and perfect. Her skin was so fair it was almost transparent, and her long, glossy black hair fell straight down to her hips, moving slightly with the wind. Her long, straight legs were partially visible beneath her skirt. Her appearance was stunning, but there wasn't a hint of a smile on her face. Her gaze was cold and indifferent, as if nothing in the world could evoke any emotion in her. A faint psychic aura lingered around her, making people afraid to approach easily. "I know you, Ash." Sabrina never opened her mouth from beginning to end. The doll she was holding in her arms suddenly moved, and a childish yet eerie voice came from the doll's mouth. Serena and Misty found it a bit scary. A trace of fear involuntarily rose in their hearts, and they subconsciously leaned closer to Ash, even their breathing becoming light. "You are also a psychic user, but different from my psychic power." "Yes, my special ability is aura power," Ash responded calmly. A weak aura breath quietly rose around him, forming a subtle confrontation with the psychic aura in the gym. Aura power. Hearing this unfamiliar ability, Sabrina's cold gaze finally showed a tiny flicker, and her eyes narrowed slightly. She became curious about this power that was different from psychic power. The doll in her arms also paused for a moment before speaking again. "If you want the Marsh badge, then have a Pokémon battle with me. If you win, the badge is yours. If you lose, hee, then you all have to stay and play with me." That laughter sounded a bit chilling. The piquet ball in the doll's hand opened. Abra appeared on the battlefield. Kirlia was about to go up, but was called back by Ash. Kirlia stopped in her tracks, turned to look at Ash, and then obediently withdrew her psychic power and returned to Ash's side. Ash took the piquet ball from his waist and opened it. "Squirtle, I choose you." Squirtle. Wearing its glasses, Squirtle appeared on the field with its hands on its hips and its chest puffed out. Squirtle. Sabrina saw that the Squirtle looked ordinary. Its head was just a bit round, and it liked to act cool, but it didn't seem to have anything special. Squirtle. Squirtle looked at Abra through its glasses and discovered a surprising problem. Abra was actually sleeping. "It's sleeping. Is it a trap?" The two girls felt it wouldn't be that simple. "Squirtle water gun," Ash shouted. Squirtle immediately sprayed a water gun. "Let me wake you up." Abra used teleport to dodge the water gun. Squirtle kept firing, and Abra kept dodging. The turtle's firing rate was quite fast, and its aim was quite accurate. Abra was having a bit of trouble dodging. This time, Abra stopped dodging. Sabrina used her psychic power, and Abra was enveloped by psychic energy, directly deflecting the incoming water gun. The enveloped Abra was evolving. It's here, psychic evolution, it's here. This ability again, everyone wanted to see how Parallel World Ash would respond. Squirtle lifted its glasses and widened its eyes. "You're evolving." Abra evolved into Kadabra. Squirtle sprayed another water gun, but it was deflected right in front of Kadabra. Using psychic power to stimulate a Pokémon's potential and force them to evolve. Ash grabbed his hat, a blue glow appearing in his eyes. "Squirtle, let's do it too." As soon as he finished speaking, A blue glow flashed in Squirtle's eyes. Surging aura gathered inside the gym. Chapter 49, Aura Power vs Superpowers, Pressure Sabrina. This vibration, just like Kadabra's psychic, can resonate with the trainer. A flash of surprise crossed Sabrina's eyes. Squirtle, respond to my feelings, evolve. Aura also conveyed Ash's conviction to Squirtle. Scenes flashed by one after another. Squirtle. Squirtle threw away its sunglasses and prayed to the heavens. The only thing responding to it was itself, having trained every day. Squirtle's gaze was firm. A dazzling white light suddenly burst from Squirtle's body. A gust of strong wind blew outward from Squirtle's body. Can aura power like Psychic allow a Pokémon to evolve? Looking at the evolving Squirtle, Misty and Serena opened their mouths slightly and whispered. Squirtle. Pikachu. Pikachu cheered for Squirtle. Kirlia closed its eyes, sensing Ash's aura, and found that Ash's aura was very compatible with Squirtle's, and they were even merging. At this moment, the entire gym was bathed in the brilliant glow of evolution, and the aura became increasingly surging. As long as the trainer gives their expectations, the Pokémon will respond. Ash's eyes flickered slightly. Sabrina also felt the aura of Ash and Squirtle, and for the first time, an expression appeared on her cold and calm face. She perceived the emotions contained within the aura from Ash and Squirtle, which caused a slight stir in her cold and empty heart, and she even felt a hint of warmth. Where the light flickered, Squirtle's figure continued to expand. Squirtle, shrouded in white light, evolved into Wartortle, but the light of evolution had not yet faded and was still continuing. LT, Surge, unbelievable, it's still evolving. Does it want to evolve directly to its final form in one go? Gary, evolving from Squirtle to Blastoise, is that really a Squirtle? Ash, is aura power really this powerful? Allegra, double evolution. Squirtle has accumulated so much energy, and it can be stimulated to such a high degree through aura power. Is this what aura power is? Bruno, don't we have an aura power trainer here? Tell us what's going on. Riley himself was stunned. He never expected that aura power, along with psychic, could make a Pokémon with aura talent evolve, and it was even a double evolution. He and Riolu had been through so much, and they weren't as monstrous as Squirtle. After a while, Riley responded. Riley, I'm not quite sure either. It should be as gym leader Allegra said. Riolu and I also meet the same conditions, but the aura connection between us isn't as monstrous as the Ash and Squirtle from the parallel world, which can trigger evolution. Bill, could it be that the bond between Ash and Squirtle is so deep that aura acts as a medium, allowing their auras to fuse and their hearts to communicate, thus generating even more powerful energy? Riley, that possibility can't be ruled out. It can even do a double evolution. Ash, watching the black light screen, thought of his own Squirtle. After having caught it for so long, it was still in its Squirtle form, and it hadn't expressed a desire not to evolve like Bulbasaur. So, was it also accumulating energy, needing him to use aura power to make it evolve directly into Blastoise? Squirtle. The Squirtle boss at the fire brigade also threw away its sunglasses, eyes wide. Was the version of itself in the other world this powerful? Squirtle, Squirtle. The Squirtle squad lackeys were surprised. Their boss seemed so unfamiliar. Interesting. Sabrina's eyes flickered slightly, and a faint smile appeared. The previous battle with Ash was interrupted without a winner, so let the parallel world decide the outcome. It's a good chance to see the contest between aura power and psychic. Everyone watched the black light screen very seriously. Now that Ash and Squirtle's auras have fused, it's no longer a simple bond, but a new way of linking developed by both sides' auras, comparable to a psychic link. Boom! The light of evolution turned into a gust of wind and spread in all directions. Sabrina's eyes were bright as she looked at Ash and Blastoise. Interesting aura power. A sense of excitement welled up in her heart. Gym leader Sabrina, this is my first time linking with Blastoise using aura power, and I'm not very skilled yet. Please guide me. Ash himself was very surprised that Squirtle had evolved consecutively into Blastoise. Let me experience your aura power. This time, it was Sabrina herself speaking. Blastoise Water Gun. Ash waved his arm and shouted. Came. Hee, didn't expect me to evolve too, did you? And twice at that. Blastoise raised its two cannons, and water flow gathered on them. Avoid it. Sabrina still had Kadabra use teleport. On the entire battlefield, only Blastoise could be seen firing continuously. Kadabra kept flashing around, but the speed of Blastoise's water gun became faster and faster, and the chance of hitting Kadabra became higher. It could almost track the trajectory of Kadabra's movement. Blastoise Water Gun. A blue luster flashed in Ash's eyes. The same was true for Blastoise. With a bang, a very thick water gun was fired. It was aimed exactly at the position where Kadabra was about to appear. Sabrina's gaze narrowed, and she released her psychic power. Kadabra, holding its spoon, developed a shield around it, directly blocking the water gun. But the impact of the water gun was too strong, causing Kadabra to retreat repeatedly. Cracks appeared on the psychic barrier. Swish! Kadabra disappeared again, and the water gun hit the wall behind, creating a large crater. That power had already far exceeded the range of a water gun, and it was no less powerful than a hydro pump. How did you predict the position where Kadabra would teleport to? Everything has an aura. The positions where Kadabra just appeared and disappeared still have its lingering aura. It just so happens that Blastoise can capture auras. Kadabra's teleport doesn't have much effect on Blastoise. Ash said truthfully, this was the advantage of aura, as for psychic, he didn't know. Sabrina felt the pressure. Kadabra's teleport had already been detected, and it was being targeted at all times. At the same time, a strong desire to win surged in her heart. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and the doll in her hand disappeared. With a wave of her hand, she released all her psychic power. Kadabra Cybem. Kadabra fired a beam of Cybem. Surf. Blastoise used Surf and took the Cybem head-on. Luckily, it had evolved. Its shell was larger and harder. Ash's footsteps faltered backward. He could also feel the attack Blastoise received. This is the effect of the Aura Bond, which allows for heart-to-heart communication with the Pokémon, equivalent to fighting together on the field. It's the same when injured. Kadabra was hit by the Surf. Blastoise used Hydro Pump. Kadabra Psychic. The thick Hydro Pump fired by Blastoise shot directly through the Psychic and hit Kadabra head-on. Kadabra flew into the wall. Chapter 50, Sabrina. Does my child with Ash have psychic powers and aura? Sabrina's frozen heart was thawed, and Sabrina's mother and Sabrina's father were reunited. Tears silently streamed down Sabrina's face. Her parents understood in their hearts. In her childhood, Sabrina was lively and adorable. It was just that she possessed psychic abilities from a young age, and her talent was extraordinary. Unknowingly, she became averse to social interaction and lacked emotion. Due to psychological trauma, Sabrina projected her innocent personality onto a doll. She even went as far as the unfilial act of turning her mother into a doll. This was an expression of escaping from familial affection or emotional repression, rather than pure malice. Fortunately, today, Ash was able to use his aura power to battle Pokémon, causing emotional ripples in Sabrina and helping her gradually reclaim her feelings. Now, things were finally getting better. Good work, Blastoise. Ash patted Blastoise's shell and returned its sunglasses to it. He was even a bit surprised by Blastoise's double evolution. Pikachu jumped onto Blastoise's cannon barrel, looking curiously and tapping it with its small paws, wondering how these two barrels could fire such a powerful hydro pump. Kirlia used teleport to appear beside Ash, softly taking his hand. Kirlia. Being praised by its trainer and companions one after another, Blastoise actually felt a bit embarrassed. It still had the same goofy demeanor from its Squirtle days, scratching its head and grinning foolishly. LT Surge so sneaky. Who would have thought? Squirtle looked so honest on the surface, yet it hid its strength so deeply, secretly storing up so much energy, aiming to make a stunning debut like today. Just like Pikachu, playing the fool to eat the tiger. using its cute and silly appearance to make others let their guard down, then defeating them in one fell swoop. LT, Surge suddenly realized that the Ash from the parallel world was a sneaky one, and this world's Ash wasn't much different. Those Pokémon clearly weren't exactly proper. Gary, LT. Surge, if you're not good enough, don't blame the path for being uneven. With your level of strength, it's perfectly normal to be defeated by Ash. LT, Surge, the words are rough but the reasoning isn't. Where's the sneakiness? LT. Surge, you should reflect more on yourself, find your own reasons. After all these years as a gym leader, has your strength increased or not? Have you been training properly, or have you just been slacking off, not improving yourself? LT, Surge. This barrage of words caused LT, Surge's brain to short-circuit for a good while. LT, Surge, that ridiculously strong Pikachu is my fault. How have I not been training hard? I'm soloing challengers all day. Where do I find the time to train? Sabrina, there's nothing wrong with that. Some trainers are exceptionally gifted and powerful. They might lose a few battles at the very beginning, but once they grow, they bulldoze their way through. They're not the kind ordinary gym leaders can defeat. Could she be talking about Leon? Rayhan could only think of Leon. In his eyes, only Leon had such a journey. Clueless in the early stages, then exploding and sweeping through everything later. After a short rest, Sabrina's father and Sabrina's mother insisted on having Ash and his group stay, saying they must properly repay them. Dinner time. Sabrina's mother kept putting food into Ash's bowl, her chopsticks never stopping. She also chattered away with endless questions, her gaze fixed on Ash. For example, she asked about Ash's well-being, where he lived, who was in his family, if he had a girl he liked, what type of girl he preferred. It was like a household registration check. Sabrina's father was so happy he drank a bit too much. Holding Ash's hand, he thanked him repeatedly, his manner almost like he wanted to become sworn brothers, his voice choked with emotion. Ash, thank you so much. If not for you, I don't know how long it would have taken for our family to be reunited like this again. You are our family's great benefactor. No matter what happens in the future, just say the word. Sabrina's father had been at his wits' end with Sabrina. He was no match for her psychic powers and had tried many methods without success. He was almost becoming numb. Thankfully, he met Ash today. He never imagined Ash would also have special abilities, and it was aura power at that. Without using ghost-type Pokémon, he could still defeat Sabrina and Kadabra, helping Sabrina return to normal. Ash couldn't withstand the enthusiasm of Sabrina's father and Sabrina's mother, and repeatedly agreed. Sabrina gently pursed her lips. Her usually icy eyes were now clear and bright, gazing unblinkingly at Ash. The distance and indifference in her eyes were gone, replaced only by an unmistakable tenderness. Serena and Misty sighed inwardly. Another rival in love had appeared. From what Sabrina's father and Sabrina's mother said, Sabrina had closed herself off due to her psychic abilities. Now that Ash had opened her frozen heart, it was natural for her to have special feelings for him. But for some reason, the two of them saw that the look in Sabrina's eyes as she watched Ash, that straightforward, intense concern, was strangely similar to Kirlia, who was clinging to Ash's side. I am another rival. This rival is strong, not just ordinarily strong. Caitlin, it would be good for Sabrina and Ash to be together. One has psychic, the other has aura power. Maybe if they communicate more, they could even create a child with both psychic and aura power. Sabrina's father and Sabrina's mother. Sabrina, this is a good idea. We'll nurture him well, he won't end up like you did. Sabrina, Mom, Dad, what are you talking about? Nothing's even started yet. She was now just like her parallel world self. Her sealed heart had opened, and she had developed hidden feelings for Ash. But she didn't know how to interact with Ash. It had just been unrequited love so far. But this black light screen seemed to be able to guide her. Delia. Serena. Misty. Seeing her friend speak so bluntly, Cynthia had a face full of black lines. Was she just waking up, her mind not quite clear yet? The relationship isn't even confirmed yet, and she's already talking about children. Delia watched, stunned. The Ash from the parallel world was so popular. I was here first, the first one, Childhood friend, Sabrina's inner soul was screaming. In both worlds, she was the first to meet Ash. In the parallel world, they grew up together as childhood friends. In this world, they could barely be considered childhood friends too. She wasn't even together with Ash yet, and this newcomer was already thinking about things further ahead, even considering kids. Misty felt the same. Setting the parallel world aside, she was the first to travel with Ash. This newcomer Sabrina wanted to cut in line? No way. Ash watched, feeling confused. How did the conversation get to this point? After leaving Saffron City, while Ash and his group were eating, they had an unpleasant encounter with a Mankey attracted by a rice ball. The Team Rocket trio were out causing trouble again. But in the chaos, James kicked the Mankey, accidentally causing it to evolve into Primeape. Muto, again, James made a Pokémon evolve with just one kick again. Once might be a coincidence, but twice can't be right. Chuck, James definitely has something going on. Looking at it this way, none of those three are simple. Evolutionary kick. James was stunned. He looked down at his feet. Last time, the Magikarp and this time, the Mankey, both evolved after he kicked them. Could he really have some special ability? If that twerp has aura power, then isn't it normal for me, James, to have evolutionary power? As he thought about it, his gaze suddenly fell on a furry head. It was Meowth's head. An idea popped into James's head. Let Meowth try my evolutionary kick. Thank me later, Meowth. Thump. Meowth was sent flying by the kick. Jessie was startled. Seeing it was James who did it, she asked, puzzled, "What are you doing?" Meowth immediately got up, questioning James. "James, what are you trying to do?" "Meowth, do you feel any urge to evolve now?" James explained his evolutionary kick. He kicked Meowth just now to test the evolutionary kick. "I don't feel like evolving, and I don't want to, but I do feel like hitting you right now." Meowth directly used Fury Swipes on James. The people around glanced at the two humans and one cat, wondering why they suddenly went crazy just from watching. It was still thanks to Team Rocket's assistance, plus Charmander's effort, that Ash managed to capture Primeape. Next, Ash and his group arrived in Celadon City. Ash was eager to challenge the gym, so he was unhappy with Misty wasting time at the perfume shop and gave her a lecture. It turned out gym leader Rika was the owner of the perfume shop, and she directly kicked Ash out. Later, with no other options, Ash followed the Team Rocket trio's instructions and cross-dressed. Gary, hahaha Ash, you cross-dressed too. Chuck, Ash looks quite cute in women's clothing. It makes this old man's heart flutter. Rika, to get a badge, you'd even cross-dress. I underestimated your determination to obtain badges. James, we should call you Ashjan. I think Ashjan could even get a ranking in a beauty pageant. Ash, shut up. It's your fault for tricking me into cross-dressing. Jessie, we just gave you a suggestion. We didn't force you to wear it. In the end, you decided to wear it yourself. You accepted cross-dressing in your heart. Ash, I was fooled by you just this once. It won't happen again. James, Ashjan, cross-dressing only has 0 times and countless times. Chapter 51, Everyone Battles Against Fans, Intense Monkey Returns. After encountering Susie, while Ash and his group were walking on a wide road, they saw a Hitmonchan that was training. After some conversation, they learned that Hitmonchan's trainer, Shanto, was a fanatical martial artist. For the sake of the so-called P1 Grand Prix, Shanto abandoned his family and fled into the deep mountains to focus exclusively on researching the competition. But despite participating so many times, he still hadn't won the champion title. Rebecca sought the helping hand of Ash's group. Ash used the Primeape he had recently caught to compete, while Brock used Geodude to face it head-on. In a fighting competition, you're using a Geodude that is countered by fighting-type moves. Aren't you just going to get insta-killed? Everyone complained. Some people looked closely and could guess why Brock would send out Geodude despite the type disadvantage. Part of it was his attraction to women, and another part was that Brock had a similar experience to Rebecca. While feeling sorry for Rebecca, he wanted to use this opportunity to snap Shanto out of it. Flint and Shanto were somewhat similar, except Flint had more of a conscience and self-awareness than Shanto. At least he was clear-headed and knew his own limits. He wouldn't think that he would succeed if he just persisted one more time. Instead, he went home to protect his family and take on his responsibilities, rather than continuing to plunge headlong into those illusory competitions. Chuck, this person has gone mad. He hasn't been able to win the champion title for so many years, and he even abandoned his family just to obsess over the P1 Grand Prix champion title. Muto, his talent is simply not enough, and his efforts aren't either. You could call it fake effort. His strength and awareness haven't improved at all. His daily illusory training is just to comfort himself. LT, Surge, I bet. He still won't win the champion title this time. Damn it, I didn't win the champion title back then, but I've won the champion title now. Shanto, who was training, saw himself on the light screen and was thinking smugly that his tireless participation in the P1 Grand Prix so many times, just to get the champion title, would be praised by many people. In the end, it drew a barrage of insults. The Team Rocket trio also came to join the fun. First, they stole Hitmonlee and even defeated Shanto, who was at the height of his popularity, directly crushing Shanto's dream of being champion. Everyone exclaimed that the Team Rocket trio had finally done something right. Although their starting point was bad, what they did this time looked exceptionally pleasing. The final battle was Ash's Primeape against the Team Rocket trio's Hitmonlee. Primeape was powerful and directly seized the champion title. As expected of Primeape, that rebellious wildness, the explosive power bursting from his muscles, and the hidden desire for battle in his eyes. He's definitely a gifted fighting-type Pokémon. Ash really has a good eye. He wanted to catch Primeape after just one look. Now everyone can see that Primeape is extraordinary. With a good foundation, high comprehension, and full fighting spirit, as long as Ash cultivates him well, it won't take long for him to grow into a main force. Never mind collecting 8 gym badges, even at the Indigo Plateau Conference, Primeape would have a brilliant performance. He might even be a carry. Chuck became more and more satisfied as he watched, showing his approval of Ash. As expected of a fighting-type trainer, his eyes are sharp enough. The first fighting Pokémon he caught is strong. Everyone acknowledged Primeape's strength, but Ash's next move immediately made everyone's blood pressure soar. Primeape won the champion title and was enjoying the cheers of the audience. Shanta walked over quickly, his gaze fixed on Primeape, and as soon as he spoke, he voiced an outrageous idea that surprised the entire audience. He said that Primeape was very powerful and had the potential of a champion, and he was willing to sacrifice his own time to help Ash train Primeape, to dominate the P1 Grand Prix in the future. Ash believed him and actually left Primeape behind, giving him to Shanto. One dared to give, and the other dared to take. Chuck, holy crap. Ash, what are you doing? What are you doing? Chuck was completely unable to understand. It wasn't just Chuck who didn't understand. Anyway, everyone who saw the light screen didn't understand. Gary didn't understand either. Handing over a Pokémon that won the champion title to someone who has never won the champion title to train. Are you sure you're not joking? Chuck, you and Primeape already won the champion title with your own strength. Why do you need him to train it for crap? Ash, at that time, Shanto said that if I gave Primeape to him, he would train Primeape into a very powerful boxer. I still had to travel to challenge gyms, and I was afraid of holding Primeape back. Gary, holding it back my foot, that guy just wanted to freeload off your Primeape. Shanto, how did I freeload? I've taken Primeape to win several champion titles. Without me, could he have won so many champion titles? Gary, he really could have won the champion title without you. Didn't you see just now? Primeape won the champion title. What does that have to do with you? LT, Surge, exactly, you're just freeloading off Primeape. Originally, the Hitmonchan you trained couldn't win the champion title, so you tricked Ash out of his Primeape, and only then did you win the champion title. If you used Primeape and still couldn't win the champion title, then you're truly useless. That's right, looking at Primeape's strength, you could tie a Meowth there and still win. Meowth felt offended. Shanto was angry. He hadn't broken down after so many failures, but seeing these people's bullet comments, he broke down immediately. They were rubbing his dignity into the ground. Shanto, bullshit. My Hitmonchan is also very powerful now. I can win the champion title without Primeape. LT, Surge, Heth, win the champion title without Primeape. Then you fought for so long, why did you only win the champion title after taking Ash's Primeape? With your strength, going home to farm is your true calling. Chuck, I'm truly speechless. I thought Ash would train Primeape well, but he ended up giving him away. Brock, if Ash hadn't given Primeape away, maybe he wouldn't have stopped at the top 16 of the Indigo Plateau Conference. The top 8 or even top 4 would have been possible. After a long period of criticism, Ash came to his senses and stated that he would have Shanto send Primeape back. Shanto's house. Shanto stared gloomily at Primeape, who was excited about returning to Ash's side, feeling extremely unhappy. Just as LT. Surge said, those champion titles were indeed won by Primeape and didn't have much to do with him, because his command level was useless to Primeape. But he didn't think so himself. He believed that after winning so many champion titles, Primeape still couldn't do without him. Shanto didn't want to give him back. Primeape had brought him so much champion wealth and the enjoyment of the audience's cheers and adoration, glory he had never had before. If he lost Primeape, all of this would vanish like bubbles. He didn't want this outcome. He suppressed the displeasure in his heart and softened his tone to coax. Primeape, don't go. We still have to win more champion titles together and enjoy more cheers. Pacha. Primeape shook his head firmly. Nothing can stop me from going back to see my master. Shanto's face darkened and his brows furrowed. Just as he was trying to think of a way to trick Primeape, he saw Officer Jenny. Officer Jenny had been entrusted by Professor Oak to specifically come and have Shanto hand over Primeape. Shanto wanted to resist, but he was taken down by Officer Jenny in 3 moves. Jenny took Primeape away, and Shanto collapsed on the ground, looking as if he had lost his soul, his eyes hollow. Primeape was gone, and the future champion titles were gone too. Goldenrod City. Officer Jenny transferred Primeape to Ash. Ash held the slightly warm piquet ball, a surge of emotion in his heart. After a few seconds, he opened it. Primeape appeared before everyone. Primeape, welcome back, Ash shouted happily. Pika Pika, Pikachu hopped around. Pacha. As soon as Primeape saw Ash, his eyes welled up with tears, and he lunged at Ash. He also skillfully took the hat off Ash's head and put it on his own, feeling an exceptional sense of closeness. Primeape, I'm sorry. It was my fault before. I won't let you go again. Seeing Primeape wearing his hat, dancing and gesticulating with excitement, Ash's eyes grew moist. All the guilt and longing turned into the joy of reunion at this moment. Chapter 52, The Cunning Little Ash Teases the Monkey. After Primeape returned to the team, Ash decided to take Primeape with him to participate in the Silver Conference. Compared to the previous Indigo Plateau Conference, the Silver Conference's schedule was longer, and the opponents were stronger than those encountered last time. He could let the Pokémon he caught during his travels in the Kanto region take the stage. This could confuse his opponents, prevent him from being targeted, and also allow him to see the results of their long-term training. Finally back, Misty's lips curled up slightly, revealing a gentle smile. Fortunately, with this live broadcast room, some things could be remedied in time. Otherwise, with Ash's careless and reckless personality, many things would likely be forgotten. Learning that Primeape had returned, Chuck and the others happily advised Ash. Chuck, it's good that it's back. Remember, don't let your Pokémon be tricked away again. LT, Surge, definitely don't be tricked. Leaf, be careful not to be tricked. Denji, be vigilant and don't be tricked. Gary, pay attention and don't be tricked. Saying it like that makes me look stupid, Ash thought. He wanted to retort, and his mouth twitched slightly, but remembering his past experiences of being tricked into trading Pokémon, he forced himself to hold back, though his cheeks felt a bit hot. Misty pursed her lips, her shoulders trembling slightly. Brock had a gentle smile on his face. He didn't laugh out loud. He silently watched the light screen. Ash and his group arrived at Gringy City. The Pokémon Center here had its sewers blocked due to an infestation of Grimer and muck, causing the power to fail. The Team Rocket trio showed up again. inadvertently assisting Ash and his group in driving away the Grimer swarm. Ash took the opportunity to catch the leader, Muck. Continuing their journey, Ash and his group witnessed a strange scene. A group of Diglett were constantly sabotaging the construction plan for a dam. The site foreman gathered trainers to drive away the Diglett, only to find that the Pokémon sent out by those trainers were unwilling to fight the Diglett. Upon further investigation, it was discovered that the completion of this dam would cause floods in the mountains, and the Pokémon in the forest would be displaced. Thus, the dam project was cancelled. After walking for an unknown amount of time, they finally arrived at the Fuchsia Gym. Here, Ash recklessly triggered several traps. Ash is really hard to kill. Everyone marveled. Ash's resilient constitution was something only the Team Rocket trio could compare to. Ash and Pryce began their Pokémon battle. Midway through, the Team Rocket trio made their daily appearance to cause trouble for a few seconds, before flying off shortly after. In the end, Charmander exerted its strength and won the match. Ash obtained the pink badge. Reflecting on Ash's previous gym battles, the battle against Brock relied on triggering the gym's fire sprinkler system. The battles against Misty and Erika were interrupted by Team Rocket, and the battle against Sabrina wasn't a true victory because Haunter barged in. The only one won truly through strength was the battle against LT. Surge. However, the battle against LT. Surge relied more on Pikachu's own awareness than Ash's commands. In this battle, Ash's growth in strength was clearly visible. Looking at that battle, although Pryce went easy on him, he didn't hold back much. LT, Surge, Pryce's holding back was a bit obvious. Bruno, if he didn't hold back, how could they fight? Pryce is an Elite Four member now. If he doesn't hold back a lot, isn't that just making things impossible for the challengers? Pryce, there's no need to make things difficult. As long as the challenger meets the basic requirements, I will give them the badge. Except for LT, Surge, most gym leaders shared this sentiment. It was just to test the challengers, not to make them defeat the gym leaders at full strength. Except for those natural geniuses, average trainers didn't have that kind of power. Holding back. Next time, there's no need to hold back. Ash was now full of confidence in himself and his Pokémon. The black light screen lit up. Leaving from the Saffron Gym, they were likewise resting in a clearing. Ash and his group had prepared lunch, and the aroma attracted a Mankey sleeping behind a rock. Smells so good, Mankey was pleasantly surprised and immediately popped its head out. Seeing that food, its eyes went wide. Having often eaten berries in the wild, it had never smelled food so fragrant. By comparison, what on earth had it been eating before? It wondered how it could get a taste. Ash had long since noticed Mankey's movements. Kirlia looked curiously at Mankey's hiding spot. Did they find me? Mankey walked out openly. Mankey, do you want to know if the food in my hand is delicious or not? Mankey was startled. How did this human know its thoughts? Ash showed his plate of food to Mankey, then took a bite himself and commented, "Delicious." He also fed a bite to Kirlia. Kirlia mimicked Ash's behavior just now. The portion Pikachu was eating had ketchup added to it, and he ate it with even more gusto. Sabrina and Misty chuckled. Ash could be quite belly black sometimes. Tantalizing me. Mankey could only see and smell it, but couldn't eat it, and it was even being played with. This human and the yellow-skinned mouse kept tempting it. The more it thought about it, the angrier it got. Mankey's body burst with white light. James, what about me? I actually didn't appear. James still wanted to see if his parallel world self also had the kick of evolution. Still thinking about your stinky foot, Meow. Meowth rolled his eyes, still clearly remembering James giving him a kick. LT, Surge, it's just a meal. Can a Mankey really get so angry that it evolves? Jessie, it's because the twerp in the parallel world is deviously wicked. Teasing even a monkey, he has no civic-mindedness at all. Chapter 53, Aussie. This guy's a fighting game trainer? James, exactly. No sense of public morality at all. If he dares to tease Mankey today, he might dare to bully Pikachu tomorrow. Meowth, let us be the ones to protect Pikachu. We must rescue Pikachu from the hands of that evil twerp, Meow. Ash, I can see your ulterior motives from a mile away. You two go play somewhere else and stop causing trouble. Ash hadn't expected Mankey's sudden evolution either. He just teased it a bit. Surely it wouldn't get so angry over some food that it evolved. Sabrina leaned in and used her Pokédex to explain Mankey's evolutionary behavior. As the light faded, Mankey had already evolved into Primeape. Its body was covered in fluffy pale yellow fur, and the hair on its limbs had completely shed. Black rings encircled its wrists and ankles, and its hands looked like they were wearing heavy boxing gloves. Its feet resembled a human's, except they only had 2 thick toes. Its original tail had completely disappeared, and its eyes narrowed into sharp slits, radiating a hint of ferocity. The most prominent feature was Primeape's forehead, where a cross-shaped vein bulged prominently, pulsing with its breath, clearly still in a state of intense rage. Pache! Primeape, wait a second. Primeape was ready to take its revenge, but it saw Ash signaling for it to stop. It was originally quite angry, but for some reason, it found this human somewhat agreeable. Subconsciously, it followed the command and came to a halt. Ash approached Primeape, a gentle smile in his eyes. What does he want to do? Primeape looked at Ash with a hint of wariness. Although this human seemed a bit better than most and didn't look like a bad person, it remembered the teasing from just now perfectly clearly. It would remember this grudge. Primeape. Ash squatted down to eye level with Primeape. As long as you can defeat me, I'll let you eat your fill. How about it? If you lose, then you'll have to be caught by me. The 2 girls looked puzzled, thinking they had misheard. What do you mean, if Primeape defeats you? Are you planning to duel Primeape one-on-one? Primeape was also dumbfounded. Hearing Ash's request, it froze for a long while, thinking it had misheard. In all its time here, it was the first time it had heard such an eccentric request. The key point was that he wouldn't let his Pokémon fight, but would step up himself. This human is way too arrogant. Primeape shook its head, its not-so-bright brain quickly starting to calculate. Among the Pokémon present, Kirlia didn't look very strong from its appearance, but as a fighting-type Pokémon, Primeape was sensitive to psychic-type Pokémon. Moreover, Kirlia was faintly releasing psychic energy, making Primeape consider it a powerful and troublesome opponent. Blastoise was quite large and looked formidable, counting as a powerful opponent. But Pikachu and Beedrill looked ordinary at a glance, not even worth a fight. As for Bulor and Charmander, needless to say, it could knock them down with just 2 punches. To dare to challenge it personally, setting aside strength for a moment, in terms of courage alone, even it had to praise this man's bravery. Kirlia and Pikachu were exceptionally calm. They knew Ash's strength and understood that he never did anything he wasn't sure about. Beedrill still wanted to go up and fight Primeape, but was told its master would be taking the field personally. Muto, the Ash from the parallel world, is going to fight Mankey himself. Is he heading in the same direction as Master Chuck? Chuck, not bad. The other Ash is moving toward becoming a fighting-type trainer so quickly. Finally, it was time for the part fighting-type trainers love to see most. The trainer stepping onto the field themselves to face a Pokémon head-on. Walking to a relatively open area in the middle of the field. After stopping, Ash turned around and beckoned Primeape with his hand, signaling it to make the first move. Pache! Seeing Ash's provocative behavior, Primeape grew angry again and added another grudge to its list. With old and new grudges combined, Primeape felt a playful urge. It thought about not hitting too hard, just snatching the hat and teasing this Ash properly. Primeape lunged forward, throwing a right punch while its left hand prepared to snatch the hat. Ash dodged the punch. Primeape still wanted to snatch the hat, but found its hand was still a bit away from it. Meanwhile, its leg had been caught by Ash, and it was tossed away. Interesting, this trainer. Primeape performed a kip-up and lunged forward again. Its fists alternated rapidly, the sound of punching wind echoing continuously as every move targeted Ash. No matter how fast Primeape's attacks were, Ash dodged them all with ease. Every one of Primeape's strikes hit thin air. Beedrill flapped its wings nearby, watching without even blinking. Even its wing beats slowed down a bit. Is this really our trainer? Since when did he become so strong? Aside from Pikachu and Kirlia, the other Pokémon didn't know the extent of Ash's combat power. If the trainer himself is this powerful, then they don't even need to take the field. They could just let the trainer do it and swap positions with him. Seeing Ash's strength, a bit more awe and respect grew in the hearts of Beedrill and the others. He's so relaxed, our worries were for nothing. The two girls sat down and watched while they ate. Gradually, Primeape became exhausted and panted heavily. Its chest heaved violently, and the vein on its forehead throbbed as its anger steadily rose. Its continuous attacks just now had been completely useless. It was bewildered. This human was so good at dodging that not a single one of its attacks had landed, yet it had taken several punches itself. It was going to use its full strength. Primeape rushed forward quickly, its arms forming a cross as it chopped toward Ash. Cross-chop, a blue glow lit up in Ash's eyes, tracing an arc. With a lift of his hand, a blue and white barrier appeared in front of him. Primeape's punch slammed into the barrier. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The aura barrier was completely unscathed. Instead, the barrier glowed with a blue light, and a shockwave sent Primeape flying. Primeape landed headfirst in the ground, legs flailing in the air, unable to recover for a long while. Chuck, damn it, is this a freaking fighting-type trainer? Chapter 54. The thoughtful Xiao Zhi greatly increases the two girls' affection for him. As a pure fighting-type trainer, Chuck had always sparred with Machoke, using his robust body to withstand Machoke's attacks. This old artist adheres to tradition, still using his physical body to counter Pokémon. Meanwhile, the Ash from the parallel world is actually using aura power, and he even has an aura barrier. Comparing the two, it makes a traditional artist like Chuck look a bit outdated. LT, Surge, even the aura barrier has appeared. Then his constant dodging of Primeape's attacks just now must have been the effect of aura power. Riley, exactly. The parallel world's Ash has an extremely high talent for aura. From his performance on the light screen, he has already mastered the basic applications of aura power. Even the aura fusion with Blastoise was likely something he figured out through his own research. To understand the reason behind it, Riley had consulted countless records, but still couldn't find an answer for how Squirtle triggered a double evolution with the help of aura. He could only attribute it to the parallel world's Ash researching it himself. Cameron Palace. Queen Eileen gazed at Ash's stunning performance on the light screen, and after hearing Riley's explanation, she rested her fingertips against her chin, falling into deep thought. Aura hero? She murmured softly, a glint of light flashing in her eyes. Perhaps Ash can resonate with the hero's staff left behind by Sir Aaron. The Ash from both worlds is fundamentally the same. It's just that the Ash of this world hasn't awakened the aura power within his body yet. The next time a festival and battle competition are held, she must invite Ash to participate. Perhaps under a specific catalyst, Ash will successfully awaken his latent aura power. Gladia, looking at it this way, aura power is much more useful than psychic power. At least there aren't so many tedious restrictions, and no unexpected situations occur. Cynthia nodded slightly in agreement. Regarding side effects, aura power is indeed much better than psychic power, but in terms of raw power and the like, psychic power is slightly superior. James, twerp, look at the you from the other world, easily handling Primeape. Then look at you lot, 3 people couldn't even beat 1 Primeape. How embarrassing. Jessie, exactly, and you even dragged us down with you. Meowth, I never would have thought. The twerp looks all well-behaved and harmless on the surface, but he's actually so devious behind the scenes. Seeing Ash being slandered by the Team Rocket trio, Sabrina frowned, her tone carrying a hint of puffing anger. You were clearly the ones who dragged Ash down, okay? Now you have the nerve to bite back and blame him. That's too much. Misty, what a load of nonsense. Don't you even blush. Nanami Oak, you've got it backwards, haven't you? You're the Team Rockets who act somewhat decent on the surface, but commit petty thievery behind the scenes. You have the nerve to talk about others. This retort left the Team Rocket trio speechless, and they didn't even have a teammate to back them up. Aura power. After watching the battle between his parallel self and Primeape, Ash was greatly shocked. He could actually beat up a Primeape himself. Poocha! Standing beside Ash, Primeape was also stunned upon seeing the images on the black light screen, its eyes full of surprise and excitement. Was its own trainer actually this powerful? Naturally warlike, its desire for battle was ignited at this moment. It couldn't help but lean in toward Ash, wanting to spar with him to see if its trainer was truly as formidable as shown on the screen. Primeape, you should try sparring with Pikachu. Ash still wanted to continue watching the black light screen. Releasing the captured Primeape, Ash spoke to it gently. Primeape, eat up. After Primeape came out, its gaze toward Ash was much clearer, though it also looked a bit terrified. Is this person even human? Beedrill and the others suddenly felt that their trainer was very unfamiliar. He had actually become so strong. Did he secretly train while they were inside their balls? It was one thing to be unable to beat Pikachu and Kirlia, but now they couldn't even beat their own trainer. What a failure. While they were thinking, the Team Rocket trio jumped out again. Beedrill and the others vied with each other to deal with the Team Rocket trio. The battle was extremely brutal. After driving away the Team Rocket trio, Ash and his group didn't delay any further and continued their journey. After traveling all the way, they finally arrived at Celadon City by evening. After restoring his Pokémon's stamina, Ash didn't go to the Celadon gym. Instead, he took Sabrina and Misty to the most famous perfume shop. Amidst the two girls' confusion, he also thoughtfully picked out perfumes for them. When encountering fragrance types or usages he didn't understand, he took the initiative to ask the counter lady. His tone was modest, without the slightest impatience. The counter lady praised the two girls and Ash. Sabrina and Misty's cheeks were flushed red as they looked at Ash with soft, beautiful eyes, feeling quite moved in their hearts. He even bought a bottle for Kirlia. Misty, learn from him. Look at the Ash from the parallel world, how patient and attentive he is. He even specifically took us to a perfume shop to pick out perfume instead of saying perfume is useless or something like that. Ash, sorry. Back then, I was only thinking about the gym and neglected you guys. Chapter 55, Rika's favoritism leads to going too far, a dazzling 7-colored firework. Gary, learn more, it'll be very useful for you. Looking at it this way, it seems the Ash from the parallel world doesn't need to cross-dress. Rika, the other Ash, has high emotional intelligence. He didn't offend the parallel version of me. Moreover, he wouldn't trust Team Rockets, so there's no need for him to cross-dress. LT, Surge, what a pity. I still wanted to see the parallel world's Ash in girls' clothes. I'm sure everyone wanted to see it. That bastard LT, Surge, holding such a grudge, Ash looked helpless. He only cross-dressed that one time, yet he was being nagged about it constantly. There were many external factors involved that time he cross-dressed. It wasn't like he enjoyed wearing it. It's all Team Rocket's fault. It was Jesse and James's fault. He was just tricked by them. And this LT, Surge, isn't it just because he was defeated by me twice? Is it really necessary to target me like this? Ash, no chance. If you want to see girls' clothes, wear them yourself. Cross-dressing once was embarrassing enough, especially when the whole world saw it. If he did it again, he couldn't imagine how much he'd be laughed at. He wouldn't wear girls' clothes again, even if it killed him. Rika saw Ash's considerate behavior towards the two girls and took the initiative to step forward and serve them. After chatting with Ash for a while, her smile was reserved and her beautiful eyes were bright. She felt that Ash was different from ordinary trainers. He wasn't as impetuous, he knew a bit about perfume, and he would humbly ask questions about things he didn't understand. He was handsome and had no air of arrogance at all. He was also very affectionate with the Kirlia and Pikachu by his side. She could feel that Pikachu and the others' feelings for Ash were definitely not fake. Rika had a great first impression of Ash. She informed him of her identity and said she could accept a gym battle tomorrow. As long as he defeated one of her Pokémon, he could obtain the Rainbow Badge. However, Ash stated that there was no need for that. LT, Surge, is there anyone who goes easy like this? Rika, you can't just intentionally go easy and give away a badge just because Black Ash is handsome and knows about perfume. Jessie, I think this girl probably likes the twerp. She has a good impression of him because of the perfume. Erika's face turned bright red as she defended herself. That's not it. The parallel version of me just felt Ash was a decent person who is good to his companions, so she only went a little easy. My condition for giving the badge isn't necessarily defeating all my Pokémon. As long as they meet my standards, I will give it. The next day, Ash's group arrived at the Celadon gym. Erika was already waiting at the battlefield. Her proper attire made her look gentle and graceful as her calm gaze fell upon Ash. The referee raised the flags and announced loudly, "The rules for this gym battle are a 2v2 match. The match ends when all of one side's Pokémon are unable to battle. Now let the match begin. Beedrill, go." Beedrill was extremely calm. Its wings stirred up subtle air currents, and its compound eyes were tightly locked on to Erika opposite it, its gaze as sharp as a blade. Erika looked at Ash's Beedrill, a hint of approval flashing in her eyes. Its build was vigorous and its aura steady. It was clearly a well-nurtured specimen. She released Tangela. Seeing that Ash's Beedrill was well-trained and a good opponent, she directly ordered, "Tangela, Vine Whip." Tangela lashed out with 2 Vine Whips. The 2 emerald Vine Whips were like flexible snakes, carrying the sound of whistling wind as they whipped straight toward Beedrill. Vine Whip is a grass-type move and wouldn't deal much damage to the bug-type Beedrill. Erika was merely testing Beedrill's strength. "Dodge it, use X-Scissor." With a flap of its wingtips, Beedrill's body shifted sideways instantly, easily avoiding the 2 Vine Whips. Immediately after, it charged toward Tangela like an arrow from a bow, its twin stingers glowing with brilliant blue bug-type light. Energy condensed at the tips of the needles, accompanied by a sharp wind-breaking sound. Bang! The twin stingers struck Tangela's body head-on. The force was so great that Tangela instantly lost its balance and stumbled back several steps. The vines around its body curled slightly, showing faint scars. Since X-Scissor is a bug-type move, and Beedrill's attack power was high, it was somewhat heavily injured. The attack power is stronger than imagined. Erika quickly summarized the battle information in her heart and instantly decided on the next strategy. Tangela, release Stun Spore. As soon as she spoke, Tangela shook its body, preparing to release the pale yellow Stun Spore, but suddenly saw a yellow figure appear before its eyes. Beedrill's wings flapped so fast they were only afterimages, closing the distance in an instant. The twin stingers lit up with a cold glint again, a sharp arc of light swept through the air, and a crisp impact sound rang out. Tangela had no time to react. Its body stiffened, and then it fell heavily to the ground, losing its ability to battle. Beedrill hovered in midair, its cold compound eyes sweeping over the Tangela on the ground. The rhythm of its wing flaps remained steady. The battle with Tangela could barely be considered a warm-up. Compared to sparring with its big brother Pikachu, this battle was far too easy. Bugsy, Beedrill's speed is so fast. Bugsy was stunned when he saw the scene of Beedrill flying in quickly. Before Tangela could even use Stun Spore, Beedrill had already flown over. Faulkner, that move just now was probably faster than the speed of flying-type Pokémon. Faulkner compared it with his Pidgeot. Pidgeot's speed could achieve that, but generally, a Beedrill's specialty isn't speed, but attack power. It just so happened that Ash's Beedrill had trained its speed up. Bruno, Beedrill is the overachiever among overachievers Pokémon. When the Parallel World's Ash first encountered it, it was already training. Even after being caught by Ash, it never stopped training. Later on, the talent of each of its companions was higher than its own, so it doubled its training. It didn't have supreme talent, so it relied on a streak of tenacity and fighting spirit to narrow the gap with Pikachu and the others bit by bit. Chuck, Waya, Beedrill is so inspiring. As a hard-working freak itself, having to compete with those talented freaks like Pikachu is truly too difficult. The far-from-simple Pikachu, the super-strong psychic Kirlia, the aura power Blastoise, they were all exceptionally talented Pokémon without exception. With a bunch of talented freaks like that, it was no wonder Beedrill was at the bottom. Interesting, Giovanni smiled. Perhaps seeing Beedrill made Giovanni think of his time as a bug catcher boy when he was young. He had also caught a Beedrill and trained it until now. it was still his ace. The growth trajectory of this Beedrill on the black light screen was unexpectedly similar to his own, causing an inexplicable touch in his heart. After watching the live broadcast for so long, Giovanni had gained a bit more recognition for Ash. The Pokémon he caught were also decent. Although there was some friction between them, he could still recruit him. The battle on the black light screen continued. With such speed and strong attack power, it seems it was raised with great care. Erika recalled Tangela. She wasn't very surprised by the result, but Beedrill's performance was even stronger than she had imagined. Next, I'm counting on you, Vileplume. Vileplume had a large flower on its head, with an indigo bulb-like body and legs below. Good job, Beedrill. Ash recalled Beedrill and threw another Piquet ball. If a type advantage could be used, use it. If there's an advantage, fully utilize it. Unless absolutely necessary, there's no need to choose an inverse-type battle. Charmander had also trained for a long time. This gym battle was the perfect chance to test its actual combat results. Vileplume used Stun Spore. Facing a type disadvantage, Erika was already numb to it. Most trainers would specifically adjust for the gym leader's Pokémon types and send out Pokémon that countered them. Only a very few trainers would be stubborn enough to use an inverse-type battle. With a pang sound, Vileplume's flower bud opened and began to scatter toxic pollen that caused paralysis and allergies. Charmander used Flamethrower. Fire condensed in Charmander's mouth. Orange-red firelight illuminated its face. A large cloud of pollen drifted over. A blast of scorching fire gushed out. The flames instantly swept through the incoming stun spore. The pollen ignited upon contact with the fire, dissipating into wisps of smoke. Vileplume walked forward, the petals on its head swaying gently as it released more stun spore. In the blink of an eye, the air around the field was dyed pale yellow, the concentration of pollen getting higher and higher. Charmander's gaze was stern as it increased its firepower. Even more violent flames gushed out, rushing straight toward the sky full of stun spore. Its body burst forth with white light. Erika's eyes suddenly widened. Charmander is about to evolve. Sabrina and Misty also stared intently at the center of the field, watching the increasingly violent flames and the dazzling white light, their eyes full of anticipation. The white light gradually dissipated. The originally small Charmander's figure became taller, its head became pointed, and the flame on its tail grew more vigorous. It had evolved into Charmeleon. The evolved Charmeleon's firepower was even more potent. The stun spore filling the air was completely incinerated by its flames, turning into brilliant points of light all over the sky, like blooming fireworks. Even more wondrously, flashes of 7-colored rainbow light flickered within the flames, becoming increasingly dazzling. These flames, the blooming 7-colored fireworks, were reflected in Erika's beautiful eyes. Her eyes were full of amazement, and for a moment, she was actually lost in thought. Sabrina and Misty, outside the field, let out a series of exclamations, their gazes tightly locked on the 7-colored lights and shadows in the sky, their expressions becoming somewhat dazed. The splendid fireworks were fleeting. The flames from Charmeleon's mouth did not stop, rushing straight to engulf Vileplume. Bang! Unsurprisingly, Vileplume lost its ability to battle. Sabrina, what beautiful fireworks. Misty, the colors of those fireworks look a bit familiar, like I've seen them somewhere before. Wallace, this Ash, is he also a coordinator? Chapter 56, Charmeleon's Sacred Flame, Ash Ketchum learns Hypnosis. Leon, that Charmeleon, its flames seem a bit off. Chuck, it is a bit strange. After Charmeleon experienced being abandoned by its trainer, it's as if its meridians were opened, and it has received epic enhancements in all aspects. Leon, especially those flames, they aren't the rainbow colors produced when stun spore burns. Lance, the flames emitted by a normal Charmeleon are pure orange-red. The flames emitted by that Charmeleon aren't entirely orange-red. There are also strange colors that I seem to have seen somewhere before. Lance also has a Charizard, and was somewhat astonished by the performance of the Charmeleon from the parallel world. The Ash from the parallel world hadn't given Charmeleon any special training, so how could the flames have those rainbow lights? Could it be? Lance was somewhat incredulous, staring blankly at the black light screen. This hypothesis was still too impactful for him. Bruno, what's so strange about those colors? Doesn't it just look a bit fancy? Bruno hadn't looked closely just now and didn't see any difference. Lorelei, it's not fancy, it's rainbow light. The flames emitted by that Charmeleon carry a clear layer of rainbow light. Leaf, rainbow light. You don't mean the signature rainbow light found on Ho-Oh, do you? Putting it that way, the rainbow light seemed to be just cool looking and nothing special. If phrased differently, it would seem very high-end. Morty, it's not just a simple similarity. Rainbow light is the exclusive halo, released only when Ho-Oh uses sacred fire. LT surged Nanny. So you're saying this Charmeleon can also use Ho-Oh's sacred fire? Professor Oak, it's likely that when its body was injured and weak, the rainbow wing, which contains Ho-Oh's original fire, nurtured its body, similar to what happened with Kirlia. Because of its attributes and talent, its flames merged with Ho-Oh's original fire, undergoing a qualitative transformation. Such a great opportunity, everyone felt a wave of regret. Unfortunately, it was in the parallel world. This world's Ash and Charizard actually missed out on such a huge opportunity. Otherwise, would they still have suffered so much? They would have collected 8 badges long ago. What's missed is missed. He would work harder to catch up later. Working hard together with Charizard, they definitely wouldn't be bad. Ash didn't feel regret for missing the opportunity, but was instead full of expectations for becoming stronger in the future. The battle ends, and Erika hands over the badge. The Team Rocket trio came out to assist again. They originally wanted to steal the Vileplume perfume, but Ash used his aura to find their location. Before they could even act, Charmeleon sent the Team Rocket trio flying with a blast of fire. Just like that, the Vileplume perfume was saved. Jessie, finding us that easily. Can the parallel world twerp even play without being nerfed? James, exactly. I protest. I strongly demand a buff for our parallel world selves. They were driven away before they could even do anything bad after just getting in. Who could stand that? Unless Boss Giovanni or the executives personally took action, it was truly difficult. Handsome guy, you can't be buffed. Perhaps your limits are set there, you're just meant to be supporting material. Erika was grateful to Ash and gave him a bottle of perfume she had formulated herself, saying that Ash had helped her a lot by driving away Team Rockets and preventing a theft at the Celadon gym. When Ash participates in the Indigo Plateau Conference, she will go there to cheer for him. Thank you, gym leader Erika. Ash wasn't pretentious and accepted it. Just call me Erika. It feels weird for friends to use the title gym leader. Erika's expression softened as she gave a gentle smile. Okay, Erika, Ash replied. Another rival in love after all this time. Sabrina remembered that Sabrina had also said she would come to cheer for Ash when the Indigo Plateau Conference began. She felt a sense of crisis. Why were there so many newcomers, and each one was beautiful, a powerful gym leader, and had a deep background? It put a lot of pressure on her. Misty was also under a lot of pressure, but hers was about her figure. Serena, who was the same age, had better physical development than her, which made her very anxious and gave her a sense of crisis as well. Fallen in love with Ash. Erika was a bit surprised. Because of the Team Rocket trio's assist, her parallel self's favorability toward Ash had increased. Could it be that she was going to join Serena and the others? When this thought popped into her head, she felt a bit strange but didn't have much resistance. Her bad impression of Ash had improved because he saved Vileplume. Now, she also had some favorable feelings toward Ash, though probably not to the same extent as Serena and Misty. Leaving Celadon City, Ash and his group arrived at Hop 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 Town. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, Misty accidentally dropped an empty Piquet ball. Coincidentally, a silly-looking Psyduck with its hands on its head accidentally touched the Piquet ball and was easily caught. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. The people around watched in silence, their eyes looking at Misty teasingly. Congratulations on catching Psyduck. This little one is very strong, especially in terms of psychic power, though it's a bit lacking in certain areas, Nurse Joy congratulated. Strong. That word didn't seem to apply to Psyduck at all. Misty remained skeptical of Nurse Joy's words. Daisy, it's destiny. Psyduck was destined to become Misty's Pokémon. Violet, Misty, just be content. There are many Psyduck that know water-type moves and psychic moves, but a Psyduck that can't swim is 1 in a million. Yours might be the only one, it's rare. Misty, it is rare. Misty was very helpless toward her Psyduck. As a water-type Pokémon, it actually couldn't swim and didn't even know water-type moves. Since it was already in the ball, Misty didn't say much and decided to train Psyduck well. Because of his aura power, Ash sensed the sleep waves being emitted by Hypno. He learned about the situation in Hop 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 Town from Officer Jenny. A large group of children had gone missing, and the Pokémon were in a mysterious bad state, which sometimes even affected the trainers. The 2 girls were affected. As soon as such a situation appeared, Ash immediately thought of the Team Rocket trio. Through his aura power, he found Hypno's location and discovered that those rich people were using a device to amplify Hypno's sleep waves, thereby affecting the surrounding residents. And Ash felt a bit strange. From the sleep waves emitted by Hypno, he actually learned Hypnosis. In the end, Gastly stepped in, destroyed the device, and stopped Hypno. Chapter 57, Ash's prediction in the battle against the near-elite 4 member, Akira. They finally arrived at the Fuchsia Gym. The traps set in the Fuchsia Gym of the parallel world were significantly more numerous. This time, without needing Ash's aura power, Kirlia used her psychic powers to destroy all the traps and even restrained Aya, who was hiding in the shadows. What do you think you're doing? Allah. Aya found herself restrained and flown in front of Ash's group. Her slender body twisted as she desperately tried to break free from the psychic control. Gym leader Price. Sabrina felt that the Aya in front of her didn't seem like a gym leader. The gym leaders they had met before all had unique temperaments, even LT. Surge had a distinct, albeit fierce, aura. She's not the gym leader. Misty remembered that the Fuchsia gym leader, Price, was a man. Let me go. My brother Price will teach you a lesson later. He's much stronger than your average gym leader. Just how strong could he be? Seeing no reaction from Ash's group, she added, in a while, my brother is going to the Johto region to take over as one of the Elite 4. Ash was taken aback. He hadn't expected to face a gym leader of pseudo-elite caliber this time. After letting Aya down, Price appeared. Which of the 3 of you is challenging me? Price asked, but after his gaze swept across the group, it settled on Ash. It's me, Ash from Pallet Town. Ash showed the badges he had collected. Seeing those badges, Price's gaze narrowed, immediately spotting the Marsh badge. To have defeated even Sabrina, he must be very strong. Regarding the situation just now, Price had seen it clearly. That Kirlia's psychic power was very strong. She had destroyed the hidden traps and restrained Aya. He led Ash's group to the battlefield, with Aya acting as the referee. The battle rules were 3v3. A side loses when all their Pokémon are unable to battle. Ash, given the number of badges you've obtained, I will appropriately increase the difficulty. Price believed Ash was not simple. Treating him by the standards of an ordinary trainer would be disrespectful. That's fine, Gym Leader Price. Please give it your all. I'm also looking forward to our battle. Ash's eyes flickered. Bruno asking Price to give it his all. Black Ash is getting C***Y. Price is a pseudo-elite. Challenging the Elite 4 this soon? It's too early. If he uses his full strength, I'm afraid Black Ash will lose even faster. LT, Surge. With the strength of a pseudo-elite, even if Black Ash has aura power, it will be hard to win. Steven, not necessarily. Based on Black Ash's previous performance, he wouldn't ask an elite-level gym leader to use their full strength without a reason. He must have a plan. Leaf, probably. Otherwise, in a head-on clash, there's really no certainty. Sabrina, the Pikachu from the parallel world, hasn't truly shown its hand yet. The bullet comments were full of people doubting the version of himself from the parallel world. Ash cheered himself on in his heart. Pikachu did the same. Everyone is looking down on you, so you'd better show them what you're made of. Pikachu, it's our turn. Ash's eyes flickered, and the corners of his lips curled up. Pikachu jumped in front of Ash, crouching on all fours, his fighting spirit high. Why send out Pikachu? At least let Kirlia go. She could even take advantage of a type matchup. Aya looked puzzled when she saw Pikachu step up. Not even taking advantage of type matchups and sending out Pikachu instead. To think someone with that understanding could get 5 badges. And those 5 badges weren't from some random small fry gyms, they even included Sabrina's badge. Did I overestimate him? Price glanced at the 3 Pokeballs at his waist, Volcarona, Weezing, and Crobat. I've painstakingly trained these 3 Pokémon. No matter which one it is, it's better trained than that Pikachu. This isn't going to be a complete slaughter, is it? The Pokeball popped open with a click. Price caught it gracefully and said sternly, "Go Volcarona." A beam of rainbow light flew out and landed on the field, revealing a pale purple insect. Its 2 huge wings were quite beautiful. It's a bit cute but falls far short of my Kirlia, Ash thought to himself. Kirlia, standing beside Ash, had a slight blush creep onto her cheeks. Aya announced the start of the match. Volcarona, Sleep Powder. Price wanted to see Ash's strength first. If it wasn't up to par, he would adjust later. He wouldn't truly bully a trainer. He wasn't that kind of person. Pikachu, Ash shouted agility. Pikachu was already fast. Using agility to dodge the sleep powder while further increasing his speed ensured he would have the speed advantage. While dodging the sleep powder, Pikachu suddenly dashed toward Volcarona. Aya was a bit stunned. Is that Pikachu really that fast? The 2 girls hadn't really seen Pikachu go all out either. The most impressive time they'd seen was when he single-handedly defeated the Spearow army, LT. Surge's match came after that. A few arcs of electricity flickered around Pikachu's body. Price shouted, "Confusion." "You fell for it," Ash yelled Iron Tail. The electrical arcs around Pikachu vanished, and his tail took on a silvery white metallic sheen. Leaping directly into the air, Pikachu swung his tail like a ton of bricks, smashing it straight down onto Volcarona. The confusion only resisted for a moment before Pikachu's iron tail slammed Volcarona into the ground. Thud! The sound of Volcarona hitting the ground wasn't loud, but to everyone's ears, it sounded like a thunderous boom. Aya's eyes widened. LT, Surge, holy crap. Am I seeing things? Price didn't go easy on him just because it's a Pikachu, did he? Cynthia, it's not going easy. The Ash from the parallel world predicted Volcarona's movement. Chapter 58, Gastly. It's my turn to perform. What on earth? What are you telling me about a prediction? A gym trainer, and you're telling me he predicted the actions of a Quasi-Elite. Are you kidding me? Everyone was astonished when they saw the scene on the black light screen. Ash from the parallel world had actually seized the initiative and struck first, injuring Volcarona. They were even more surprised when they saw the bullet chat message sent by Cynthia. How long has Ash even been traveling? How many badges has he actually collected? Predicting the actions of a Quasi-Elite seems highly unlikely. At most, it was Elite Price going easy on him and not taking it seriously. Otherwise, Pikachu would have been back in his Pokeball resting long ago. When he fought Sabrina before, he only won by merging his aura with Squirtle. Now he sent out Pikachu, who only has slightly stronger electric-type moves. Gladia, on the surface, Pikachu appeared to be using an electric-type move to bait Volcarona into using a psychic-type move to counter it, then switched to Iron Tail. By using a Steel-type move's resistance against psychic-type moves, he took the opportunity to deal damage to Volcarona. Who did he learn this battle awareness from? This is way too strong. Some people didn't know the identities of Cynthia and Gladia, but after seeing their bullet chats, they immediately had an epiphany. This Ash and Pikachu really have some skill. Bruno, as expected of someone from Pallet Town. Professor Oak taught him well, and Black Ash learned well too. LT, Surge, it was just one move. Price must have gone easy on him because he saw it was a Pikachu. Malva, that shouldn't be the case. Price, the battle isn't over yet, keep watching. Price was also quite surprised by the situation just now, not expecting Ash to fight like this. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Taking advantage of Volcarona landing, Pikachu immediately fired a Thunderbolt. A powerful surge of electricity shot out. Cybam. Pikachu had the speed advantage, and with his electric-type moves being strong enough, he directly suppressed the Psybeam. The powerful current slammed directly into Volcarona's body. As the electricity flashed, Volcarona lost its ability to battle. This Pikachu's Thunderbolt is too strong, so strong it doesn't even seem like a Pikachu. The Team Rocket trio cheered, "This is what a Pikachu should be. Do those people still dare to doubt him?" Pikachu defeated Volcarona. Aya cried out in surprise, unable to quite believe the result, yet it was right there before her eyes. Pikachu is so strong, taking it down so easily. Misty remarked with emotion. Serena had always believed in Ash and Pikachu, the original partners. Price recalled Volcarona and looked at Ash with quite a bit of appreciation. First using agility to increase speed, then using Iron Tail to disrupt the rhythm. It was all to prepare for the following Thunderbolt. With such battle techniques, he truly is the trainer who defeated Sabrina. It can only be said that his reputation is well-deserved. I underestimated you. Price released Weezing. He hadn't truly brought out his so-called ace yet, and although it was a gym-level Pokémon, it wouldn't be defeated so easily. Throughout the entire match, Pikachu had barely expended any energy. Weezing Rapid Spin. Pikachu Iron Tail. Pikachu's speed was faster than Weezing's, and a single Iron Tail slammed Weezing into the ground. Immediately after, Pikachu used Thunderbolt again. This time, Weezing dodged. The Thunderbolt hit the ground, causing cracks to spiderweb across the surface. Pikachu still has the advantage in speed and power. Price said haze. Weezing sprayed out a haze, shrouding its own body and spreading it across more than half the field. Visibility vanished, and thus Pikachu's speed advantage was gone. This has no effect on me. The corners of Ash's mouth curled up as a faint blue glow flashed in his eyes. He used Aura Power to locate Weezing's position. LT, Surge, Price, what are you doing? Isn't this just giving the win to Ash for free? Aura Power can be used for tracking. Look, Black Ash can't even hide his smile. Price, Black Ash is playing an information gap. The me in the parallel world doesn't know that Ash has Aura Power. Pikachu Electro Web. Ash and Pikachu shared a telepathic link, so he knew Weezing's location. Pikachu's tail flickered with electricity as he directly threw out an Electro Web, trapping Weezing. How did he know Weezing's position? Price was shocked. Weezing's movement was quiet enough to be negligible. Surely Pikachu wasn't sensitive enough to find Weezing's location so easily. In addition, Pikachu let out a groan of pain, and a pale purple flush appeared on his cheeks. Pikachu has been poisoned. When did that happen? The situation on the field reversed. Weezing was trapped by the Electro Web, while Pikachu was poisoned. The three girls were confused by what they were seeing. Bruno, Price is being a bit sneaky, combining haze with smog. Price, perhaps he was pressured by Black Ash. Price believed that if he hadn't felt the pressure, he wouldn't have fought that way, even if it was a bit unsportsmanlike. Lance, it's rare to see you use a move like that. Is there really that much pressure facing Ash and Pikachu? LT, Surge, whether the pressure is high or not, why don't you just ask those three from Team Rockets? Team Rocket Trio. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Weezing, Rapid Spin. Weezing tanked the Thunderbolt head-on and then used Rapid Spin to forcibly break through the Electro Web, a scorched smell emanating from its body. As it burst out, Pikachu moved a step ahead, swinging an Iron Tail directly at it. Weezing, Explosion. Just as Pikachu knocked Weezing away, the Weezing, with only a shred of consciousness left, landed and gritted its teeth unwillingly. Immediately, a terrifying white light began to overflow and bloom from Weezing's body. Weezing's explosion whipped up a powerful air current, shaking the surrounding flowers and trees and causing ears to ring. Pikachu was also caught in the blast, and combined with the poison, his condition was not good. You are the first trainer in recent times to push me to this extent. Price recalled Weezing, expressing his recognition of Ash and Pikachu's strength. It was his first time encountering such a powerful Pikachu, which had consecutively defeated two of his quite capable Pokémon. Only the final Crobat remained. Pikachu, you did great. Come back. Looking at Crobat, Ash already had the best choice for the field. He didn't take out a Pokeball, but instead shouted, Gastly, it's your turn. Jai jai jai. From the shadow at Ash's feet, a hideous smile emerged, followed by a bizarre laugh. Finally, it's this lord's turn to take the stage. I haven't fought in so long, time to stretch my limbs. When Price saw Gastly floating out of the shadow, his expression changed. The pressure Gastly gave him was extremely intense. Chapter 59, Black Ash Goes Crazy reading The Brutal Gastly. LT, Surge, I almost forgot there's also this Gastly. Gastly was the one Ash brought out from Maiden's Gorge. Aside from eating, playing, and watching Pikachu, and the others train, it spent most of its time in Ash's shadow and hadn't come out to fight. Moreover, Gastly had stayed in this world for so many years, yet remained in its ghastly form without evolving. It made one doubt Gastly's combat power. Perhaps other than Hypnosis, it had no real fighting ability. Malva, the effect of that Gastly's Hypnosis is already enough to make a group of people hallucinate. Its proficiency has reached a new height. It might have even created its own new moves. Even Malva's own ghost-type Pokémon weren't as formidable as this Gastly. She was full of curiosity toward it and truly wanted to research it. Compared to Gastly, Pikachu's performance had left everyone astonished. It was hard to imagine that a tiny Pikachu, as common as a stray dog by the roadside, could be so fierce, defeating 2 gym-level Pokémon belonging to a quasi-elite level trainer in a row. Some others owned Pikachus too, but their combat power was mediocre, nowhere near as powerful as Ash's Pikachu. Especially that Pikachu on the black light screen. It was so strong it didn't even seem like a Pikachu. Price, a Pikachu can be this powerful. When Ash fought me, why didn't he use this kind of strength? Ash, back then, I didn't have as much combat awareness as Black Ash. I was often reckless, fighting against type disadvantages without thinking, and I hadn't truly understood my Pokémon, let alone known how to bring out their full potential. Ash looked squarely at the gap between himself and the version of himself in that parallel world on the black light screen. Whether it was the accumulation of battle experience or the level of care put into nurturing Pokémon, he was lagging far behind. James, the twerp has grown up. Ash didn't have the heart to pay attention to James's teasing. His gaze was fixed on the black light screen, his eyes full of focus and yearning. The parallel version of himself was almost the most ideal image in his heart, without a single flaw. Just those smooth, flowing battle techniques were enough for him to study diligently for a long time. At this moment in his heart, Black Ash was no longer just a parallel version of himself, but more like a teacher worth following with all his might. Whether it was battling, nurturing Pokémon, or the original intention of being a trainer, he could learn the most precious things from Black Ash. Pikachu felt the same way. If it were also this strong, it could help Ash much more. Watching Pikachu recover to normal after eating a berry, Aya couldn't help but doubt. Is this really a Pikachu? Why is it so different from the Pikachu in my memory? Ash, I acknowledge your strength. Regardless of whether you can defeat Crobat, I will give you the badge. Price gave Ash his recognition. This great one hasn't even made a move yet. How is the badge already in hand? Gastly was miffed, feeling like it was just there to go through the motions. Knowing Gastly's inner thoughts, Ash couldn't help but chuckle. Crobat used Bite too. Is the pressure too high? Ash roughly guessed Crobat's next move. It was likely that the previous 2 battles, combined with the fact that Gastly didn't look simple on the surface, had disrupted Price's rhythm. Substitute. Crobat flew past rapidly, several afterimages flashing. It suddenly appeared in front of Gastly, its mouth erupting with dark-type energy as it bit down directly on Gastly. Cracked. Gastly's figure dissipated like a bursting bubble. AGGG, laughter echoed from the side. Gastly's figure appeared nearby, condensing a shadow ball in its mouth. With a boom, it struck Crobat, who had shielded its body with its wings. Crash! Amidst Aya's exclamation, Crobat barely managed to steady itself. Malva nodded in satisfaction as she saw Gastly use Shadow Ball. the speed and quality of its ghost-type energy condensation were even stronger than those of a gym leader's Pokémon. Compared to her own ghost-type Pokémon, Gastly was not inferior at all. If nothing else, in terms of controlling ghost-type energy, Gastly was even stronger. Price sighed slightly, his concentration wavering. Predicted again. More importantly, Gastly held its ground and countered with a Shadow Ball. Crobat Zen Headbutt. As a gym leader, it was normal to increase a Pokémon's move coverage. Gastly Confuse Ray. A bewitching, dizzying light appeared around Gastly. Crobat slammed headfirst into Gastly, but it became dizzy, seeing stars as it fell into a state of confusion. Gastly let out a wicked grin. It had fallen for the bait after showing a slight opening. Little brother that actually hurt a bit. Haze drifted around Gastly, washing away those injuries. Crobat used Air Slash. Trapped in confusion, Crobat unleashed Air Slashes indiscriminately in all directions. Gastly used that move to quiet it down. Ash's eyes flickered. Gastly nodded and floated in front of Crobat, its eyes shooting out a beam of light. Crobat was hit by Gastly's Hypnosis. Gastly's Hypnosis was different. It made Crobat suffer through fear and trepidation within the dream. Refreshing. Gastly used Dream Eater, slowly draining Crobat's stamina, until Crobat lost its ability to battle. Price's mouth twitched. This Gastly was much more powerful than his Crobat. There was no way to deal with it. Chapter 60, The Reason for 30 Tauros and Charizard's Dark History. LT. Surge. It's simply impossible to fight. That Gastly is stronger than Crobat, and with Black Ash's predictions, who could possibly withstand it? LT. Surge. So brutal. It feels comparable to the time he defeated LT. Surge. It's clear that Price and Crobat were willing but unable. Price, just watching from here, I can tell that Gastly is something else. Facing that unfathomable Gastly, it feels like no one would stand a chance unless they used their elite-level main Pokémon to take it down. Chuck, yeah, even Price was beaten like this. If I were to face the Ash from the parallel world, he wouldn't even need Pikachu. Gastly could probably sweep my whole team of 3. Fighting-type Pokémon naturally have a disadvantage against ghost types. Given the strength of that Gastly just now, a 3 Pokémon sweep is indeed reasonable. Chuck believed the result would definitely be different against Pikachu. There was no way he'd be swept by a Pikachu. Ultimately, he still had absolute confidence in the fighting-type Pokémon he had raised. Everything on the parallel world side was essentially enhanced. With his own training methods, his parallel self would be even stronger, certainly able to fight like Ash and Primeape, or perhaps even stronger, a literal human-shaped Pokémon. Malva, the ghost-type elite, watched Gastly's brilliant performance, a clear flash of surprise crossing her eyes. Leon, the Ash from the parallel world, performs even more brilliantly. He's been consistently predicting the moves of a semi-elite. His battle awareness is truly top-tier. Denji, this is the first time I've seen a trainer who can predict a gym leader's actions. When Denji faced challengers in the past, he never intentionally tried to predict his opponents. He mostly countered moves as they came and adapted on the fly. But in the battle on the black light screen just now, it was clear as day. Ash from the parallel world used precise predictions to completely disrupt the battle rhythm of Price, a semi-elite. Although Price managed to barely salvage the situation later, he ultimately lost, and it wasn't exactly a graceful defeat. In future battles, one must also practice prediction properly to avoid being caught off guard by an opponent like the parallel world's Ash. Price withdrew his Crobat and looked at the Gastly as it slipped back into Ash's shadow, his pupils shrinking slightly. Gastly's strength is much greater than Pikachu's. Where did he catch it? Price glanced at Ash. Beside him, Aya's mouth hung open, unable to close for a long time. Pikachu swept too, and then Gastly utterly crushed Crobat. What shocked her even more was that Ash could actually predict her brother's actions. He won on both fronts. Price suppressed the waves in his heart and spoke slowly, his voice carrying a rare bit of praise. It's been a long time since I've encountered such a formidable challenger. It's been a while. Your strength is fully worthy of the pink badge. I hope to see you at the Indigo Plateau Conference. I look forward to your performance. Price solemnly handed the pink badge to Ash. The screen froze on the moment Ash received the pink badge. LT, Surge, nothing to complain about here. He earned that badge with raw strength. There's really no way to criticize the parallel world's Ash. All those badges were earned through sheer strength, and he faced those traditional gyms instead of taking advantage of the newly opened ones where the leaders weren't as strong. The white light screen lit up. Ash and his group passed through a Pokémon sanctuary, participated in a fire Pokémon race, and finally arrived at the wild area, where they received 30 Safari balls from the manager, Kaiser. They also had a competition with Team Rockets. It was said that in the wild area, whoever could catch more Pokémon would win. If Ash's group won, Team Rockets would stop showing up to cause trouble, but if they lost, they would have to give all their Pokémon to Team Rockets. To get rid of Team Rockets, Ash and his friends were determined to win the competition no matter what. However, when Ash originally wanted to catch a Rhyhorn, a herd of Tauros charged out, and then the Safari Ball hit a Tauros, allowing the Rhyhorn to make a perfect escape. It was just that simple. Ash caught a Tauros. Professor Oak only now realized how Ash had caught those 30 Tauros. Team Rockets were as cunning as ever. They didn't actually go to catch Pokémon, but were specifically looking for Dratini. Ash discovered Team Rocket's plot and risked his life to save Dratini, ruining Team Rocket's plan. After resolving the trouble in the wild area, Ash and his group encountered a herd of rampaging Exeggutor. Charmander refused to lose and engaged in a fierce battle with the Exeggutor. During the battle, Charmander's power continued to rise, and it finally successfully evolved into Charmeleon. Using its powerful flamethrower, it easily repelled the Exeggutor army and rescued Ash and his group. Although Charmeleon became more powerful, it also became more difficult to control. It began to disobey Ash's orders and would even lose its temper with Ash at times. Later, Ash and his group passed through a city where the residents had short tempers, and they encountered a Jigglypuff there. Then they arrived at Grandpa Canyon. Because of Team Rockets, Ash and his group fell into an underground cavern and discovered sleeping fossil Pokémon. Inside, they also found an Aerodactyl. Ash fell into the Aerodactyl's mouth. Provoked by the Aerodactyl, Charmeleon was so enraged that it evolved directly into Charizard. Finally, under the sound of Jigglypuff's song, the Aerodactyl flew around for a bit and then returned to the underground cavern to sleep, without disturbing anyone else. Chapter 61, The Bond with 30 Tauros. Ash, who loves battling, had Bulbasaur fight a passerby's Pokémon. After winning the battle, the bulb on Bulbasaur's back began to glow, a sign of impending evolution. But Bulbasaur resisted. Chuck, why do I feel like something is off? The Pokémon Ash caught all seemed to have some sort of issue. A rebellious and disobedient Charizard, a Bulbasaur that refuses to evolve, a Squirtle with the air of a mob boss, and a Pikachu that was disobedient at first and even used Thunder Shock on its trainer, and so on. LT, Surge, there are indeed many problems. As a trainer, Ash himself has issues too. He doesn't know how to raise Pokémon. Handsome guy, looking at it this way, Bulbasaur and Squirtle aren't that big of a problem. The most serious one is Charizard. After Ash risked his life to save it, the big brother Pikachu learned to be grateful. But Charizard, it's arrogant and rebellious. The two companions beside him agreed. After Charizard evolved, its personality changed drastically. James, actually the twerp isn't that bad, he's just a bit of a noob. Jessie, a bit reckless. Meowth, a bit brainless meow. Ash, all right, you guys don't need to say anymore. Gary, Ash might not be a big problem, but you Team Rockets have a huge problem. You're not just a bit of a noob, reckless, and brainless. Your missions fail every single time. Only I can bully my best friend. The Team Rocket trio was stung by Gary's words. Back at the Pokémon Center, Nurse Joy told Ash's group about a legend regarding Bulbasaur at a place called the Mysterious Garden. At a certain time, Bulbasaur from all over would swarm and gather together to hold an evolution festival. At night, Bulbasaur was taken away. Pikachu was alert, noticed the situation, and woke up Ash's group. They caught up and found that Bulbasaur still resisted evolution, It was questioned and even attacked by a Venusaur. Ash stepped forward and used his own body to block the Venusaur's Vine Whip. Seeing this, everyone marveled, as expected of the super pallet towner. The Venusaurs were hostile toward Ash's group. The Team Rocket Trio's assist was perfectly timed, capturing the Venusaurs and Ivysaurs and creating an opportunity for Ash's group. Bulbasaur saved the Venusaurs and Ivysaurs, earning their recognition. Gary, what good people! Every time Ash's side is in trouble, those three always step in at the critical moment, helping hand Ash again and again. I misunderstood you, you're actually allies. Jesse, ally my foot. That was just an accident, do you understand? Handsome guy, once is an accident, twice is an accident, but what about 3 times? 4 times? They can't all be accidents, can they? James, it really was that many accidents. Everyone was skeptical of this. Team Rockets is a famous organization with well-trained members, and these 3 are superiors who are skilled in almost everything and succeed in other tasks. Yet, facing Ash and Pikachu, they fail time and again, and even indirectly assist Ash. All signs pointed to the Team Rocket Trio, helping hand Ash. The Team Rocket Trio was also helpless. They were clearly targeting Ash and trying to kidnap Pikachu, but most of the time they ended up indirectly helping hand the twerp. After experiencing many things, Ash's group finally arrived at Cinnabar Island. Since Cinnabar Island had become a tourist hotspot, many tourists came to visit, but few trainers came to challenge the gym. This led to the decline of the Cinnabar gym, gradually fading from public view. Ash's group hadn't booked accommodation in advance and stumbled upon the Cinnabar gym by chance. Chuck was the owner of the inn. Because the gym had declined, he had converted it into an inn. Then came the gym battle segment. It was going well at first, but was interrupted due to some force majeure factors. Later, Chuck gave Ash another chance. Charizard fought Magmar. In this battle, Charizard didn't throw the match for Ash, its fighting spirit was ignited. With a seismic toss that treats all beings equally, it defeated Magmar. The white light screen dimmed. Leon, Charizard is still so disobedient. Looking at it, the only reason it fought just now was because Magmar stirred up its fighting spirit, not because it acknowledged Ash. As a champion trainer of Charizard, Leon never expected there to be such an eccentric Charizard. Chuck, yes, that Charizard has more problems than just that. It evolved too early, so its size hasn't caught up, and some of its abilities haven't followed suit. Otherwise, it would be even stronger and would have ended the fight with my old partner even faster. It must be said that Ash's Charizard is strong, but it's just disobedient and has pitifully little battle experience. Chuck's Magmar being defeated was a case of youth will be served. Ash, it's because I didn't have experience in raising Pokémon and didn't guide Charizard properly that those things happened later. Making excuses for Charizard again. As a trainer, Ash fails in terms of combat, but he is very good to his Pokémon, better than 99% of trainers. With Charizard causing such a mess in this world, the parallel world probably won't have the same outcome. The black light screen lit up. After winning the pink badge, Ash didn't get overconfident. Instead, he trained even harder. Pikachu and the others were the same. Having seen Gastly's strength, they felt a lot of pressure and trained more diligently than before. Kirlia was also training. Bruno, they don't even relax. Each one is more competitive than the last, and even the trainer is working out with them. Lorelei, he won so many badges through his own strength, yet he didn't become arrogant and kept training. The Ash from the parallel world is way too competitive. Professor Oak, this is how a legendary trainer is made. Maybe being a legendary trainer isn't worth it. Seeing the parallel world Ash's training, many people felt that there was nothing good about becoming a legendary trainer. They arrived at the wild area. On the way, Ash heard many trainers discussing Dratini in the wild area, which reminded him of the ancient Dragonite he saw at Bill's lighthouse last time. He happened to see Boss Kaiser being questioned about Dratini. Looking impatient, Kaiser even pulled out a gun and sternly declared that there were no Dratini in the wild area. Ash bought 30 safari balls, intending to catch Pokémon that caught his eye. He saw a Rhyhorn and threw a ball, but a Tauros rushed over, and the ball hit it right on the head. An accident, Ash didn't say anything and threw another ball. The result was the same. He caught another Tauros. Third time's the charm, Ash threw another ball. He caught yet another Tauros. Ash was stunned for a moment. He just wanted to catch a Rhyhorn, but he ended up catching 3 Tauros in a row. Maybe it's the location. Ash changed locations. He found a Pokémon he liked, and to prevent catching another Tauros, he threw 3 balls in succession. Even if a Tauros popped up again, he could still catch the other Pokémon. As it turned out, a large herd of Tauros rushed over, and those 3 balls caught 3 more Tauros. Ash looked confused. Was he being set up? Taking a deep breath, with 24 balls left, he couldn't believe they would all be Tauros. After a long time, the 30 safari balls were all used up. Ash smiled a helpless smile. All 30 balls were Tauros. Chapter 62, Kirlia's super rookie physique makes her jealous. The wild area exploded in popularity because of the news about Dratini. A large number of trainers flooded into the wild area, searching frantically for Dratini. Kaiser was no longer so serious because he was making money hand over fist. He had struck it rich. Although Kaiser kept saying Dratini wasn't in the wild area, a photo of him with Dratini was hanging in the most prominent spot in his shop. Clearly, he was using the photo to attract passersby, yet saying Dratini wasn't there to use the Dratini gimmick to make more money, like selling safari balls and supplies. Even with so many people constantly catching Pokémon in the wild area, Ash still accurately caught 30 Tauros. Part of the reason was related to those trainers. Those people specifically looked for Dratini, searching the place inside out. The Team Rocket trio had little interest in Dratini. They were mainly interested in Pikachu and the others. At first, they only wanted to catch Pikachu, but later they saw Ash catch several more Pokémon. Although they weren't as powerful as Pikachu, their strength wasn't bad either, and they often defeated them. They decided to just catch them all together. With a few more powerful Pokémon, Boss Giovanni would be even happier. Perhaps if Boss Giovanni was happy, he would give them a promotion and a raise, making them executives of the Team Rockets. Ash, you can't get anything done, and yet you're here dreaming. Misty, exactly daydreaming. Brock, what a vivid imagination. Facing the mockery of the original trio, the Team Rocket trio couldn't stand it at all. Why couldn't they get promoted? It was because of these 3 twerps. If these 3 twerps had just let Pikachu be stolen obediently, the 3 of them would have become Team Rocket's executives long ago. The 2 people and 1 cat shouted in their hearts, "These 3 twerps are ruining us." Jesse, twerps, try saying that again. Ash, you can't get anything done, and yet you're here dreaming. Ash was quite honest, and actually said it again. The 2 people and 1 cat of the Team Rockets were stunned. This twerp was so obedient. James, twerp, try handing Pikachu over to us. Ash, no. Everyone smiled. The bickering between the Team Rocket trio and Ash was truly interesting to watch. Because the process of catching 30 Tauros was very strange, Ash wanted to review it properly, so they rested by the shore of a remote lake. Sabrina and Misty went fishing. Pikachu and the others were nearby, looking for those Pokémon to train with. The Team Rocket trio's revenge plan began. They made a bomb, wanting to knock out Pikachu and the others. Because of Aura and Kirlia's psychic powers, the Team Rocket trio's actions were quickly discovered by Ash. He stopped the Team Rockets, but the bomb was still left in the lake. Ash sensed there was a Pokémon inside. He dove straight in, using an aura barrier to protect himself and that Pokémon. Kirlia added another layer of shield for Ash. The bomb was powerful, but the damage was 0. Handsome guy, how bold. Cynthia, both Ash's love for Pokémon remains as consistent as ever. Although he accidentally caught 30 Tauros, Ash still accepted them and didn't abandon them. When a strange Pokémon is in danger, Ash still rushes in without hesitation. Chuck, that constitution and aura power are also very strong. He doesn't have a single injury, just like he went down for a swim. The Ash on the white light screen side didn't show aura power, relying entirely on his own super pallet towner constitution to endure it. On the black light screen side, with the addition of his constitution and aura power, he was completely unharmed. Ash climbed onto the shore. His clothes were wet, but he was perfectly fine. He felt the Pokémon in his arms was slippery, and discovered it was a Dratini. Dratini also looked at Ash with a somewhat flustered expression. It had just come out for a stroll. How did it run into such a big commotion? Fortunately, this human saved it. It felt a sense of security and familiarity from this human, which felt very comfortable. Dratini, are you okay? Ash checked Dratini's body. Well, Dratini felt Ash touching it, and a hint of a blush appeared on its cheeks. It was a girl, and this was the first time it had been touched like this by a human. Its body felt strange. Dratini, there really is a Dratini here, Misty said in surprise. I thought the owner was lying, but it turns out to be true. Sabrina stepped closer. She noticed that the Dratini in front of her seemed different from the one in the photo. The appearance was mostly the same, but the temperament and expression were different. Wutilda. Dratini was a bit shy, but not with Ash. Perhaps because Ash had just saved it, it snuggled into Ash's embrace. Kirlia's eyes narrowed as she watched Dratini quietly. She gave a soft huff. That was her spot. All right, you were scared just now, it's okay. Sensing Kirlia's emotions, Ash couldn't help but laugh. He comforted Dratini first, then Kirlia. He held Kirlia's small hand. Kirlia responded obediently, hugging Ash's arm. Gary, is this right? Is this freaking right? Kirlia is jealous. Gary didn't understand. It was one thing for the Ash in the parallel world to have so many girls like him, but even the Pokémon were like this, even getting jealous. Diantha, she really is jealous. Her favorite trainer being so intimate with another Pokémon, one of the same gender as her, and in the spot she usually occupies. Misty, the Kirlia in the parallel world, likes Ash even more than Bayleaf does. She's a real jealous type. When he meets Chikorita later, that scene will be spectacular. I bet the Ash in the parallel world will have a headache too, ha ha ha. Delia, he's so charming. I think Kirlia is quite good too. She's beautiful and elegant and would be suitable as a girlfriend. Delia had an open mind. If things continued to develop like this, the Ash in the parallel world would likely have some development with Kirlia. Ash, huh? Mom, what are you saying? These words gave Ash quite a shock. He looked at the black light screen and hadn't thought in that direction, but his mother had just pointed it out directly. Chapter 63, Pikachu Forest, Team Rocket's trio as training partners. Passing through the layers of dense forest, the sunlight was filtered by the leaves into fine spots of light, and the air was filled with a faint scent of electricity. Pikachu felt a strong sense of familiarity. This was the Pikachu Forest. Many Pikachu were leaping among the bushes and branches, occasionally emitting small bursts of current with a crackling sound. Ash and his group simply stood to the side, quietly watching their own Pikachu blend into the group. Before long, a familiar voice came from deep within the forest. It was the Team Rocket trio making their usual appearance and delivering their classic lines. They wanted to capture all the Pikachu here in one fell swoop. But this time, there was no need for Black Ash's Pikachu to lift a finger. The Pikachu in the forest assembled instantly, releasing electricity in groups. Some acted as decoys, some swung their tails to form an electroweb, and others gathered to use Thunderbolt. With perfect coordination, they sent the Team Rockets blasting off into the sky. Ash's Pikachu didn't join the battle immediately. Instead, it carefully observed the rhythm of its companions' moves. And those Pikachu seemed to be showing off their skills, specifically to welcome Pikachu. Using the Team Rocket trio as sparring partners, they repeatedly used Rain Dance followed by Thunder, causing their accuracy to soar. The Team Rocket trio had no chance to dodge at all. Later, they demonstrated Thunder Punch, this time fighting against Meowth. Meowth thought these Pikachu were just ordinary Pikachu and took the initiative to face them. In the end, he ended up with a new skin, becoming completely charred black. Afterward, they also demonstrated electric terrain. The Pikachu Forest had become its most natural training ground. The Team Rocket trio were the most dedicated sparring partners, without a single word of complaint, just silently training with them. Seeing the miserable state of the Team Rocket trio, everyone actually felt a bit of sympathy. Team Rocket trio, we protest, this twerp is just too mean. No one paid any attention to the Team Rocket trio's protest. LT, Surge, wait, is that really a Pikachu? It's one thing to know Thunder Punch and Electric Terrain, but how does it even know Rain Dance? There's definitely something wrong with these Pikachu. Investigate. This must be investigated thoroughly. In front of the screen, Ash's cheeks flushed, and he subconsciously scratched his head. It seemed Pikachu's potential hadn't been fully tapped yet. It was his own fault. He had always relied on Pikachu's Thunderbolt, using one move to solve everything, never thinking about letting it expand its moveset. LT, Surge, learning so many different things at once, aren't you afraid of biting off more than you can chew and ending up mastering nothing? Alistair, that might be the case for other Pokémon, but that Pikachu clearly doesn't have such concerns. After speaking, she looked at her own Electric-type Pokémon and said seriously, let's learn from the Ash and Pikachu on the light screen. Not only should we refine Electric-type moves like Thunderbolt, but we can also find more opponents to practice with. We'll use Team Rockets as sparring partners and learn more moves to broaden our coverage. Ash took a deep breath, turned to look at his Pikachu, and spoke with absolute determination. Pikachu, we need to practice more too. We can't always rely on sudden flashes of inspiration during battle. That's too risky. Pikachu nodded heavily and let out a crisp pika. On the side, Misty and Brock were both stunned, their faces filled with shock. This was so unlike the usual Ash. In the past, he was reckless and stubborn, never turning back until he hit a wall, only learning to reflect after suffering a loss. But now, he was actually reflecting on his own and even planning systematic training. Why are you two looking at me like that? Ash was a bit confused by their stares, but he quickly realized and spoke frankly. I know very well how big the gap is between me and the me from the parallel world. I won't be as arrogant and overconfident as before. Ever since watching everything on the light screen, the sense of disparity in his heart had become incredibly clear. By comparison, the parallel world version of himself was steady and reliable, always able to protect his Pokémon immediately, and never making those impulsive and risky moves. Brock sighed inwardly. He's finally grown up. A gentle smile played on Misty's lips as she silently added in her heart. If you could also reflect on how you treat girls and stop being such a blockhead, that would be great. Chapter 64, Goodbye Nanami, the primal regression of the fossil pterosaur. After returning from training, Pikachu's combat power has increased significantly, putting immense pressure on the other Pokémon. They already couldn't beat him, and now their big brother Pikachu has become so strong that he's left them far behind. Kirlia didn't mind much. What it cared about was the Dratini by Ash's side, as well as that Dragonair. Each one was more intimate with its favorite Ash than the last. Moreover, they were a mother and daughter pair of dragons, which made it feel a great deal of pressure. Bulbasaur and Charmeleon were under a lot of pressure. Right now, it seemed like the two of them were the weakest in the entire team. Butterfree and Pidgeot had returned to Professor Oak's lab to train, and their strength was growing rapidly there. Beedrill was training incredibly hard every day, and its strength had already surpassed theirs. There was a high probability that the two of them would end up at the bottom. Charmeleon had the experience of being abandoned because it wasn't strong enough, so it was a bit anxious now, while Bulbasaur was okay. Even seeing its companions of the same initial stage evolve, it wasn't in much of a hurry. Passing through a town, they happened upon a group of Exeggutor that had all fallen into confusion, indiscriminately attacking passing trainers. It was Bulbasaur and Charmeleon who worked together to deal with those Exeggutor. Then Ash's group arrived at Grandpa Canyon. A staff member was recruiting passing trainers. As long as they helped with the mining, they could receive a handsome reward. Looking from afar, Ash saw an acquaintance. It was an acquaintance from Pallet Town. This acquaintance was Gary's sister, Nanami Oak. Nanami was dressed in a crisp researcher's white coat, the wide hem making her figure appear even taller. Even in trousers, her fair and slender legs couldn't be hidden, glowing with a delicate luster under the sun, and she exuded a professional yet gentle aura. Sister Nanami, Sabrina waved happily. Hearing a familiar voice, Nanami stopped flipping through her documents and slowly turned her head. When she saw Ash, Misty, and Sabrina, a gentle smile immediately spread across her face and she walked over quickly. Ash, Sabrina, why are you guys here? Ash gave Nanami the perfume he had bought at the perfume shop in Celadon City. Each one was different. Nanami's smile was like a flower, her beautiful eyes curving into crescents, clearly liking the gift Ash gave her. Damn it, instead of meeting me here, he actually met my sister. Gary was currently annoyed for 2 reasons. First, Ash hadn't met him here, and second, Ash had met his sister, and their behavior was even more intimate than before. Professor Oak was more open-minded, Nanami and the group gathered to chat, and Nanami took the opportunity to get to know Misty. During the conversation, she keenly noticed a hint of shyness and concern in the depths of Misty's eyes when she looked at Ash, and she sighed somewhat bittersweetly in her heart. Yet another girl. Turning to business, Nanami's tone became serious. I received word that fossils of extinct ancient Pokémon were discovered in Grandpa Canyon. I came here specifically to study these fossils. She paused, a look of helplessness appearing on her face. It's just that the difficulty of excavating fossils is too great. We don't know the exact locations, so we have to dig carefully bit by bit, which is extremely time-consuming. Besides, many passing trainers want to challenge the gyms, so not many are willing to come help. Since Nanami was in a bind, Ash naturally had to help. Because Nanami had helped him before, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a gushing spring. Moreover, she was Gary's sister, and they had basically grown up together, so there were some special feelings involved. No sooner said than done. The 3 girls picked up pickaxes and squatted in the designated area, carefully digging into the rocks. Meanwhile, a faint blue glow emanated from Ash as he used aura power to carefully sense the movements underground, and then he specifically released Beedrill. Beedrill used its twin needles to poke open the rocks, and then Kirlia used Psychic to move the fossils up one by one. Pikachu stood on Ash's shoulder, looking around vigilantly for the Team Rocket trio. Ash, how did you dig up so many fossils? Nanami looked at Ash in astonishment. How long had it been, and he had already dug up so many fossils? I used aura to sense the location of the fossils. Handsome guy, this aura power can be used not only to find people and Pokémon, but now even fossils. It can be used as a treasure hunting detector. If everyone in the police force had aura power, we wouldn't have to worry about those evil organizations escaping. Riley, it's simply unrealistic for everyone to have aura power. Furthermore, the gap between aura talents is huge. Not everyone can be as powerful as the Ash from the parallel world. Even the aura talent of our ancestor, Sir Aaron, has yet to be matched by anyone. At this moment, Cynthia, the champion of Celestic Town sitting in the distance, fell into deep thought. She wasn't moved by Riley's words, but was deeply attracted by Ash's operation of using aura power to find fossils on the light screen. Her gaze fell on the newly excavated fossils, and a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Since some of the Pokémon's aura still remained on the fossils, could the ancient ruins she had been searching for also be located through aura power? Thinking of this, a light suddenly flashed in Cynthia's eyes. Aura power was practically a divine tool for archaeology. She looked at Ash on the light screen with burning eyes, her fingers lightly tapping the table, her eyes flickering. Next time she went on an archaeological expedition, perhaps she could ask Ash for help, but the prerequisite was to first find a way to help Ash completely awaken his aura power. Not long after searching, Ash sensed the location of the Team Rocket trio again. The Team Rocket trio was short on money and wanted to find fossils to sell. They had made a detector themselves and had already found an underground cave. Ash's group followed them down quietly. He specifically released Charmeleon, using the flame on its tail as a light. Along the way, they found sleeping ancient Pokémon. Initially, they were somewhat hostile towards Ash's group, but after communicating with them, using aura power, and giving them some Pokéblocks, Amistar and the others were no longer hostile. Misty and the others even each chose an ancient fossil Pokémon. After a while, the screams of the Team Rocket trio were heard, along with a roar. The Team Rocket trio ran back the way they came. Seeing Ash's group, they left only one sentence. "It's up to you, twerp. That big guy is not to be trifled with." Before they could finish speaking, the figures of the Team Rocket trio had already vanished. Embarrassing, so embarrassing, the Team Rocket trio covered their faces. Their parallel world selves were so embarrassing this time. No one was paying attention to the three of them now. Instead, they were looking at the dark shadow flying out of the black light screen. This shadow was different from the shadow on the white light screen. Bang! Roar! A massive dark shadow directly smashed through a stone pillar, flapping its wings as it looked down upon Ash's group. The appearance of this shadow caught everyone off guard. Under the illumination of the fire, the true face of the shadow finally appeared. It was a dragon-shaped Pokémon with a light gray body. Many stones were embedded in its massive wings, and sharp rocks covered various parts of its body, looking like a natural part of its form. Aerodactyl. Nanami thought it was an Aerodactyl at first glance, but while this fossil Pokémon before her bore a great resemblance to Aerodactyl, its appearance was also somewhat different, with nearly half of its body covered in rocks. Ash stared blankly at the Aerodactyl, an excited emotion appearing in his eyes. Charmeleon rushed in front of Ash's group, staring down that Pokémon. "Lance, what a majestic Aerodactyl, but why does this Aerodactyl look different from what's shown in the records?" Lance also had an Aerodactyl, and was certain that the Pokémon on the black light screen was an Aerodactyl, except that the Aerodactyl over there had undergone some changes. "Professor Elm, that Aerodactyl should be in its primal form. What we usually see is a degenerated Aerodactyl. Ash, its original form? Then, when I encountered it last time, it was degenerated, but it's in this primal form in the parallel world. Why is it different?" "Professor Oak, to be precise, its primal reversion. It's possible that it obtained natural energy through some means, strengthening itself, and thus reverting to its strongest form from ancient times. This method is similar to the Keystone evolution in the Kalos region." "Professor Sycamore, Mega Evolution? This state of Aerodactyl really is a bit like Mega Evolution, though it seems to be in a weakened period right now. Without a continuous supply of natural energy, Aerodactyl probably won't be able to maintain this form for long." Chapter 65, Charizard vs. Aerodactyl. Evolution in Flames? Why does it look a bit different from the Aerodactyl I've seen? Sabrina stared intently at the Aerodactyl before her. Its physique was more robust than any known Aerodactyl, and it radiated an aura that was both primitive and ferocious, causing an uncontrollable sense of fear to well up within her. Nanami took out her Pokédex, but it displayed no information about the Aerodactyl in front of them. It clearly hadn't been recorded yet, and she knitted her beautiful brows. Could it be a regional form of Aerodactyl? "That possibility can't be ruled out," Ash replied. "Roar." Seeing that the group was still whispering and completely ignoring it, the Aerodactyl was instantly enraged, letting out a deafening roar. It accelerated the flapping of its wings, and the air currents stirred up the loose rocks in the cavern. Its sharp claws glinted with a cold light. It was clearly preparing to dive down and teach them a lesson. "Pika." Before the chew could be finished, Ash noticed Charmeleon letting out a defiant roar at the Aerodactyl in the air. The flame on its tail flickered in response, and Ash immediately understood Charmeleon's intention. It wanted to battle the Aerodactyl. Perhaps it was because both their names contained dragon, and combined with the fact that the Aerodactyl had been flying in the air, looking down at Charmeleon and constantly provoking it, mocking Charmeleon for being unable to fly. "Your name has dragon in it, but you can't fly. You're a disgrace to dragon-type Pokémon." The two dragons stared at each other across the air, their roars filled with mutual mockery and defiance, with almost everything they said being insults directed at one another. "Neither of you is even dragon-type. Okay." Ash decided to let Charmeleon take the lead and settle its personal grudge. Kirlia used Psychic to protect everyone. Pikachu stood ready for any unexpected situation. If Charmeleon lost, it would step in to clean up the mess. Judging by the Aerodactyl's behavior, it was quite brutal and capable of agile flight. Even though the cavern posed some restrictions, it still held a significant advantage over Charmeleon. The Aerodactyl had already dived down, riding a fierce current of air. Its wings suddenly burst with a dazzling white light. It was clearly using wing attack as it rushed straight at Charmeleon with a sound that tore through the air. Charmeleon smokescreen. Black smoke obscured Charmeleon's figure. The Aerodactyl lost its target for a moment, but still aggressively charged straight through the smoke, its sharp wings missing their mark. This worked out perfectly, as Charmeleon didn't need Ash's reminder. By sensing the fluctuations in the air, it pinpointed the Aerodactyl's location. Flamethrower. Charmeleon lunged out from the smoke, opened its mouth, and unleashed a torrent of scorching fire, hitting the Aerodactyl's back with precision. The Aerodactyl winced in pain, let out a muffled grunt, and its body faltered slightly. Ka. Charmeleon twisted its mouth and triumphantly beckoned to the Aerodactyl in the air, clearly returning the mockery it had just received twofold. The damage wasn't significant, but it made the Aerodactyl impatient, and it charged over again. Such an archaic fighting style, Ash commanded Fire Spin. In response, Charmeleon spewed out raging flames. The scorching fire instantly spiraled into a massive vortex, firmly trapping the Aerodactyl that had rushed in too hastily. The Aerodactyl has already been read by Ash. Misty observed the situation on the field. The Aerodactyl was strong, certainly, but despite its power, it didn't realize it was being led by the rhythm of the battle. Janine, this Aerodactyl doesn't seem very smart. Its fighting style is so reckless. Everything is being predicted by Ash. Lorelei, a classic case of strong limbs but a simple mind. It's a bit similar to Bruno. Bruno, the first part was fine. There's no need to bring me into this. Bruno couldn't refute that, as he really couldn't beat Lorelei in a fight. Chuck, the Ash in the parallel world, has a high level of battle skill, while the Aerodactyl still uses an old, primitive fighting style. Even though Charmeleon is at a type disadvantage, taking it down shouldn't be a problem. The Aerodactyl was brutal in temperament and possessed astonishing power, but its fighting style was too rigid and inflexible. In front of a meticulous human trainer who excelled at controlling the rhythm of battle, it was ultimately destined to suffer. Charizard watched in stunned silence, thinking, all right, fighting like that makes me look really dull. The Aerodactyl broke straight through the fire spin, its sharp head acting like a blade as it charged directly at Charmeleon. Ash's eyes narrowed. Brick break. Charmeleon struck out with both hands, but was knocked back a distance, its arms feeling numb. But the Aerodactyl charged again, this time using Crunch. Opening its massive jaws, Dark-type energy surged forth. Block it. Roar. Charmeleon stood its ground firmly, slashing with both claws. Bang. Sharp claws struck into the Aerodactyl's mouth, locking in a confrontation. Flamethrower. A blue sheen flashed across Charmeleon's eyes, and with a flick of its tail, 7 colored flames surged up. Enduring the pain in its hands, it unleashed a point-blank flamethrower at the Aerodactyl, completely engulfing it in flames. But the Aerodactyl's ferocity flared up. It ignored the burning flames and increased the pressure of its bite on Charmeleon. Ash felt a sharp pain radiating from his own hands. Ka. Charmeleon's feet sank into the ground, and the 7 colored flames from its tail surged out, enveloping its entire body and radiating a rainbow-colored light. One could faintly see Charmeleon's physique beginning to change. Anyone with a keen eye could see that Charmeleon was evolving. LT, Surge, even its evolution is so flashy, I wonder if it can actually fight. Chuck, if it goes head-to-head with the Aerodactyl, the odds of winning aren't high. The Aerodactyl's fighting style is relatively primitive, without any predictive capability, but its body is tough enough, and it has the type advantage. Only with the command of a trainer can Charmeleon trade blows with the Aerodactyl. If it were a brute force contest, it would have lost long ago. Moreover, that primal reversion Aerodactyl isn't even in its prime. Looking at the combat power it's displaying, it doesn't quite match its formidable appearance. Plus, several professors in the comments have already explained the situation. The The primal reversion form can only be maintained for a short while, after which it will revert to the other familiar aerodactyl form. Charmeleon's body grew larger. A pair of wide wings sprouted from its back, its tail lengthened, and the rainbow light on the flames grew even more intense. Roar! The newly evolved Charizard flung the aerodactyl aside, its wings whipping up a gale. The aerodactyl steadied itself, its eyes revealing even more excitement. This guy had become stronger, now the fight would be worth it. It immediately dove down, using Headbutt once again. Charizard used Slash. In this clash, Charizard was no longer forced to retreat. The aerodactyl exerted its strength. Charizard's eyes narrowed, flames swept by, and it exerted force again. With one hand it blocked, and with the other it slashed directly across. Bang! The aerodactyl was knocked to the ground. Charizard has become so much stronger that it can actually go toe-to-toe with Aerodactyl in terms of raw power, and it even has the advantage. Nanami looked at the somewhat wilted Aerodactyl, feeling very confused about Charizard's evolution. The flames that Charizard breathed and the ones on its tail didn't seem to be pure orange-red. They were like a rainbow, 7-colored flames. The colors in those flames seemed somewhat familiar. Chapter 66, Sacred Fire. A punch to awaken the fossilized Aerodactyl. The Team Rocket trio didn't leave the area. Instead, they tiptoed behind a pile of rocks, peeking out slightly with their eyes fixed on the battlefield ahead, plotting to reap the benefits of the fight. Look, that twerp's Charmeleon actually evolved, and it's become so powerful, as expected of the twerp. Does that guy still dare to bare his teeth? He's just a bully who picks on the weak. Jesse and James grew excited, their chatter becoming more animated. It was hard to tell if they were happy because the arrogant Aerodactyl was finally getting beaten, or because Ash's Charizard had become so strong. The joy in their eyes was impossible to hide. Beside them, Meowth suddenly froze, its ears drooping slightly as the excitement vanished from its face. Bullying the weak, its heart skipped a beat, wasn't the weak they were talking about. The Team Rockets. As the Grand Team Rockets, they were repeatedly bullied and humiliated by these Pokémon. Wasn't this a classic case of a tiger in the plains being bullied by dogs? The more Meowth thought about it, the more dejected it felt, its tail drooping listlessly. Meanwhile, the battle on the other side had already reached a fever pitch, the air thick with the smell of gunpowder. The edges of Charizard's wings were sliced with several shallow cuts from sharp claws, while Aerodactyl's left wing had lost quite a few rock fragments and was scorched black by flames, making its flight unstable. Roar! Aerodactyl let out an unwilling roar, stubbornly flying in the air as a white glow erupted around its body, diving down toward Charizard. A strange phenomenon occurred. Aerodactyl's form shifted, reverting back to its original Aerodactyl form one moment and becoming its primal reversion form the next. The final move would decide the winner. Ash used his aura power to buff Charizard. Charizard Flamethrower. Charizard slammed its tail onto the ground, and the surrounding air instantly became scorching hot as streaks of intense fire erupted from the earth, swirling and coiling around its body. Above the rising flames, a brilliant 7-colored rainbow light slowly emerged, its shifting glow reflecting off the fire and making it look even more dazzling. The fire in Charizard's eyes burned even more intensely. It opened its mouth slightly, and a powerful suction force burst forth, drawing the swirling flames and the rainbow light into its belly, causing its aura to skyrocket instantly. Bang! In the next second, Charizard closed its mouth, and when it opened it again, a torrent of flames condensed with all its power blasted out, striking the diving Aerodactyl head-on. Aerodactyl let out a shrill scream as it was sent flying by the torrent of fire, slamming heavily into the rock wall behind it with a dull impact sound, leaving several deep cracks in the stone. Chuck, holy crap, isn't that sacred fire? Ho-Oh's sacred fire. Matsuba, it is sacred fire. Now that Charizard has learned Ho-Oh's sacred fire move, just like Entei. Fearing that some might not know Ho-Oh's signature move, sacred fire, Matsuba explained it once more. Brock, then will Charizard become a messenger of Ho-Oh like Entei? Matsuba, that's unlikely. Ho-Oh leaves behind a rainbow hero probably so the rainbow hero's Pokémon can learn its sacred fire to help them complete the trials. Lisa, unfortunately, the Ash of this world doesn't have a rainbow wing, and his Charizard doesn't know sacred fire either. Ash, it's okay. Charizard and I will work hard together to get stronger. We'll definitely catch up. It's not like we must have the sacred fire move. We have our own way. If we lack talent, we'll just work twice as hard. He's grown quite a bit, Professor Oak thought to himself. The light screen comparison, it really had a big impact on Ash. By harshly contrasting his previous brain-dead maneuvers, Ash was now very humble. A Charizard that received the inheritance of a mythical Pokémon. Leon's fighting spirit was soaring, and the Charizard beside him was also filled with battle intent. It was the world's #1 Charizard. So what if it has the power of a mythical Pokémon? It still wouldn't be its match. Having defeated Aerodactyl, it reverted to its Aerodactyl form, and the sharp rocks on its body disappeared. Ash took out a Pokéball and walked slowly toward Aerodactyl. Wanting to tame me? In Aerodactyl's era, it was called taming. Although there were humans who fought them with Pokémon, and defeated Pokémon would likely be tamed, Aerodactyl wouldn't be tamed so easily. It had its own pride and self-esteem. At the very least, the trainer himself had to be stronger than it. Roar! Aerodactyl lunged directly at Ash. The trainer who can tame me hasn't been born yet. Unless you can defeat me yourself, don't even think about making me obey. A blue glint flashed in Ash's eyes. He threw a punch straight at Aerodactyl's forehead. Bang! A loud noise rang out immediately. It wasn't Ash who went flying, but Aerodactyl who was pinned to the ground again. It was knocked to the ground by Ash's single punch. Ash lightly tapped Aerodactyl's head with the ball, pulling it into the Pokéball. The three girls in the back widened their eyes. That one punch knocked Aerodactyl down. Charizard was a bit happy after defeating Aerodactyl, seeing how strong it had become, but seeing its trainer's punch, it suddenly felt a lot of pressure. The trainer's combat power was even higher than its own. The Team Rockets in the back wanted to make a move, but they were also frightened by Ash. However, they were discovered by Kirlia, and Charizard used Flamethrower to send them blasting off into the sky. Chuck, Ash is the pride of us fighting-type trainers. B. LT, Surge. I think the Ash from the parallel world could just go on stage and solo the Pokémon himself. During matches, the Pokémon could just swap places with him. When Aerodactyl was released, its eyes had become clear, devoid of their previous ferocity. Aerodactyl had been punched awake. It turned out this human trainer was the true expert. Strength is everything, there's nothing more to say. It acknowledged Ash as its trainer. Nanami would pack up the ancient Pokémon here to take back. The commotion from the battle just now had attracted many people, and the secret of this place couldn't be kept. To ensure the ancient Pokémon weren't disturbed, it was better to take them back to Professor Oak's lab. Before leaving, Nanami reluctantly bid farewell to Ash. Glancing at Misty and Sabrina, who were picking up a Pokémon egg nearby, she pursed her lips and kissed Ash directly. The two girls were shocked. They had just turned their heads to grab an egg, and he was snatched away right under their noses. Kirlia puffed out its cheeks. Even it hadn't kissed his mouth yet. See you next time, Nanami said with a reserved smile, looking forward to their next meeting. At this moment, most of the people from Pallet Town, watching the light screen, were also very surprised. Gary, in particular, was even more surprised than Nanami. It was one thing for his sister to like Ash, but why was she being so proactive? Nanami's face felt a bit hot as she watched. She wondered what she would do the next time she saw Aunt Delia. Ash was stunned. The situation on the light screen seemed a bit off. With Aerodactyl joining the team and Charmeleon evolving into Charizard, the pressure on the rest of the team increased, especially for Bulbasaur. Its current training schedule was almost the same as Beedrill's, and it usually felt worried. Bulbasaur defeated a passerby trainer's Ivysaur. The kind passerby told Ash that there were rumors of a Bulbasaur festival near a Pokémon Center ahead, which was said to help Bulbasaur evolve and become stronger. Evolve? Bulbasaur didn't really want to evolve. Seeing Bulbasaur's anxiety, Ash picked it up and comforted it. getting stronger doesn't necessarily mean you have to evolve, and evolving doesn't necessarily mean you'll get stronger. Just look at the Team Rocket's Meowth. It hasn't evolved, but it's very strong. It can talk, build technology, and is very smart. If it evolved into a Persian, it might not be this capable. Bulbasaur looked up at Ash. Chapter 67, a rant about Team Rocket and the evolution of the secret garden. The twerp actually praised me. He's got good taste. Meowth's mouth curled up uncontrollably, and even its tail wagged slightly. It quickly crossed its arms to feign composure, but the pride in its eyes couldn't be hidden. Being recognized by this seemingly more powerful Ash from the parallel world made its heart leap with joy. Jessie and James looked at Meowth. Why did the twerp only praise Meowth? Did he forget about the other two? Meowth caught their subtle movements out of the corner of its eye, and the curve of its mouth flattened slightly. It thought to itself that the twerp indeed had good taste, knowing that it was the most capable member of the Team Rockets. Even Persian couldn't compare to it. Next time they met, it would go a bit easier on the twerp as a reward for his discernment. Danath. At the mention of Meowth, Bulbasaur couldn't help but frown and shake its head in disdain. Meowth was indeed a bit smarter than its two teammates, but weren't its plans easily ruined by them every time? Ultimately, it was just a total weakling. Even a random Beedrill or Fearow from the roadside could defeat it. As for its two teammates, every time they appeared, they did nothing but strike flashy poses and recite a string of lines without any real skill. Compared to Meowth, their combat power was 6 of 1.5 a dozen of the other. Ash didn't know how to respond for a moment. What Bulbasaur said was the truth, and there was no way to refute it. After all, every time they clashed with the Team Rockets, the opponents really didn't show much skill, and most encounters ended with them making fools of themselves. Sabrina couldn't help but chuckle, lightly tapping her chin with a fingertip. She said thoughtfully, speaking of which, those three always intend to do bad things, but they never succeed. Instead, they've accidentally helped us several times. Do you think they're doing it on purpose? Maybe they're undercover agents. Now that you mention it, that actually makes some sense. Misty's eyes lit up. She crossed her arms and fell into deep thought. Recalling the Team Rocket's actions, those seemingly clumsy mistakes really did seem like they could be intentional. No way, no way. Ash quickly waved his hand, sounding very cert. Those three are just plain bad at what they do. Actually, Ash had similar doubts at first, but after several encounters with the Team Rocket trio, he realized those three truly had no talent for battling. They were somewhat capable of building mechanical inventions and had occasional flashes of brilliance. But when it came to Pokémon battles, they were pathetic, falling short of even ordinary trainers. Hearing Bulbasaur roast Meowth made Jessie and James happy, while Meowth's face fell. But when they heard Ash roast all three of them together, their expressions changed instantly. The twerps from both worlds are equally annoying. Since you're talking behind our backs, we'll take our anger out on the twerp of this world. Handsome guy, why is Black Ash speaking nothing but the honest truth, gossiping behind their backs when they aren't around? Although everything he said was right, he shouldn't say it like that. If Meowth and the others heard it, they'd be so heartbroken. Meowth, shut up. Jessie, twerp little girl, will remember you. James, spreading rumors and slandering us every day. Ash, I'm telling the truth, how is that slander? Boss Giovanni was a bit helpless. These three weren't like this before. Why did they become like this after getting tangled up with that boy and Pikachu? Could that Pikachu really be something special? Just as the Team Rocket trio was mentioned, they immediately appeared. Bulbasaur was just looking for someone to train with. Taking them on 3-1, it completely defeated the three Pokémon, finally sending the Team Rocket trio blasting off with a solar beam. As night approached, a Venusaur and several Bulbasaur emerged from the bushes. They had observed Bulbasaur's battle and saw it was a promising prospect. They spoke to Bulbasaur very kindly, signaling for it to follow them. Bulbasaur thought for a moment and decided to follow and see. Is it the mysterious garden those passers-by mentioned earlier? Ash and his group followed behind. When a specific time arrives, Bulbasaur scattered in various places receive an instinctive call and spontaneously gather to head toward the garden. Ash's Bulbasaur was the same. The entrance to the garden is usually hidden by walls formed of thick vines. If they hadn't followed Venusaur, they really wouldn't have been able to get in. After entering the garden, the sight they beheld was nothing short of a miracle. Glowing pollen gathered at a massive withered tree. The dead wood came back to life, blooming with vibrant flowers, and the ground was instantly covered in a sea of blossoms. It's so beautiful. Sabrina looked at the surrounding plants, which were full of life. Numerous Bulbasaur cried out in unison. A Venusaur, acting as the leader, presided over the ceremony, guiding the group to absorb the energy-rich pollen. Bulbasaur itself resisted the evolution, but after those other Bulbasaur finished evolving, flowers drifted down from that massive withered tree. Floating with the wind, they landed around Bulbasaur. Similarly, Bulbasaur felt a powerful force erupt within its body, which even Ash could sense. Its body was enveloped in white light, and its form grew bit by bit, heading straight toward the Venusaur form. LT, Surge, holy crap, no way. It's not going to be like Blastoise, is it? Chapter 68, Bulbasaur evolves with ease, Gary's advanced tutorial. Gardenia, is it another double evolution? Everyone watched Bulbasaur evolving within the black light screen, feeling a wave of emotion regarding the Pokémon Ash had caught. Every single one of them was a problem child, yet their opportunities were extraordinary. One had a double evolution, and another received Ho-Oh's inheritance. It looked like the remaining Bulbasaur was also going to undergo a double evolution. To see such a rare double evolution twice, in such a short period of time, was incredible. Rika, it's not a double evolution. Bulbasaur is still suppressing its own evolutionary energy. As soon as she finished speaking, Bulbasaur's figure inside the black light screen shrank slightly, unexpectedly returning to its original form. The Venusaur and Ivysaur within the light screen instantly showed looks of great disappointment, their heads drooping one after another. Clearly, they hadn't expected this outcome. Just as everyone was feeling surprised, the nearby withered tree suddenly burst forth with a white light even more brilliant than before. The soft radiance poured down, steadily enveloping Bulbasaur within the black light screen. Ash felt a wave of gentle energy surge through his body, removing his physical fatigue. Even the aura power within him grew increasingly strong under the nourishment of this energy. A moment later, the white light gradually faded. Bulbasaur inside the black light screen remained in its original form, without the slightest sign of evolution. Bulbasaur itself looked astonished. It could clearly feel an unfamiliar, yet docile energy within its body, which it could control at will without any resistance. Ash said softly, "Give it a try." Bulbasaur took a deep breath and activated that internal energy. Its body instantly burst with dazzling white light, and this time, it successfully evolved into Ivysaur. The white light did not stop. It flared up again immediately. Ivysaur's form continued to change, and it soon evolved into a lush Venusaur. The Venusaur and Ivysaur outside the light screen nodded in satisfaction. Previously, when they saw Bulbasaur evolve halfway and then shrink back, they had secretly doubted whether the ritual was useless for this Bulbasaur, even wondering if it was a real Bulbasaur at all. But in the next second, something unexpected happened again. White light radiated from Venusaur's body, its size gradually shrank, and it actually transformed back into its Bulbasaur form. Danath! The Venusaur and Ivysaur outside the light screen widened their eyes in an instant, letting out cries of surprise. How did it change back again? What exactly was going on? The two girls felt the same way. Could it be that this Bulbasaur's evolution was just a few-second trial version? Rika, am I seeing things? How can Bulbasaur evolve one moment and devolve the next? Can such a situation even occur? She had studied grass-type Pokémon for many years and had seen all sorts of evolutionary scenarios, but she had never seen a case like Bulbasaur, where it could switch so freely between evolution and devolution. Professor Oak, it should be the energy from that withered tree. By injecting grass-type energy into Bulbasaur, it broke the boundaries of evolution, allowing Bulbasaur to switch back and forth between its three forms. Boss Giovanni's expression was excited. The way Bulbasaur's form changed at will in the light screen was identical to a research project in his laboratory. Unfortunately, it's a Bulbasaur from another world. Giovanni felt a bit disappointed. Having obtained new power, Bulbasaur was very satisfied and immediately wanted to spar with its companions. The journey continued. The journey was leisurely, with occasional battles against passing trainers. Aerodactyl felt immense pressure and scrambled to take the field every time. Soon, Ash and his party arrived at Cinnabar Island by boat. Coincidentally, they met Gary again on the ship. During their brief reunion, Gary taught Ash some advanced ways of getting along with girls and even gave Ash a book. Ash had just opened the book when he immediately snapped it shut. The contents inside made him blush, and his heart raced. Nanami, Gary, what kind of book did you give him? Even Professor Oak was shocked. Was his grandson really this mature? Sabrina and Misty were both bashful, feeling a mix of anticipation and embarrassment in their hearts. Having inquired about the Cinnabar gym in advance, Ash didn't go there immediately. Instead, he enjoyed a good soak in the hot springs with Sabrina and Misty. Chapter 69, what a great book. An unexpected incident while soaking in the hot springs. The hotel has 2 hot springs. Pikachu and the others are in the other one. I shouldn't look at it. That's a book Gary pushed on me with bad intentions. As Ash soaked in the hot spring, his face turned slightly red. While speaking, he uncontrollably flipped open that ancient-looking book. Forget it, it shouldn't matter if I just take a look. After all, this area has always been my weak point. I haven't even sorted out the interpersonal issues between Nanami, Sabrina, and Misty, and now Sabrina and Claire have been added to the mix. It can't be wrong to learn more social techniques. Besides, I'll just flip through a few pages. I definitely won't get hooked. My original intention is just to help everyone get along harmoniously. Half an hour quietly passed. Gary. LT, Surge, congratulations to Ash for opening the door to a new world. Nanami, so you went to the Johto region for further studies just to learn strange things. Delia, no wonder when Gary came back last time, he brought a whole carload of girls. So he returned after completing his studies in this. Ash, is that book really that good? Maybe I should ask Gary to get me a copy too. After learning from it, I should be able to escape the title of being a dense steel man, right? Comparing me to my parallel world self, Misty won't have anything to complain about anymore. After watching for a good while, Ash became enthralled and didn't hear Serena's footsteps for a moment. Serena walked up to Ash's side, looked at the book in his hands, and said softly, Ash, what book are you reading? How come I've never seen you with this book before? Ash froze instantly, then quickly reacted. This book was sent over by Gary. He had to sell out Gary, otherwise he'd suffer a social death. LT, Surge, hahaha, this is the first time I've seen Black Ash look so embarrassed. Shifting the blame to Gary is the right move. Gary, what are you laughing at? Ash has several girlfriends. What about you? Aren't you still just living with Raichu? Raichu was displeased. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with living with me? Where am I lacking? LT, Surge felt a sting in his heart. Ash, so what is this book about? Is there more knowledge you need to learn in that area? Serena walked over barefoot. She was curious about the book. What kind of book would make Ash read even while soaking in a hot spring? It's just an ordinary reference book. Ash set the book aside. Serena's foot slipped, and she lunged toward Ash. Ash caught Serena in his arms. Serena's lips landed right on Ash's cheek. Opening her eyes to see Ash so close, a blush stained her cheeks. Suddenly, she felt something unusual with her body. The 2 meat buns she carried had actually suffered a sneak attack. Following Serena's gaze, Ash hurriedly set Serena down and pulled his hands away. I didn't do it on purpose. It was the first time Ash had encountered such a situation. He didn't know where to put his hands, and the lingering warmth on them made him feel a bit agitated. With her cheeks flushed bright red, Serena lowered her head and returned to her room, diving under the covers. Feeling her heart thumping wildly, the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up. She wasn't angry at Ash's behavior, just shy, intensely shy. Now looking back at what just happened, she had been touched for the first time, even gripped tightly like one would hold a basketball in one hand. She could still feel that strange sensation now. The images on the black light screen didn't show those specific movements. It only showed Sabrina lunging at Ash and kissing him. Saki, this kind of intimacy is a bit dangerous. If you want to kiss him, you can do it normally. Can't you just say something? Serena, Mom, that was an accident. Serena was also blushing. Her parallel world self and Ash knew each other's feelings. They were just waiting for an opportunity. She watched quite carefully. Based on her counterpart's flight and Ash's movements, she had roughly filled in the missing images in her mind. Her cheeks turned red with a poof, like a ripe apple. So it was that place. Sarena's beautiful eyes filled with a layer of mist. She bit her lip, her fair toes curling and uncurling like a sensitive plant. Seeing her daughter's reaction, Saki was surprised. It was just a kiss on the cheek. Was such a big reaction necessary? On the other side, Delia wore a knowing, anti-smile. Serena is a very good girl. I must tell Ash to bring her back. Ash watched, dazed. There could be an accident like that. After Serena left, Ash picked the book back up. Kirlia and Dratini flew over, clinging to Ash again. After coaxing Pikachu and the others to sleep, the studious Ash returned to his room to read properly. He read until late at night. Ash finally finished the book in his hand that had opened a new world. His whole being felt as if it had undergone a baptism. The door to a new world had opened for him. In the past, he focused on training and learning Pokémon-related knowledge. Today, he finally discovered that there were such interesting things in the Pokémon world. As expected of Gary, who returned from the Johto region. LT, Surge, did something secret happen over in the Johto region? I suggest a thorough investigation. Bruno. Professor Oak found it hard to speak. It seemed the Gary of the parallel world was even more wild, and he even brought Ash along. Now everyone in the Pokémon world knew he had no face left to show in public. Gary didn't dare to speak. At this moment, Ash was having an internal struggle. No, I'm going to become a Pokémon master. How can I waste time like this? How is this wasting time? This is called balancing work and rest. Learning the contents of this book can also help improve my relationships with Nanami, Sabrina, and the others. When the time comes to become a Pokémon master, they will also lend a helping hand. Ash felt like there were two people arguing in his ear. Reading this book will only lead to decadence. In this time, I might as well train more. Not so. This can make the body and mind happy, providing more motivation for training. Not to mention, I can train together with Misty, Serena, and the others, and later add Nanami, Sabrina, and so on. That gives me something to look forward to. You're going to be a Pokémon master. How can you do this? Pokémon masters do this too, and it's not even limited to companions. It even includes Pokémon. Both sides made sense. The figures of Misty, Serena, and the others appeared in his mind. Ash convinced himself. Everything said makes sense. A true master always maintains the heart of an apprentice. In other matters, one must also adopt a humble heart to learn. Learn what? Kirlia leaned against Ash's shoulder. Aren't you asleep? I slept, then woke up again. I was watching you read. Ash's expression froze. You finished reading it with me. Hearing Ash's inner thoughts, Kirlia wrapped its arms around Ash's neck. It had finished reading it too. Ash turned his head to look at Kirlia. Kirlia also looked at him, smiled sweetly, and directly kissed Ash on the lips. Gary, oh ho ho, Ash is truly blessed. Ash. Just like Bayleaf. Diantha turned to look at her Gardevoir. Why did Ash's Kirlia like him so much? It seemed to exceed a Pokémon's typical affection for its trainer. Ash was the same. But with such a beautiful Gardevoir, exceeding normal affection was understandable. Gardevoir seemed a bit shy, a blush appearing on its cheeks. The next day, upon seeing Ash, Serena unconsciously thought of last night's events, and her cheeks turned red again. Ash was also a bit embarrassed. Misty didn't know about the incident between the two. She just felt things were a bit strange, but didn't think much of it. They found Chuck and stated his status as a challenger. Seeing Ash's sincere expression, and that he had come specifically to challenge him, Chuck immediately agreed. The battlefield was inside a cave. A steel plate the size of a basketball court was bound by 4 thick iron chains. with boiling lava below. Ash used his aura power to counteract the heat waves, keeping Sabrina and the others cool. Ash told Chuck not to hold back and to use his true strength. A psychic user with such a big mouth? Chuck took note. Facing Ash, he didn't intend to go easy at all, because the badges Ash had obtained were all from gyms that ordinary trainers found difficult to challenge successfully. The battle rules were 3v3. If all of one side's Pokémon lose their ability to battle, it is considered a loss. Come out, Rhyperior. Chuck released Rhyperior. Chapter 70, The Giant Crab's Mercury Mighty Punch, Blaine's Shock. LT. Surge. Sending out Rhyperior right from the start, he's really not holding anything back. Blaine, didn't Black Ash say to give it his all? As for sending out Rhyperior, it's probably because he knows Ash is a psychic and has already obtained the badges from Sabrina and Koga. His strength is definitely different from other trainers, so he must take it seriously and show respect to Ash. Cinnabar Island is practically turning into a tourist island. It's rare to encounter a trainer specifically here to challenge the gym, so I must properly fulfill his wish. Even if Ash loses, I will still recognize his strength and give him the badge. Ding! Entering the prize quiz segment. A question has appeared on the screen again. It was finally coming. Ever since the previous 2 questions provided such excellent rewards, everyone had been thinking about it constantly, hoping to be chosen to answer. It didn't matter if one didn't get it right, there was no penalty. If you got it right, the reward would be tailor-made for you. Even the worst reward would be a held item suitable for your own Pokémon and of an extremely rare quality. It was a win-win situation regardless. Question: in a full power battle, what are the odds of Parallel World Ash winning against Blaine? A. 50-50, the two are evenly matched. B. 70-30, Ash takes 7 minutes to defeat 3 of Blaine's Pokémon. C. No chance, Blaine uses his old partners and crushes Ash. D. 90-10, Pikachu and Gastly sweep the field. Respondents: Professor Oak, Professor Rowan, Professor Platane, Professor QQE. All professors, everyone watched helplessly. LT, Surge, it's Professor Oak again. Is there some inside information? Professor Oak ignored LT. Surge, afraid of being led astray. Professor QQE, I was chosen. The answer to this question is hard to pick. Professor Platane, the key is that mysterious Gastly. Its combat strength is still a mystery. It hasn't even used its full power yet. Plus, with Pikachu, it might actually be possible. Professor Rowan, I'm just a researcher. Asking me to guess who wins a battle is just making things difficult for me, isn't it? Professor Oak, that's right. We're old now, can't keep up with the pace of the younger generation, and we don't understand the way young people battle nowadays. Those who knew Professor Oak's background were speechless. Old? Who was the champion of the first Indigo Plateau Conference? And who was it that had no rivals in Pokémon battles? So he went off to research Pokémon, created the Pokédex, and became famous all over again. To the point that some people now only know Professor Oak as a brilliant Pokémon researcher, overshadowing his track record as a trainer. Professor Oak chose option B, Professor QQE chose A, Professor Platane chose D, and Professor Rowan finally chose C. Rhyperior, gym leader Blaine is serious. Ash chose a piquet ball from his waist, thought for a moment, and took out one that was transferred from Professor Oak yesterday. Kingler, let's go. A Kingler appeared opposite Rhyperior. Ash had caught this Kingler at Bill's lighthouse. Back then, it was still a small Krabby. Now it had evolved into a Kingler, but it was still small compared to others of its kind. Do your best, Kingler. This is our first battle fighting side by side. Perhaps due to the effect of aura power, although Kingler hadn't met Ash many times, its affinity for him was quite high. It responded very enthusiastically, its left claw clicking loudly. Although it had evolved and grown larger, in front of Rhyperior, it still didn't look like much. Kingler's size wasn't even half that of Rhyperior. Muto, say, is that Kingler really going to be okay? It was sent back as soon as it was caught and hasn't appeared many times. Although it evolved, its appearance feels much worse than a typical Kingler. It doesn't look very capable. Silan, for some Pokémon, Size affects the development of their strength, especially for power-type Pokémon. LT, Surge, that Kingler looks quite weak and its eyes look a bit dull. Ash, it'll be fine. Kingler will definitely be fine. It helped me a lot in the Indigo Plateau Conference. Without it, I might not have even advanced. Ash had the most confidence in his own Pokémon. He believed in them unconditionally. Kingler Bubble Beam. Ash made the first move. He had already tested Kingler's strength last night. Under Professor Oak's guidance, Kingler practiced daily with the Pokémon staying at the lab. Its unyielding personality made it fight repeatedly despite repeated defeats, and its strength gradually improved. Kingler stood its ground, opened its left claw, and sprayed a dense stream of bubbles. Rhyperior Drill Run. Blaine didn't think there was any problem with Kingler. The power of Bubble Beam wasn't great, and Rhyperior could take it. There was no need to dodge. Rhyperior charged forward with large strides, spinning itself, its sharp horn resembling a steel drill. The bubbles hit Rhyperior with no major reaction, and it continued to charge straight toward Kingler. When Rhyperior was about to reach it, Kingler dodged to the side. Speed doesn't help. Blaine was ready, scary face. Rhyperior really did reveal a terrifying expression, and combined with that size, the sense of pressure was immense. Kingler didn't move much, seemingly intimidated. Hammer Arm. Blaine looked at Kingler. It couldn't escape this time, right? Rhyperior turned around, swung its heavy arm, and a burst of dazzling white light surged up. Its arm instantly expanded, becoming as thick as a stone pillar, and smashed fiercely toward Kingler. It pressed down on Kingler like a mountain. Boom! Kingler was hit head-on and driven directly into the ground, but no scream was heard. Instead, the sound of a bubble bursting was heard. The Kingler beneath the fist had already turned into a puddle of water. Substitute. Blaine was shocked. When did Kingler use Substitute? After a 2-second pause, he suddenly realized it was when Rhyperior used Scary Face earlier. Kingler had already prepared the substitute. Did it predict that I would make Rhyperior use Hammer Arm? Kingler appeared behind Rhyperior. Its left claw was already wrapped in a surging torrent of water, and it slammed a punch toward Rhyperior. Go, Kingler! Ash's eyes narrowed. This was the perfect opportunity he had been waiting for. Kingler punched Rhyperior in the back, and the super-strong attack drove Rhyperior directly into the wall. The rocks behind it cracked, and it fainted immediately. Blaine, Kingler also has Substitute. One-shotted Rhyperior with a single punch. Did I see that right? LT, Surge, that's too devious, even bringing Substitute. I told you, why would Parallel World Ash send such a small Kingler out? It must have prepared some insidious moves. See, it used the effect of Scary Face to secretly use Substitute, then caught it off guard and one-shotted it. Another prediction. Blaine smiled bitterly. That Ash over there was just too outrageous. Janine, you should look at who raised that Kingler. LT, Surge, damn, almost forgot. It was Professor Oak who helped raise it. Those moves and tactics must have been taught by Professor Oak. Professor Oak, I don't know about the situation in the parallel world. I just raised the Krabby a little bit more simply. It wasn't like that in the parallel world. Blaine came back to his senses, recalled Rhyperior, and sent out Ninetales. He didn't believe it. He had actually been predicted by this greenhorn. If he had the guts, let him predict again. And Ash switched to Blastoise. Ninetales had no way to dodge the lock-on from the Aura Turtle. A single hydro pump at the start sent Ninetales flying, embedding it in the same spot as Rhyperior just before. Chapter 71, Blaine's old companion, Magmar, vs Charizard. Denji, this Aura lock-on is just ridiculous. There's not even a single chance to dodge. Riley, still want to dodge. As long as the target has an aura, aura power can lock on tightly. Unless your psychic power can suppress the aura power, you can barely shield against this kind of lock-on. LT, Surge. Speaking of which, Ash has already defeated 2 of Blaine's Pokémon, right? It's only been 3 or 4 minutes, and there's only 1 left. Could it be that Professor Oak was right, defeating 3 of Blaine's Pokémon within 7 minutes? He paused, clicking his tongue. This is too brutal. Blaine has no power to fight back at all. Blaine, show some love for the elderly. I'm old, I really can't keep up with the drive of you young people. Blaine's expression became increasingly helpless. Catching a glimpse of himself in the parallel world, his heart ached even more. The two Pokémon he had painstakingly raised for years were being beaten so badly they couldn't fight back, and even his wig had flown off during the battle. On the other side, Squirtle stared with its round eyes, shining like light bulbs. Did it really have such strength? That hydro pump just now was so powerful. It was no joke. The Squirtle squad tossed their leader up to celebrate the parallel world leader winning the match. They looked at their leader in the air, their eyes full of admiration. In their eyes, both leaders were the same, except that the leader on their side hadn't evolved yet, and its strength was indeed a bit lower. But it didn't matter. The leader was the leader. As long as they worked hard, one day, their leader would become as powerful as the one on the black light screen. Getting stronger again, and the battle was so easy. Ash looked at his parallel self fighting with ease and felt a wave of emotion. He remembered his own battle with Blaine. He almost lost at first, and only won later by relying on Charizard's fighting spirit. That battle was not easy at all, and he frequently fell into a hard fight. The observant Misty noticed the change in Ash's mood. The stronger the parallel Ash became, the more pressure the Ash here felt. She felt a bit sorry for him. We won, the badge is ours. Sabrina and Misty were the first to cheer, their faces full of joy. They had heard before that Blaine was powerful and had a very eccentric temper, so they had been worried. But now it seemed they had clearly overthought it. It was mainly because Blastoise and the others were capable. They trained hard daily, and each had their own opportunities. Strength plus effort gave them enough power to go toe-to-toe with the gym leader's Pokémon. The bitter smile on Blaine's face deepened. Looking at the empty battlefield, he really was old, actually being shut out by a young man, having no power to fight back from beginning to end. Just as he was about to take out the badge, he heard Ash say, "Gym leader Blaine, could you let the Magmortar below come up and have a match with my Charizard?" Ash sensed Magmortar's aura. That scorching fire energy and unyielding fighting spirit were far more powerful than the Rhyperior and Ninetales that had appeared before. "How did you KN?" Blaine started to speak. Then his gaze fell on the faint barrier surrounding Ash's group, and he suddenly understood. It turned out to be sensed through psychic power. His eyes held a hint of approval. "All right, as you wish. Come out, Magmortar." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire cave suddenly shook violently. The lava below suddenly accelerated its flow, churning with a scorching red light. The surrounding temperature rose instantly, and a surge of scalding lava erupted with a piercing sizzle, rising straight onto the battlefield. Stepping on the residual heat of the lava, Magmortar jumped steadily onto the battlefield, its crimson eyes glancing sideways at Ash's group. It had already seen the situation on the field from deep within the cave. Both its partners had lost, and it had to take this win. Blaine looked at Magmortar on the field, the helplessness on his face gradually fading, replaced by a bit of warmth as he said softly, "How about it? Magmortar is my old partner. It hasn't fought in a long time, so it might be a bit rusty." While speaking, Blaine's gaze softened, and memories of fighting side by side with Magmortar in the past couldn't help but surface in his mind, full of nostalgia. Blaine missed the days of fighting alongside Magmortar. "Gulu." Magmortar gave a low cry, the sharpness in its crimson eyes fading, replaced by deep nostalgia. It also remembered those days of fighting side by side, having not stood on a battlefield with its trainer for too long. Ash gazed at Magmortar, his tone sincere and respectful. I can tell at a glance that it's an experienced veteran. He was telling the truth. Magmortar was clearly quite old, with several faint scars remaining on its body, showcasing its past achievements. Charizard came out of the piquet ball, its eyes full of fighting spirit. Feeling the aura of an old-school powerhouse from Magmortar, it knew the opponent was a venerable senior worthy of respect, and it couldn't help but feel some pressure in its heart. Raihan, just as battle-hungry as Leon. Even after getting the badge, he wants to continue. The opponent is an experienced veteran. Isn't he afraid that losing will affect his confidence? Gary affecting confidence, that doesn't exist for Ash. Leon, that's how young people should be, daring to fight and strive. Flamethrower X2. The two fire-type Pokémon understood each other perfectly, both opening their mouths to spit out scorching flames. As fellow fire types, both were holding a grudge, determined to suppress the other with their stab moves and settle the score. Bang! The two surges of scalding fire collided in the middle of the battlefield, neither giving an inch. A scorching heatwave erupted, sweeping through the entire cave. Accompanied by bursts of piercing sizzles, thick smoke curled up, shrouding the battlefield in a hazy mist. Chapter 72, Charizard. Your flames aren't as fierce as mine. The battlefield is filled with thick smoke. Ash is just about to tell Charizard about Magmortar's position, but Magmortar charges over directly. Charizard flaps its wings and flies upward. A burst of flame erupts from the smoke below. It misses Charizard and just hits the wall. Such speed, Ash's eyes narrow. Charizard lets use Flamethrower too. The flame spewed by Magmortar clashes with Charizard's Flamethrower once again. Charizard dives down, its claws coated in Dragon-type energy, and slashes at the Magmortar below. Blaine has been prepared for this. Magmortar's melee attack power is not weak either. It can go head-to-head with Charizard, and golden electric current appears on its cannons. It's Thunder Punch. Blaine, as a gym leader, it's only reasonable for my Pokémon to learn more moves to increase their coverage, right? LT Surge. Reasonable, very reasonable. LT Surge. Reasonable my foot. LT Surge suffered because of this, and he was arrogant. His Raichu only practiced electric-type moves and didn't really train any others. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost to Ash. Magmortar is very experienced, hitting Charizard twice with Thunder Punch, while also tanking one Dragon Claw from Charizard. Perhaps due to age, its stamina isn't quite enough, and it's panting slightly now. Ash, your Charizard is truly strong. You must have spent a lot of effort raising it. Blaine hasn't felt this much pressure in a long time. Magmortar feels the same. The Charizard before it seems to have more fighting spirit, and its inner determination to win the match is not inferior to its own. Your Magmortar is even more impressive. My Charizard is having a bit of trouble handling it. Ash replies, I'm going to properly enjoy this long-awaited battle. Blaine shouts, his bald head shining brightly, flashing with a gleam of light. Magmortar Thunder Punch. Charizard Dragon Claw. This time, Charizard's Dragon Claw wins, slashing onto Magmortar's chest. Purple mist spews from Magmortar's cannons. Charizard, fly up and use Air Slash to clear away that toxic mist. Charizard flaps its wings, and the blade-like air slashes cut into the ground, dispersing the toxic mist. Magmortar Fire Blast. Magmortar brings its two cannons together, gathering a massive amount of flame, enduring the air slashes Charizard is hitting it with. With a whoosh it launches. A Fire Blast, in the shape of the character Chinese letter, blasts head-on toward Charizard. Charizard blocks it with both claws. Bang! An explosion erupts above. Magmortar pants, its gaze heavy. It feels that Charizard's aura hasn't weakened in the slightest. Charizard forcefully holds back the fire blast, its body covered in burn marks. It looks at Magmortar with sharp eyes, and the flame on its tail flares with 7-colored rainbow light. It can even withstand that. Blaine senses the surging flames of Charizard, thinking that the earlier fire blast must have stimulated it. He says to Magmortar, be careful, that Charizard has become stronger. It's different from before. Charizard Flamethrower. Sacred Fire, Ash says to Charizard. Charizard opens its mouth, and immediately spews a flame even larger than the previous one. Magmortar uses Flamethrower to counter, but it gets pushed back immediately, and it quickly dodges to the side. Dragon Claw. Charizard has already flown over, red and blue dragon-type energy coating its claws, and it hits Magmortar, sending it flying. Charizard Final Blow Flamethrower. Ash points at Magmortar. Blaine's heart tightens, and he hurriedly shouts, Magmortar Flamethrower. Magmortar rolls a few times and hurriedly spews flames, but it is directly suppressed by Charizard's flames. Charizard increases its firepower. Your fire isn't as fierce as mine. The flames with 7-colored rainbow light engulf Magmortar. burning it until it loses the ability to battle. Blaine is thoroughly impressed by Ash's strength. The final battle was fought extremely smoothly. Cynthia, Charizard is probably close to mastering Sacred Fire, using it as a final trump card. Leaf, with Sacred Fire's immense power, Magmortar can't win the clash every time. Blaine, today's young people are too strong. It's really not easy. Ash, no, gym leader Blaine, I've taken advantage in both worlds. If we were to battle in the same state, I'm afraid the probability of me losing would be higher. Gary, Ash, rare for you to speak so sensibly. Blaine, the bond between you and Charizard is deeper than anyone else's, not something ordinary Pokémon can compare to. I'll be looking forward to your future performance. The white light screen lights up. Having obtained the Volcano badge, Ash and his group returned to Cerulean City and resolved the low popularity of the Cerulean Gym. They returned to Viridian City once again. An old acquaintance, Gary, arrived at Viridian City first. He had collected many badges and challenged the gym first. As a result, he was brutally beaten by the mysterious Pokémon sent out by Giovanni. When it was Ash's turn to challenge the Viridian Gym, he discovered that the gym leader was actually the Team Rocket Trio. The Team Rocket Trio arrived, albeit late, and assisted Ash in obtaining the final badge. Handsome guy, Tusk, true love indeed. Ash was missing just one last badge, and you guys just went out of your way to deliver it, right? Giovanni gives an order, and you guys deliver it right after, right? Giovanni is probably watching this and getting so angry his blood pressure is spiking. Jesse, shut up, it was just a momentary mistake. Giovanni has no time to pay attention to the Team Rocket Trio now. He feels something is wrong. What is this mysterious Pokémon that Gary mentioned? How does he have no memory of it at all? Others are curious too. Giovanni's strength is strong, but what mysterious Pokémon could he have that was able to beat Professor Oak's grandson like that and leave him traumatized? Could it be those experimental Pokémon created by the black light screen? Chapter 73, The Relationship Between Ancient Pokémon and Dynamax. Ash destroys Mutwo's barrier with one punch. Professor Oak, Gary, why haven't I heard you mention that Pokémon? Gary, I forgot. LT, Surge, you forgot something so important. All you remember is picking up girls, huh? LT, Surge was speechless. Everyone from Pallet Town was a real piece of work. A playboy, a reckless idiot. And the most ridiculous part was that they were taught by Professor Oak, who stood at the peak of trainers and researchers. Gary didn't know what was going on. He remembered the battle with Giovanni in his mind, but he had absolutely no impression of the Pokémon that appeared at the end, as if it had never happened. But the black light screen clearly showed it, and he had indeed fought that armored Pokémon and been crushed. It doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't I remember? He only cared about two things. One was related to Ash, and the other was about his own defeat. Yet, he had been defeated and somehow failed to remember the perpetrator. Gary felt very strange. Team Rocket HQ. Giovanni summoned all members at the Team Rocket HQ and asked them one by one. Similarly, no one had any impression of the armored Pokémon Gary spoke of. How strange. Giovanni wasn't too surprised by this answer. If there were such a strong Pokémon at the base, he certainly wouldn't have let it go, let alone not remember it. But the version of himself shown on the light screen definitely had that Pokémon. In reality, he didn't. Giovanni's face darkened as a bold guess formed in his mind. Mutwo erased their memories. The original trio still remembered Mutwo. Almost the entire Team Rockets had set out to capture Mutwo. Giovanni used those Pokémon to threaten Mutwo, but fortunately, Mutwo later recovered and destroyed those devices. It didn't take action against Team Rockets, it simply erased their memories of it. After getting the badge, Ash went home and had been training to prepare for the Indigo Plateau Conference. After training for several days, he saw news about Bruno on TV. Bruno was currently training at MT, Mia. This prompted Ash's group to scramble to go see Bruno and ask him for the secret to becoming stronger. Janine, Bruno actually has fanboys now. Bruno, am I that bad? Why can't I have fanboys? Ash, you guys have good taste. Lance, no, Ash. Why didn't you go to Professor Oak? You're going the long way around. Professor Oak was the champion of the first Indigo Plateau Conference. If you learned from him, getting those few badges wouldn't have been so troublesome. Ash, oh, I forgot. Standard operation. Everyone had seen Ash's even more brain-dead moves, so this going the long way around actually seemed reasonable for him. After training with Bruno for a while, they encountered a giant onyx. Unable to defeat the giant onyx, Bruno stepped in and solved the giant onyx's problem with his bare hands, indirectly teaching Ash a lesson. The next day, an archaeological team arrived on the mountain. Because of the Team Rocket trio, ancient Pokémon were accidentally released. A supergiant Jengar and an Alakazam. Both Pokémon had strange patterns on their bodies and started fighting without a word. In the end, it was an ancient Jigglypuff that stepped in to settle the battle. Gary, I left too early. There were actually ancient Pokémon on the mountain. LT, Surge, Pallet Town is truly incredible. It's such a blessed place that several ancient Pokémon were hidden on the mountain. Bill, those 3 Pokémon should be the companions of that giant Dragonite. It's a pity we haven't contacted Dragonite yet, so we can't tell it that its companions have been found. Ash, it's all Team Rocket's fault. The Team Rocket trio accepted it. Startling the giant Dragonite was indeed their fault. Professor Oak, ancient Pokémon of such massive size. I think it's related to the unique energy of a certain region. Leon, is it Dynamax? Professor Oak, you're talking about Dynamax, right? Dynamax is a phenomenon in the Galar region where Pokémon can grow huge using specific devices. It manifests as a dark red glow on the body surface accompanied by gray-red clouds. Galar even incorporated it into battles as a unique fighting style of the region. To use Dynamax, one needs to wear a Dynamax band. The special energy released from the Pokémon's body distorts the surrounding space, making the Pokémon appear much larger than its actual size. Professor Magnolia, that's actually a possibility. Those few ancient Pokémon absorbed special natural energy and have existed until now. Professor Magnolia explained the situation in the Galar region, where a special natural energy field exists. A mysterious energy that can distort space and temporarily enlarge Pokémon permeates the ground or the air. This was still just a guess. After solving the trouble with the ancient Pokémon, the opening of the Indigo Plateau Conference drew closer. Ash's group received a letter inviting them to New Island for a competition to determine the strongest trainer. Bruno, I think I received that letter too, but I threw it away. Gary, I threw mine away too. So none of you went, and I'm the only honest guy who did. Ash's mouth twitched. At the pier. The weather at the pier had long since deviated from the norm, with dark clouds looming and waves crashing against the reefs. Raindrops the size of beans fell heavily. Nurse Joy from the Pokémon Center was missing, and Officer Jenny advised the trainers who received letters not to cross the sea. But those trainers were stubborn. For the title of strongest trainer, they set out across the sea against the wind and rain without looking back. Needless to say, the original trio was even more stubborn. They came specifically for this. If they waited for the weather to clear, the competition would be over. The Team Rocket trio followed behind. These people are truly brave. Everyone watched the weather with trepidation. On New Island, the person greeting Ash's group was Nurse Joy. A Pokémon appeared in the hall. Its image was similar to a humanoid and a feline, with a silver-white body and purple eyes, tail, and belly. An external nerve bundle extended from the center of its back to the back of its neck, and its fingers were composed of 3 spherical bodies. Its name was Mutwo, and it claimed to be both the strongest Pokémon and the strongest trainer. Without even moving, it used psychic powers to defeat the trainer's Pokémon effortlessly. Bruno, Mutwo, never heard of it. What kind of Pokémon is that? Lance, I haven't heard of it either. Caitlin, a psychic-type Pokémon. Its psychic power is terrifying. Even from outside the light screen, I can feel the overwhelming pressure of its psychic energy. Professor Oak, there's no record in the Pokédex either. Professor Oak checked his own Pokédex, but found no information on Mutwo. He turned to look at the Pokédex reward the system had just issued, which said it recorded many Pokémon, even more than his own. He used this Pokédex to check, and, as it turned out, the information was actually there. New Island is our base. Why would that Pokémon called Mutwo be there, and even using our equipment? As Giovanni thought about it, he got closer to the truth, and the Team Rocket executives were starting to realize it too. That Mutwo had a lot to do with their Team Rockets. Mutwo cloned the Kanto starters, and engaged the trainers present in a 3v3 battle. Every Pokémon was terrifyingly strong, and in the end, Ash's side suffered a crushing defeat. Mutwo used psychic power to control Pokéballs and capture the Pokémon present, sending them all to be cloned. In the end, it was only because Team Rockets messed around and destroyed the cloning machine that Pikachu and the others were able to escape. Finally, a massive brawl broke out, with every Pokémon fighting its own clone. Seeing such a tragic scene, Ash rushed forward and threw a punch at Mutwo. Mutwo deployed an aura barrier. Bang! The barrier in front of Mutwo cracked like a spider web, with dense fractures spreading everywhere, while Mutwo used psychic power to knock Ash back. Bruno, holy crap, am I seeing this right? He cracked Mutwo's psychic barrier with one punch. Rayhan, Ash cracked Mutwo's psychic barrier in a fit of rage. This is too ridiculous. Handsome guy, if it were those three from Team Rockets, they'd just be enraged for a second in a fit of rage. Team Rocket Trio. Sabrina, it's a good thing Ash wasn't the one fighting last time we battled, or I'm afraid Kadabra would have been defeated by a single punch, and its mental state would have collapsed forever. Caitlin, the Super Pallet Towner, is truly terrifying. Ash was only human after all, and was no match for Mutwo. At that moment, Mew appeared. Seeing Mew, Mutwo immediately became agitated, rambling about originals and clones, and then they started fighting. Mew just played along with it. Seeing the Pokémon around him hurting each other, Ash immediately rushed in to stop them. As a result, he took the full force of the two Pokémon's clashing attacks. He fell straight to the ground. Delia, Ash, what are you doing? Delia was startled. Her son really never let her rest easy. Even though it was in the past, she felt a wave of lingering fear, worried that Ash would still act like this. Ash, Mom, I'm fine. Look at me now, I'm perfectly okay. Gary, you're truly brave. Those two Pokémon obviously aren't simple, yet you dared to rush in and take the hit head-on. Nanami Oak, Ash, I know you care about Pokémon, but you have to think about yourself too. You're just an ordinary human, not a Pokémon. You're not as tough as they are. Those few hits could have been fatal. Not so. Ash is also tough, a literal humanoid Pokémon. Having traveled with Ash for so long, Brock had seen just how durable Ash was. Pikachu's Thunderbolt, Charizard's Flames, and so on, he was always fine. He could even easily carry a Larvitar. Regarding Ash's action, everyone was deeply impressed. To stop the fighting, he actually disregarded his own safety. Although there might have been better solutions, the spirit Ash showed in his devotion to Pokémon was something others could hardly replicate. Chapter 74. Is Ash Ketchum going to recruit the Cerulean Sisters? The last badge. Erika frowned slightly, feeling a bit worried about Ash's behavior. Perhaps because Ash had saved Vileplume, Erika had developed some favorable feelings toward him and was now quite concerned for him. Taking the impact of those two mysterious Pokémon's moves with his bare body. That's just too reckless. I hope Ash will pay more attention to his own safety. Only then can he better protect his Pokémon. As Erika finished speaking, Misty, Serena, and the others all nodded in agreement. One by one, gentle words of caution rang out, and the entire bullet chat was filled with genuine concern. Even the usually cold and taciturn Sabrina softened her expression for once, speaking softly to advise Ash not to disregard his safety like that again. Faced with the collective concern and persuasion of the girls, along with the overwhelming cross-world bullet chat full of reminders, Ash felt a bit helpless and embarrassed. He quickly raised his hands and replied, all right, I've got it. I'll definitely be more careful in the future. Everyone, please don't worry. Seeing Ash being collectively lectured and looking slightly disheveled and embarrassed, Gary couldn't help but curl his lips into a smirk, laughing at him. Even though his own sister was among those worrying about Ash, Seeing the usually brash and impulsive Ash looking so flustered felt exceptionally satisfying to Gary. But before it could last more than a few seconds, his expression instantly froze and vanished. Gary suddenly realized that no matter which world it was, Ash's luck with women was ridiculously good. All the girls around him truly cared for and worried about him from the bottom of their hearts. On this point alone, he had been completely outdone by Ash. In an instant, Gary's expression became complicated, and he gave a bitter smile. The trajectories of the two worlds were influencing each other, and the source was his parallel world self. It was that stronger version of himself who had taught the parallel world Ash, which then subtly influenced the Ash of this world, indirectly inspiring the girls here to care so much about the Ash before him. At this rate, it wouldn't even make sense if he wasn't at the head table when the wedding feast happened. On the other side, Giovanni. From what Mutewo said and the surrounding equipment, he roughly understood why Mutewo kept asking who it was and why it existed, and why it reacted so strongly, even attacking, upon seeing Mew. It turned out Mutewo was created by his Team Rockets. But how could he have forgotten such a powerful Pokémon? On a certain mountain peak, many Pokémon with stripes on their bodies were gathered around in harmony, and the surrounding scenery was full of life. Mutewo stood at the top, its gaze falling on the light screen floating in midair, a hint of nostalgia appearing in its eyes. Ash, our next meeting may not be far off. Mew and Mutewo were both shocked by Ash's behavior and began to have an epiphany, restoring Ash to normal. Mew took all the cloned Pokémon away. It also erased the memories of the trainers here regarding New Island. The sky cleared, the rain stopped, and Ash woke up again. He felt unfamiliar with his surroundings, not knowing why he had come to this place. Everyone left. When returning to the pier, Ash felt something, as if he heard something calling him. Turning toward the clouds, he saw a pink shape floating by. Gradually, the light screen dimmed. Handsome guy, erasing memories is one way to handle it. No one knows what happened on New Island, so this outcome is for the best. Lance, what about Giovanni? Having created such a powerful Pokémon, would he just sit still? Giovanni, want to know my next move? Lance, it must hurt to have an operation you planned for so long fail, right, Giovanni? Giovanni, it's not that bad. Mutewo and Mew won't escape my grasp. Giovanni still didn't quite understand. Mutewo cleared the memories of those people, but were their memories also cleared? Or did Mutewo return and clear their memories? Everyone, go out and find Mutewo for me. Giovanni looked at the light screen and said coldly, Mutewo, you cannot escape my grasp. Seeing Giovanni's bullet chat, Mutewo clenched its fist and said in a low voice, Giovanni, if you dare come again this time, I will not show mercy. Wait, is something going to happen to Mutewo again? Ash was troubled. This live broadcast comparison was very beneficial to him personally, but for Mutewo and the cloned Pokémon, they were exposed to everyone again and targeted by Giovanni once more. The previous crisis might repeat itself. While he was worrying, the black light screen lit up. After obtaining the Volcano badge, they likewise passed through Cerulean City. Cerulean City at this time was even more popular than before, and the trainers coming to challenge would not show the same contempt as last time. The Kingdra and Goldeen that Misty had sent back were holding the fort, crushing most of the trainers. If a trainer was polite and friendly, Daisy and her sisters would likely just give them a badge. Upon learning that Ash and his group were back, Daisy and the sisters closed the gym and prepared a sumptuous dinner. At the dinner table, Daisy and her sisters were serving Ash food and talking to him, while only casually attending to Misty and Sabrina. Having finished the book Gary gave him last time, Ash was now focused and affectionate, frequently responding to Daisy and her sisters and sharing interesting stories from his journey. He even brought out perfume gifts he had prepared for them. Daisy and her sisters exclaimed, and the way they looked at Ash changed. Sabrina was a bit jealous, and Misty was jealous of both sides. Her three sisters were so good to Ash, yet they had never been that good to her. And as for Ash, she suspected he wanted to take all four Cerulean sisters for himself. This was literally joining forces with her sisters. Daisy, my brother-in-law has such a big appetite. He wants to take all 4 of us sisters. The brother-in-law in the parallel world is quite the player. Botan, the brother-in-law, is quite handsome and cares about us so much. It's not impossible for him to take us, but Misty has to agree first. If she doesn't, there's nothing we can do. Misty, Sister Botan, what are you talking about? The latest images on the black light screen and what her sister said left Misty stunned for a while. The Ash in the parallel world was too bold, wanting to take all 4 of them. The sisters in the parallel world were very close to Ash. If it continued like this, they would definitely be taken. Could it be the same here? Together with her sisters and Ash, Misty's mind wandered and she glanced at Ash, her cheeks flushing bright red as if they were on fire. Ash was equally shocked, taking Misty's sisters too. After her initial shock, Delia silently decided to invest more money into expanding the house. After spending a few days together, the 4 Cerulean sisters trained with Ash while also teaching him how to swim and play. He grew stronger in both aspects. Even with 5 girls together plus Kirlia, Ash didn't neglect anyone. He was quite affectionate and took very meticulous care of every girl, sometimes using physical contact to deepen their feelings. After a period of tenderness, Daisy and the sisters stayed at the gym, while Ash went to challenge the Viridian gym for his final badge. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, Ash saw Gary's sports car. Ding! The doors opened automatically. Gary looked dejected, with his cheerleaders comforting him nearby. It was the first time Ash had seen Gary so downcast, as if he had suffered some kind of blow. Seeing the pitiful Ash, Gary told him about the situation at the Viridian gym. The gym leader, Giovanni, had an incredibly strong Pokémon, but that Pokémon was wearing armor, making it impossible to see what it looked like. It had defeated 3 of his Pokémon in just a few moves. It was his first time feeling so defeated. Ash listened with a solemn expression. This gym was actually that powerful. Chapter 75, Team Rocket Trio Rematch, Kirlia Evolves. Are you going to challenge this gym? Gary crossed his arms, his gaze falling on Ash, a hint of understanding in his eyes. Ash was only 1 badge away, and the Viridian gym was not only right in front of them, but also notoriously challenging. Not to mention there were Pokémon here that had never been seen before. Given Ash's personality, he would definitely not let such an opportunity pass. Gary had always been sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. He said nothing, but his actions were exceptionally supportive. He recounted the details of his previous battle with that armored Pokémon one by one, fearing that Ash would suffer for being ill-prepared. After giving all the instructions, Gary sat back in his car, his gaze following Ash's departing back, a faint smile unconsciously tugging at the corners of his mouth. LT, Surge, the 2 are both rivals and friends of many years. Even while competing against each other, they still care for one another, afraid that Ash might suffer. Nanami, Gary is a typical tsundere. He clearly cares about Ash more than anyone, only helping him silently, but refusing to admit it at all. Gary, I didn't. Sis, don't talk nonsense. I just don't want others to look down on Pallet Town. I don't want to hear people say that a trainer from Pallet Town couldn't even get all 8 badges. After a pause, he stubbornly added, besides, with Ash's strength and that impulsive temper of his, it's really possible he might not get this last badge. The me in the parallel world probably thinks so too. With quite a few people watching, Gary didn't want to admit that he had intentionally and silently helped Ash, especially after being exposed by his sister and labeled a tsundere. If he admitted it, wouldn't the cool, aloof persona he'd maintained for so long completely collapse? This guy dissing me again. Ash decided not to argue with him this time, giving him some face while also thanking him for the reminder. Arriving at the Viridian gym, Ash pushed open the doors, only to find the interior empty. The lighting was dim and somewhat oppressive. The battlefield, which should have had someone on duty, was completely deserted without a sound. He stated his identity and the purpose of his visit. As soon as he finished speaking, the first response wasn't a human voice, but the clatter of lights turning on. In the dim gym, lights turned on one by one, the beams slowly converging to reveal 3 blurry figures at the far end of the opposite field. Who are you 3? Misty squinted, looking closely, feeling that the three figures were inexplicably familiar, but she couldn't recall where she had seen them. Just then, a familiar and annoying voice slowly rang out, with its signature tone. "Since you've asked with such sincerity, we'll tell you with great mercy." Another voice immediately followed. This voice, the three of them jolted, the confusion on their faces instantly replaced by shock. They stared fixedly at the three figures, their faces full of disbelief. Then the three voices recited in perfect unison the lines engraved in their DNA. To protect the world from devastation, to unite all peoples within our nation, to denounce the evils of truth and love, to extend our reach to the stars above. Jesse, James, Team Rockets blasting off at the speed of light. Surrender now or prepare to fight. Meowth, that's right. The familiar lines, the familiar tone, and the gradually clearing familiar figures left the three of them stunned in place. They froze for quite a while, then looked at each other, only then daring to confirm that this wasn't an illusion. Ash even used his aura power to carefully probe them. That's right, it really was the Team Rocket trio. "Why are you three here? Where is the Viridian gym leader?" Ash came back to his senses, his tone full of confusion and vigilance. Sabrina frowned, feeling a bit confused. She had dealt with the Team Rocket trio many times and knew their strength all too well. Mediocre strength, no powerful Pokémon, their only skill was tinkering with weird robots. But Gary had said before that the Viridian gym leader was extremely strong and the Team Rocket trio wouldn't stand a chance, so how could they be here? Jessie lifted her chin smugly, reached out, and flashed the gym badge in her palm, her tone arrogant. "Hee, twerp, let me tell you, we are the Viridian gym leaders." James also chuckled wickedly, winking at Ash. "Didn't expect that, did you, twerp?" Surprised, shocked. Meowth stood with his hands on his hips, chest puffed out high, shaking his head with great spirit. After a good while, Ash and his group reluctantly accepted this absurd fact. The Viridian gym they came to challenge was actually run by the Team Rocket trio. They had originally come to challenge Giovanni, but never expected that instead of that mysterious and powerful gym leader, they would be met by these three old rivals. So the Viridian gym is actually a hidden base for Team Rockets. Ash frowned, his tone serious. Then what about Giovanni? Is he also part of Team Rockets? Seeing the Team Rocket trio, Ash instantly had a guess. The Viridian gym was likely just a facade for Team Rockets to hide their identity. Recalling the last time at MT, Moon, where they raided a Team Rockets base and saved a Ralts that was being used as a test subject, the armored Pokémon Gary mentioned earlier was likely related to Team Rocket's secret experiments. Handsome Guy couldn't help but speak up. "Giovanni, you hid that too well, actually building a Team Rocket's research base inside the gym. But come to think of it, how did this gym get destroyed later? Did an experiment fail and blow it up?" "Giovanni, guess." Handsome Guy. "Lance, what a pity, when the gym blew up, it didn't take you with it, Giovanni." "Giovanni, you're anxious." Handsome Guy. "Giovanni, can't you reveal what you guys are still researching now?" Giovanni couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him and continued looking at the black light screen, looking forward to Black Ash's performance. Actually, there was no need to watch. The result was probably known to everyone. "Twerp, don't say we're bullying you." Jessie released 3 Pokémon at once, showing her hand directly. These 3 Pokémon were left by Boss Giovanni, so their strength went without saying. The first to step onto the field was Machamp. "Let me go." Kirlia, who was by his side, wanted to go up and take a turn. Having trained for so long, it was quite proficient with its own psychic powers, and the energy in its body had already reached a critical point, almost ready to break through. "Be careful," Ash cautioned. Machamp used Thunder Punch. She had been shocked by Pikachu too many times. She had to make Ash taste the power of electricity. Machamp charged over with big strides, electricity surging on its fists. Kirlia used Teleport to dodge, and Machamp's attack missed. Jessie didn't believe it and ordered Machamp to attack again. Kirlia dodged a few more times, easily and gracefully. It flashed behind Machamp and reached out, aiming at Machamp. Confusion. Bang! Machamp let out a whimper and fainted. Machamp is useless too. taken out in one hit. Jessie grumbled. Giovanni, watching the light screen, was expressionless. Machamp was countered by Kirlia, and that Kirlia was an experimental subject, most likely implanted with Muse cells. Such strong psychic power was not something an ordinary Kirlia would have. As soon as the battle ended, Kirlia was enveloped in white light. The Twerp's Kirlia was evolving. Even though they lost the match, the Team Rocket trio stared blankly at Kirlia evolving, fearing it would be even stronger after evolution. Thinking of this, they suddenly became excited. Ash was also stunned for a moment. The energy fluctuations in Kirlia were merging with his aura. The two girls watched Kirlia's evolution. The evolved Gardevoir, compared to the young girl like Kirlia, lacked some liveliness and innocence, but possessed more elegance and composure. Gardevoir's blue hair was natural and smooth. It stretched its body in front of Ash and spun around in place. Gardevoir walked toward Ash, and the distance between the two closed in. Gardevoir. Gardevoir's soft, boneless hand rested on Ash's palm. Gardevoir took Ash's hand and placed it on its head. It blinked its big eyes, looking at Ash, full of anticipation. Chapter 76. The four heavenly kings make their appearance, and Hanako gets caught up in it too. Having obtained the final badge from the Team Rocket trio, Officer Jenny received Ash's message and rushed over to shut down the Viridian Gym. Additionally, an Elite Four member personally came over to prevent any counterattacks from the remaining Team Rockets. After an investigation, it was found that the Team Rocket members hidden in the Viridian Gym were just some researchers and grunts. The main executives had left with Giovanni. Entering the Research Institute and seeing the contents of Team Rocket's research, they were greatly shocked. Team Rocket used the DNA of a Pokémon named Mew, a name extracted from researchers through harsh interrogation, to create a Pokémon named Mutwo. Its appearance was somewhat similar to Mew, and it possessed some of Mew's energy. Its combat power was so strong that the entire Team Rocket organization couldn't subdue it together, forcing them to use technology to forcibly restrain Mutwo. To make Mutwo serve Team Rocket better, Giovanni kept brainwashing it, making the already lost Mutwo even more confused. Unable to endure it any longer, Mutwo finally escaped. Giovanni took those executives specifically to find Mutwo and bring it back. So the armored Pokémon that left Gary in its shadow was Mutwo. Now Ash understood why the Team Rocket trio were serving as temporary gym leaders. It was because Mutwo had escaped, and Giovanni had taken a bunch of executives to pursue it. Lance, Team Rocket always loves to dream of world domination, but unfortunately they fail every time. There's no helping it, it's just fate. Jessie, you make it sound like you guys were the ones who ruined it. James, you don't even know what our plan was. You don't even know about the New Island incident. I really don't know what you so-called investigators are doing. Meowth, with this level of skill, you still want to fight our Team Rocket. Maybe in your next life, Meow. They might be a bit incompetent, but their loyalty to Team Rocket was absolutely genuine. Giovanni found the trio more and more pleasing the more he looked at them, and he even defended Team Rocket in the bullet chat. In the future, if a mission fails, I won't pressure you. Just do your work with peace of mind. If you end up in prison, I'll bail you out directly. A cool and elegant figure slowly approached, the sound of footsteps crisp and rhythmic. It was an Elite Four member from the Kanto region. Everyone turned to look and saw a person with a tall, straight posture and outstanding temperament. She was actually a stunningly beautiful female Elite Four member, exuding the unique efficiency and elegance of a mature woman, completely different from Lance's steady dominance. She was Lorelei. Lorelei wore a deep blue, slim-fitting coat made of smooth material that perfectly fit her body curves, showcasing her efficient and elegant temperament to the fullest. The coat's neckline was simple and elegant without excessive decorations, yet it perfectly showcased her full presence. The small stretch of fair skin exposed at the neckline added a touch of refinement. Her face was fair and delicate, with skin like fine mutton fat jade, incredibly soft. Combined with her exquisite, three-dimensional features, there was a hint of coolness in her eyes, a high nose bridge, and pink lips. She was a truly world-class beauty, Even just standing there quietly, she was enough to make it impossible for people to look away. She paired it with a black pencil skirt. The hemline was just the right length, only covering half of her long, fair legs. The remaining skin was white and delicate, shimmering with a faint luster under the sunlight, which was very eye-catching. It showcased her long, straight leg lines perfectly, and every step she took carried a unique charm. The most eye-catching part was her full figure. As she walked, the softness at her chest was like two majestic peaks, bouncing slightly up and down like white rabbits, lively and striking. It had to be said that Lorelei, as a mature woman type, was top tier in every aspect, from her cool and elegant temperament to her curvaceous figure. Her appearance immediately overwhelmed all eyes on the scene, making her the focus of the entire area. After understanding the situation on site, Lorelei walked toward Ash. With the two white rabbits bouncing in front of him, Ash felt a bit hot and strange, his gaze frequently scanning them. Gardevoir sensed Ash's thoughts and quietly used psychic power to wake him up. "You must be Ash, right? I've heard about your deeds from Jenny, how you've disrupted Team Rocket's plans multiple times and even obtained badges from Sabrina and Koga." Lorelei walked up to Ash. She was tall, and in high heels, she was about the same height as Ash. She blinked her almond eyes, looking at Ash with a faint smile on her lips. "You flatter me, Elite Lorelei." Ash replied. Previously, he had only seen the Elite Four on TV. He had never had such close contact. After seeing her with his own eyes, he realized how unfairly high Elite Lorelei's figure and beauty were. Serena and Misty both felt inferior watching her. Their figures weren't as good as Lorelei's. While there wasn't much difference in looks, they were quite far behind in terms of temperament. However, Misty was a fanatical fan of Lorelei, so her feelings of inferiority were immediately tossed aside. "Lorelei, I have a part here too." Lorelei was a bit surprised. She and Ash first met in the Orange Islands. How could it be so much earlier in the other world? She wondered if her interactions with Ash would also change. "Bruno, Lance flies all over the region, Janine won't come, and I should be training and didn't receive the call, so it could only be you coming." "What do you mean I fly all over the region?" Lance felt it sounded a bit strange. Having taken down this Team Rocket base, Lorelei had to stay here for a few more days, temporarily residing at the Pokémon Center. Ash calculated in his heart that once Elite Lorelei finished her business here, he would challenge her to a battle to see how big the gap was between him and the Elite Four. They returned to Pallet Town. Walking on the way home, Ash felt something was wrong. Serena felt it too, because the changes along the road were quite significant. Especially when he walked to where his house was, Ash was completely stunned. "Where's my house?" The house in front of him was different from the one in his memory. It had become luxurious. Serena saw Delia coming out. Auntie Delia were back. Delia turned to look. The two of them were back, and they had brought another girl. How was it? Was the trip fun? While asking, Delia specifically gave Serena a knowing look. Serena understood instantly. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she nodded a little. After their last intimate contact, the three of them had solidified their relationship. "Mom, her name is Misty. She's a new friend I made." Ash introduced Misty to Delia. Misty was nervous for the first time, greeting her timidly. "Daisy, hee, it's rare to see Misty so restrained." Violet, the lover's side, still has its ways. As her older sisters, we couldn't keep her in check. "I aim, go for it, brother-in-law." Misty didn't want to talk. Her three sisters were trying to make her suffer social death. Auntie Delia was watching, and Ash was right beside her too. After chatting for a bit, Ash finally remembered the main business and asked about the situation at home. He asked if something had happened and why the house had changed so much. "Nothing happened. I renovated the house for you and those girlfriends." "I was afraid the house wouldn't have enough room when you brought girls back, so I renovated it. It even cost quite a bit of money." "How is it? Is it beautiful?" Delia lowered her voice. Seeing Ash return with Misty this time, she was even more convinced that her decision was correct. With her son's charm, and with Nanami and Tsubaki not even here yet, there might be a few more in the future. Since her son didn't need her help with traveling or Pokémon battles, She would do her best to prepare for the future. Before long, the three girls became very familiar with each other, each holding one of Delia's arms like sisters. Ash followed behind, feeling like he was a bit redundant. Delia, who was watching the light screen, was also stunned for a moment. Her parallel world self actually thought so far ahead, preparing in advance and even taking the initiative to build good relationships with Sabrina, Misty, and the others. In comparison, she seemed a bit lacking. She hadn't made any moves at all. I didn't expect to be caught up in this too. Delia began to make preparations. Chapter 77, Gary. Ash, go defeat Berserker. After watching the circus performance, Ash caught a gifted Mr. Mime along the way. This Mr. Mime's talent was maxed out, excelling in both physical and special attacks. It had mastered all three elemental punch techniques, Thunder Punch, Fire Punch, and Ice Punch, and its mastery of the psychic type was also quite impressive. In terms of psychic foundation, it still couldn't match Gardevoir's level. However, Mr. Mime excelled at being versatile and considerate. It was proficient in housework and cooking, and could multitask to handle chores perfectly. Ash headed to Professor Oak's lab alone first, while Delia and the others stayed home busy decorating the rooms. Each girl was assigned a guest room, but Ash's bedroom had an extra-large bed, more than enough to accommodate several people sleeping together. Gardevoir was full of joy. Now she could sleep beside Ash every night. The purpose of this visit to Professor Oak's lab. First, it was to personally thank Professor Oak for his constant care. Second, it was to reunite with the group of Pokémon that had been transferred back to the lab. Professor Oak. Ash called out several times, but there was no response from inside. Ash gently pushed the door open. Professor Oak, I'm coming in. He walked into the living room and looked around, but Professor Oak was nowhere to be seen. Sounds of conversation and research came from the backyard. It turned out that Professor Oak, Nanami, and Gary were in the backyard, surrounded by a group of Pokémon, conducting research on their ecology and combat power. Ash is here. Professor Oak's gaze fell on Ash and Pikachu, and when his eyes swept over the exceptionally elegant Gardevoir nearby, a clear hint of surprise flashed in them. Ash, I heard you won the Viridian Gym badge and took down Team Rocket's secret base in the process. Nanami asked gently. It was just a coincidence. I originally just went to challenge the gym, but I didn't expect to run into those acquaintances from Team Rockets. They were the ones who leaked the base's location themselves. Ash explained calmly. He hadn't intended to look into it deeply, but Jesse's trio had accidentally exposed the stronghold. For the safety of Viridian City's citizens, he naturally notified Officer Jenny immediately. Cassidy, they're absolutely useless. Those three trash bags couldn't do their jobs right and ended up dragging the whole headquarters down with them. Butch, they're really pathetic. That's all they're capable of, yet they still dream of being promoted to executive positions every day. Jesse, Cassidy, you have the nerve to talk about us. You two aren't any better. Your training scores aren't even as good as ours. James, exactly. You're always holding us back at critical moments. Cassidy, if you hadn't messed up our last operation, we would have succeeded long ago. In the live stream bullet chat, Jesse and James were having a heated argument with Cassidy and Butch. Everyone was watching the drama unfold, waiting for Team Rocket's internal conflict to end. Giovanni's face darkened, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. A perfectly good organization was actually having an internal feud in front of the entire internet. The other Team Rocket's members watched silently, complaining in their hearts. These two groups are the weakest in the entire organization, yet they insist on making fools of themselves in front of everyone. The reason things went so smoothly this time was mainly thanks to Gary's help, which indirectly allowed Mutwo to break free from Team Rocket's control. Giovanni took a large number of superiors to hunt down Mutwo with all his might. I just happened to take advantage of that gap to challenge the gym, so I basically got a lucky break. Ash replied composedly, intentionally giving Gary plenty of face. I was only forced to fight Mutwo back then. In terms of strength, although you're still a step behind this young master, you'd still have a chance against the Pokémon Giovanni usually sends out. Gary still couldn't change his tsundere nature. In his heart, he acknowledged Ash's strength, but his mouth insisted on acting tough and superior. Ash nodded calmly without refuting. Nanami couldn't help but chuckle. The current Ash was becoming increasingly mature and steady, showing a great sense of propriety in his interactions and intentionally considering Gary's self-esteem. Professor Oak looked on with relief, seeing the two juniors who grew up together shed their childishness and truly grow up. Nanami, the Ash from the parallel world, has such high EQ, intentionally looking out for Gary's pride. Nanami lamented that Ash, after winning the Viridian Gym badge and knowing Gary hadn't passed, never showed off and even took the initiative to help Gary save face. If Giovanni hadn't used Mutwo to guard the Viridian Gym, winning the badge wouldn't have been difficult at all with Gary's strength. After chatting for a while, Professor Oak went back to the lab to work, leaving Ash, Sabrina, and Gary behind. Seeing his sister chatting and laughing intimately with Ash, Gary snorted coldly. The things he taught Ash and that book were actually being used on his own sister. Gary couldn't stand to watch any longer and decided to leave Pallet Town to start training early, preparing for the upcoming Indigo Plateau Conference. Meanwhile, Ash stayed behind to spend quality time with his Pokémon. Those Pokémon were too enthusiastic, swarming toward Ash all at once. And then there were those 30 Tauros. The entire backyard felt like an earthquake was happening. The scene on the light screen was full of warmth. 2 days passed. While training on the mountain, Ash encountered Bruno. Bruno had originally been training here, but after learning about the events at the Viridian Gym, he had been in Viridian City for the past few days and only returned today. He happened to run into Ash, who was training together with his Pokémon. It was his first time seeing a young trainer engage in hand-to-hand combat with Pokémon. Primeape launched continuous attacks at Ash, which were either avoided or blocked by Ash's fists. Primeape was completely helpless, yet its temper wasn't explosive at all. Perhaps it had grown accustomed to it. In the sky, Charizard and Aerodactyl were battling. On the ground, Blastoise and Beedrill were also fighting. On another side, Bulbasaur and Pidgeot were practicing. Bulbasaur would evolve and then devolve in an instant, trading blows back and forth with Pidgeot. Oh my god. Bruno's eyes widened. Was that a Bulbasaur? Am I still dreaming? Bruno didn't dare to open his eyes, hoping it was just a hallucination. Elite Bruno, what are you doing here? Ash noticed Bruno and slightly leaned his body to dodge Primeape's attack. I also came here to train, and while I'm at it, look for the giant onyx here. Bruno had heard of Ash's deeds. Me too. Ash was also looking for the giant onyx. He had learned this information from Professor Oak. In that case, we're rivals, aren't we? Bruno crossed his arms over his chest, his robust physique giving off an intense sense of pressure. Lorle, Bruno bullying a rookie. Bruno, the Ash from the parallel world, a rookie. Have you ever seen a rookie as powerful as him? He can fight a Primeape himself, and the Primeape can't even get the upper hand. Lance, Bruno, the Ash from the parallel world is going to compete with you for the giant onyx. I wonder if you can take it. The reason Lance asked was because if Bruno were to battle Ash, he definitely wouldn't use his elite-level Pokémon, or they would find another way to decide who gets the right to catch the giant onyx. Bruno will see. A normal Pokémon battle probably won't happen. It should be a battle between trainers. Gary, Ash, go for it. Go up and defeat Bruno. Ash, Me fight Bruno. Ash looked at Bruno inside the black light screen. He was sturdily built with bulging muscles. One Bruno could equal 2 of himself. Besides, Bruno was also a fighting-type trainer, and his own combat skills were extremely strong. Ash feared his parallel self might be in trouble. Bruno was called an elite not just because his Pokémon were powerful, but because his own strength was also at a top-tier level. Chapter 78, The Battle Against Sheba, First Encounter with the Heavenly King. Although bullying the small isn't a good look, that giant onyx is to my liking, I don't want to give it up. Bruno's brow furrowed slightly, a clear look of conflict appearing on his face. As one of the Kanto Elite Four, he was always honest and upright. What he hated most was using his strength to bully the weak, especially since the Ash before him was a fledgling rookie trainer who radiated a sense of justice. But he had his own obsession in his heart. For that rare giant onyx, he had been staking out the area for several days and was reluctant to give up. Since Ash also desired to catch that giant onyx, it wouldn't be right for him to simply monopolize the opportunity. In the world of trainers, there was an unwritten rule. If two people set their sights on the same Pokémon at the same time, either it was first come, first served, or they would settle it through a competition between trainers or a battle between their Pokémon. The winner would earn the priority right to catch it. This was the fairest way, and the one most likely to leave everyone satisfied. I don't want to give up either. Ash looked at Bruno, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Beside him, Misty and Sabrina showed worried expressions. They quietly glanced at each other, both seeing the unease in the other's eyes. That was one of the Elite Four standing at the pinnacle of Pokémon trainers in the Kanto region. Every Pokémon under his command was incredibly powerful, and his combat experience was rich beyond imagination. This time, Ash wasn't facing an ordinary gym leader, but a true top-tier powerhouse. Compared to those gym leaders, Bruno's strength was not just a little bit greater. Even gym leaders with outstanding strength like Koga or Sabrina wouldn't have much of a chance if they truly faced Elite Four Bruno head-on. Sabrina's psychic power was extremely formidable. If it were a matter of a trainer's own abilities, she wouldn't necessarily lose to Bruno. But in the field of Pokémon battles, Bruno's years of accumulated combat experience and his precise command over Pokémon still created a significant gap between them. This gap wasn't something that could be easily bridged by psychic power alone. Bruno told Ash the way they would compete for the giant onyx and let the latter choose. Suppressing the slight excitement in his heart, Ash said word for word, "Elite Four Bruno, let's decide with a Pokémon battle." A battle? Misty and Sabrina cried out in surprise at the same time, their worry deepening. They subconsciously looked at the Pokémon beside them. Were they really going to battle an Elite Four member? Pikachu, standing by Ash's side, looked eager to give it a try. Roar! The other Pokémon nearby also chimed in, all ready to take the field and fight at any moment. Really going to battle? A hint of hesitation flashed across Bruno's face, and he couldn't help but feel a bit conflicted. As an Elite Four member, wasn't it a bit too much like bullying to battle a rookie trainer who had only been traveling for a short while? If he truly went all out with his elite-level Pokémon, even if he won, it wouldn't be honorable. Other trainers might even gossip, saying he used his strength to bully a rookie. After thinking for a moment, Bruno decided to take it easy. He would use a Pokémon slightly stronger than gym leader level to battle Ash. He would try his best not to make the battle too lopsided, while also seeing just how much potential this highly watched rookie actually had. Moreover, Bruno had also looked into Ash's deeds and knew that although this boy was a rookie, he possessed talent and perseverance far exceeding his peers. He was a very impressive rookie trainer who deserved to be taken seriously, but didn't require full effort. On the other side, Ash's heart was full of anticipation, wanting to see how large the gap between his current strength and Elite Four Bruno really was. Even if he ended up losing this battle, being able to face an Elite Four member head-on and learn things from the fight would be an immense gain. Even if Bruno held back and didn't use elite-level Pokémon, with his years of combat experience and unique fighting style, even an ordinary Pokémon under his command would certainly not be lacking in combat power. Lorelei, Bruno actually agreed. Isn't this just bullying little Ash? You know, Ash is a rookie trainer who hasn't been traveling long. Fighting you, an Elite Four member, the result is obvious. There's no suspense at all. Lance crossed his arms, his gaze falling on Bruno, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. Bruno is just stubborn and sticks to his principles. He wouldn't really get serious with Ash, would he? If he truly went all out, that would be too much bullying. Agatha, looking at how obsessed Bruno is with that giant onyx, he'll likely be serious. However, he's not the type to be unreasonable. He should hold back appropriately and won't truly drive a rookie into a corner. Bruno, not really. not really. The me in the parallel world should use a Pokémon that matches Ash's strength. Although I might have more brawn than brains, I still know to look after rookie trainers and wouldn't really use my strength to bully the weak. On the sidelines, Misty furrowed her brows tightly, her voice full of worry as she asked softly, "Serena, do you think Ash will win?" Serena nodded. He definitely will. She had grown up with Ash since childhood and had seen with her own eyes how he worked hard day after day. She saw him constantly striving and improving to realize his dream of becoming a Pokémon master. Everything he did was for the sake of being able to battle the top-tier Elite Four and champions of the Pokémon League. Now that Ash had actively initiated the challenge, it meant he must be fully prepared. Misty sighed softly, her brow still not unfurling. As the leader of the Cerulean Gym, she knew better than anyone how terrifying the strength of the Elite Four was. That kind of deep-seated power wasn't something a rookie could easily shake. She felt Ash's chances in this battle were slim. Elite Four, Bruno specialized in fighting-type and ground-type Pokémon. While Ash's Pokémon were diverse and seemed to offer more choices, finding one that could truly have a type advantage and hold its own against Bruno's Pokémon probably wouldn't be easy. Without further hesitation, Ash and Bruno walked in sync toward a relatively open clearing not far away. Many rocks of various sizes were scattered around the clearing, staggered in height, perfectly forming a natural battlefield. This allowed the Pokémon to perform freely while also adding a bit of uncertainty to the battle. Pikachu and the others all stood by Ash, waiting for him to let them take the field. "Go, Blastoise." Ash decided to send out Blastoise. Blastoise stood in front of Ash, releasing aura power around its body like an invisible barrier. It could both sense the surrounding movements and be ready for battle at any time. Interesting. Bruno picked up a Piquet ball, tossed it upward, and released it directly. "Go, Golem." Boom! The moment the Piquet ball hit the ground, a dazzling white light flashed. A massive golem appeared with a crash, slamming heavily onto the ground with a loud thud. The ground shook violently instantly, causing the rocks on the floor to bounce. This golem was nearly twice the size of an ordinary golem. Its body was covered in hard gray rock, with sharp edges and a keen gaze. It exuded a sense of powerful strength from head to toe. Bruno's purpose in sending out Golem was simple. He wanted to battle against the type disadvantage. Golem is a rock and ground-type Pokémon, which is 4 times weak to the water-type Blastoise. Yet Bruno chose it anyway. Firstly, it was because Golem symbolized being hard and unyielding, a reflection of himself. Secondly, he also wanted to see if his Golem could withstand Blastoise's attacks and defeat its opponent despite the type disadvantage. He also wanted to see just how much strength Ash's Blastoise possessed. Seeing this exceptionally massive Golem, Ash's group instantly understood something. The reason Bruno was so obsessed with catching that giant Onix was that he naturally preferred these large-bodied, powerful Pokémon. Even the Golem by his side was much larger than an ordinary Golem. One could imagine how strong his desire for the giant Onix was. Blastoise looked up slightly, its gaze falling on the massive Golem across from it through its sunglasses. It couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed, secretly muttering, "This guy's size is too big. It's a whole frame sturdier than me. Are we sure my water gun will really be effective against it?" Although it knew its water gun's power far exceeded that of an ordinary Blastoise, facing such a massive Golem covered in hard rock, it couldn't help but feel a bit uncertain. The two girls looked at each other. Was Elite Four Bruno going to hold back? But looking at this Golem's size and aura, it didn't look like it was going to hold back at all. What was going on? Bruno looked at Ash. Seeing him nod slightly to indicate he could make the first move, Bruno's lips curled up, his tone calm, "Here we go." Then he immediately issued a command to Golem, his voice decisive and forceful. "Golem, use rollout." "Blastoise, use water gun." Almost at the same time Bruno gave his command, Ash also reacted immediately, shouting loudly to Blastoise. His eyes were focused and determined, staring intently at the Golem opposite him, not daring to relax in the slightest. Upon receiving the command, Golem immediately curled up its body, turning into a giant stone wheel. It rolled rapidly across the clearing, its speed getting faster and faster. The surrounding air seemed to be pulled along, making a whooshing wind sound. As it rolled, it constantly built up power, its figure weaving through the rocks with a flexibility that didn't look like a massive Pokémon at all. Came! Blastoise gave a low shout and immediately set up the two cannons on its back. The muzzles aimed at the direction Golem was rolling, and it unhesitatingly fired off two water guns. Two thick streams of water, carrying great force, shot toward Golem. They were as fast as lightning, looking like they were about to hit the target. But just then, an unexpected scene occurred. Golem seemed to have predicted the direction of the water gun attacks in advance. It suddenly accelerated sharply, its body flashing as it skillfully evaded the two water guns. Two loud bangs were heard as the water guns struck the ground heavily, blasting two deep craters directly into it. Bruno's eyes flickered slightly, a trace of doubt appearing on his face. Wait, did you just call out water gun? But why is the power of this water gun so great? This power is comparable to hydro pump, isn't it? Bruno had originally thought that even if Blastoise was decent, the power of its water gun wouldn't be too shocking. But those two water guns just now exceeded his expectations. It actually missed. Blast looked at the missed attack and was slightly stunned. It then immediately reacted, quickly releasing its aura power again to precisely lock on to Golem's rolling figure, not daring to be careless. The Golem opposite was not only massive, but its speed also far exceeded its expectations. To hit the target, it had to be more focused. Ash frowned slightly, his eyes fixed on the constantly rolling Golem. Right now, Golem was continuously rolling to build up power, and its speed was still increasing. This wasn't just a simple rollout. It was using the rolling motion, combined with its own strength, to perform rock polish. This kind of subtle combo was a technique that many veteran trainers must master when teaching Pokémon. Through this hidden method, a Pokémon can unknowingly increase its own speed and attack power during a battle without the opponent being prepared, thus gaining an advantage at a critical moment. And the Golem in front of him had already practiced this combo to the level of muscle memory. Every move was extremely fluid, not requiring Bruno's deliberate reminder at all. Blastoise Water Gun. Blastoise locked onto Golem's figure through its aura power. Its cannons aimed precisely, and it unhesitatingly fired another water gun. This time, the water gun was even more powerful than before, and the stream of water was even thicker as it shot toward Golem. The Golem opposite, however, did not choose to dodge this time. It was prepared to tank the hit, maintaining its rolling stance as it charged head-on into the water gun. Bang! With a loud crash, the water gun struck Golem's rocky shell. Golem, which is 4 times weak to water-type moves, actually withstood Blastoise's water gun attack head-on. Although the impact of the water gun slowed its rolling speed, making its figure pause slightly, it wasn't pushed back far. Instead, it continued to persist, charging toward Blastoise again. The two girls' eyes widened, their faces full of shock, almost unable to believe the scene they were seeing. They never expected that a Golem with a 4-fold weakness could actually tank a water gun from Blastoise that was as powerful as a hydro pump. Is that really a Golem? Chapter 79, Giant Onyx. You can kill me in one move. Xiao Ming, Golem is this fierce. LT, Surge. This is how a master of fighting against type disadvantages should look. Since it's also a battle against type disadvantage, why has Bruno's Golem been trained to such a level? Xiao Ming is not an arrogant person. Compared to the soft and cute Squirtle that Ash had at the beginning, that Blastoise from the parallel world is worlds apart. Having trained outside for many years, his Sandslash could easily crush the Squirtle belonging to Ash in this world. But against that parallel world Blastoise with its own aura and water gun power comparable to an aura impact, Sandslash would likely have no chance of winning. Lance, are you kidding? Bruno is a true blue fighting type master. Ash, however, frowned and asked with a puzzled expression. But Elite Four Bruno is a fighting type master, so why are most of the Pokémon he catches rock types? And he specifically let Golem come out to fight Blastoise. Isn't that a disadvantage due to type matchups? As soon as these words were spoken, Lance was instantly speechless, opening his mouth but unable to say anything. Bruno, standing to the side, also looked embarrassed, not knowing how to explain it. Lorelei, seeing this, couldn't help but tease. Actually, Lance, you're the same. She added with a smile, you call yourself a dragon-type elite, but few of the Pokémon you've caught actually have the dragon-type attribute. Just because they have dragon in their names, you dare to call them dragon types. Lance was speechless. Who says that if a name has dragon, but it's not a dragon type, it can't be considered a dragon? But the words died on his lips. As the Ice-type elite, almost every one of Lorelei's Pokémon possessed the Ice-type attribute. Agatha was the same. Her title as the Ghost-type elite was well-deserved, as every one of her Pokémon had the Ghost-type attribute. Comparing it like this, Lance really couldn't refute it. He thought to himself that he should have known better than to speak up for Bruno. Now he had dragged himself into the mess. The attention of the group was quickly drawn back to the battle inside the black light screen. Golem showed no fear, meeting the water gun sprayed by Blastoise head-on, its rocky shell hissing as it was struck by the water. Blastoise's eyes sharpened, and it suddenly increased the water pressure. The thick water gun instantly became even more turbulent, determined to crush Golem. Bruno stood where he was, his eyes flickering slightly as he watched the explosive power of Blastoise. A trace of imperceptible surprise flashed in the depths of his eyes. The explosive power of this Blastoise was even stronger than he had anticipated. Golem, roll toward the steep slope on the right and charge up for a counterattack. Bruno ordered in a deep voice, his tone filled with unquestionable firmness. Golem responded immediately, its rolling speed suddenly increasing. The previous slow rolling was just a way to secretly charge up. Its body rolled faster and faster, its shell gleaming with a hard luster, and the gravel along the way was crushed to pieces. Although the rollout move does not counter the water-type Blastoise, such a long charging time meant its power could not be underestimated. If it landed a solid hit, Blastoise would definitely be injured. Golem nimbly dodged the impact of the water gun, its rolling momentum becoming increasingly fierce, like an out-of-control boulder, kicking up dust in its wake with a terrifying presence. During the roll, it smashed through a stone pier by the roadside, but its speed did not slow down in the slightest as it continued to charge toward Blastoise. Brock, is that really a Golem? The rolling speed is too fast. It truly is elite for Bruno's Pokémon. Sabrina, the elites of the Kanto regions certainly live up to their reputation. This isn't even Bruno's main Pokémon, so I'm afraid the Blastoise from the parallel world might have a hard time holding out. Facing the oncoming Golem, Blastoise's eyes narrowed, and the water-type energy around its body suddenly became restless. Torrent activates. Clear streams of water rose from its feet, swirling and winding around its body, gradually forming a dense aqua ring that protected it firmly. The water-type energy within its body instantly rose to its peak, and its aura became even more powerful. Torrent. Serena frowned, her face full of curiosity and her heart full of confusion. Why could the Blastoise of the parallel world Ash trigger the Torrent ability so easily? Yet her own Blastoise had never triggered it once. What exactly was different? Could it be that this Blastoise has trained Torrent into an ability that can be triggered actively? Just then, Golem had already charged to the front, bringing with it an earth-shattering momentum as it bore down on Blastoise. But even though Golem was flying in the air, it could not escape lock-on. For Blastoise, its aura had already firmly locked onto its position. No matter how it moved, it could not escape the perception of aura. Blastoise used Water Pulse. Without the support of aura, Blastoise might have had to take the damage head-on when facing such a fierce rollout. But it was a Blastoise that possessed aura power. For it, the Golem in the air was nothing more than a stationary target. The cannons on Blastoise's back instantly lit up with blue light. Blobs of water, condensing powerful water-type energy, quickly gathered, and the next second they were sprayed out violently, turning into a surging curtain of water like a rolling tsunami, instantly swallowing the Golem in the air. Bruno's eyes instantly became solemn, his brows furrowed tightly, and his fingertips tightened slightly. He hadn't expected the power of Blastoise's water pulse to be so astonishing. Wrapped in the water curtain, Golem let out a painful roar. Its body was trapped tightly by the turbulent water flow, constantly suffering from the impact of the water, and tiny cracks gradually appeared on its rocky shell. Golem, break free from the restraint and keep rolling. Bruno ordered in a deep voice, his tone tinged with a hint of urgency. Gary frowned, his face full of confusion. Torrent again? Blastoise is clearly in such good condition. How could it trigger the Torrent ability? As a Blastoise trainer, he knew better than anyone that the Torrent ability was extremely difficult to trigger. His own Blastoise had triggered it only a handful of times, and every time was when it was out of stamina and on the verge of defeat. But this Blastoise from the parallel world seemed to be able to trigger it actively, as it pleased. Wallace, that Blastoise can trigger Torrent whenever it wants to. LT, Surge, could it be the work of Aura again? Riley, this I'm not sure either. Golem had escaped the impact of the water pulse. Bruno shouted, roll to close the distance, then use Thunder Punch. Golem immediately increased its rolling speed, and fine electrical currents gradually emerged around its body, crackling. It was actually planning to charge up electricity while rolling, intending to use the momentum of the roll to further amplify the power of Thunder Punch, at which point the explosive power would surely be even stronger. But Blastoise's Hydro Pump blasted over directly, not giving Golem a chance. Aura accurately locked onto the target without the slightest deviation, and the Hydro Pump blasted straight onto Golem. So accurate. Bruno's pupils constricted slightly. Blastoise's aim was precise to this degree. Even though Golem was rolling at high speed, it could still hit it in one shot. Bang! Golem was blasted away, unable to even exit its spherical rolling state, and was blasted straight onto the ground, forcing it into the earth. Bruno was stunned for a moment. That shouldn't be. His Golem was rolling so fast, and Blastoise's aim was so good. Although it was a pity, Bruno accepted it and acknowledged the strength of Ash and Blastoise. I lost, the giant Onix is yours. Rumble. Before Ash could respond to Bruno's words, a deafening roar suddenly came, and the ground began to shake violently. Rumble. The shaking became more and more intense. A long tunnel suddenly bulged out at the foot of the mountain in the distance. Gravel flew, and the tunnel rushed toward the direction where everyone was located at an extremely fast speed. What's going on? The two women's expressions changed. Could it be the Team Rocket trio again? But the Team Rocket trio was nowhere to be seen. It's that giant Onix. Ash sensed the aura of the giant Onix. Blastoise was just about to let the torrent fade, but since the giant Onix had come over, it decided not to let it fade for now and let the giant Onix taste its hydro pump. Bang! The speeding tunnel suddenly came to an abrupt halt, and a huge black shadow burst out from the ground, with gravel flying everywhere like raindrops. The huge shadow instantly blotted out the sky. Its massive body flashed with the cold light of rock, a thick rocky horn grew on the top of its head, its upper body stood upright, its eyes were bloodshot, and it let out a deafening roar toward the sky. The Onix in front of him could be said to be the largest Pokémon Ash had ever seen, aside from the giant Dragonite. The Onix in front of him could be called the largest Pokémon Ash had ever seen, aside from the giant Dragonite. Standing in front of it, Blastoise was actually about the same size as one of the rocks on its body. Over 20 meters in length, along with that massive body, gave a very strong sense of oppression. Such a large Onix, what a pity. Bruno slowly retreated a distance. The Onix had nothing to do with him anymore, so he would just watch how Ash captured it. Roar! The giant Onix stared intently at Ash and Blastoise. So the two of you are fighting in my territory. Its territorial awareness was extremely strong, and it absolutely would not allow any humans or Pokémon to run wild on its turf. Onix, I'm here to capture you. He greeted the Onix first. But the Onix did not respond. Instead, it laughed mockingly. Looking at the tiny Blastoise and the human, it laughed unscrupulously, echoing with a deafening roar. Each one smaller than the last, and they still want to capture me. Are you dreaming? Especially that Blastoise, covered in water. Are you afraid that I'll smash your shell with one tail? Blastoise's eyes narrowed, its cannons clicking loudly. Water rapidly gathered on the cannons, and even the water on its body condensed together. The surrounding air began to rumble for no reason, and the aura became increasingly terrifying. Bang! 2 thick pillars of water sprayed out from the cannons, merging into one in the air, turning into an even more powerful pillar of water that slammed into the giant onyx with a thud. Roar! The giant onyx's entire head was hit hard by the water pillar, water splashing everywhere. It roared in pain, its massive body swaying slightly. It wanted to fight back, but Blastoise immediately increased the horsepower, spraying the water pillar continuously without any intention of stopping. The already thick water pillar increased in size by another circle, and the impact force became even stronger. Bang! The giant onyx's body crashed to the ground. But Blastoise still did not stop, and the water pillar continued to blast onto the giant onyx incessantly. It wouldn't take down the giant onyx in one hydro pump, would it? Bruno clicked his tongue. You tell me this is a rookie trainer who has only been traveling for a few months, and he has actually trained his Blastoise to be this powerful. It seems that this year's Indigo Plateau Conference is destined to be lively. All right, legends, that's it for today. If you're ready for the next chapter, smash that like button and flood the comments right now. Remember, we've got 3 days to prove this story needs to continue. Subscribe so you don't miss the drop, and I'll meet you in the next audiobook.